The Arrangement by Mary Balogh.
1.
When it became clear to Vincent Hunt, Viscount Darleigh, that if he stayed at home for the remainder of the spring he would without any doubt at all be betrothed, even married, before summer had properly settled in, he fled. He ran away from home, which was a ridiculous, somewhat lowering way of putting it when he owned the house, and was almost 24 years old. But the simple fact was that he bolted. He took with him his valet, Martin Fisk, his traveling carriage and horses, and enough clothes and other necessary belongings to last him a month or 2, or 6. He really did not know how long he would stay away. He took his violin, too, after a moment's hesitation. His friends liked to tease him about it and affect horror every time he tucked it beneath his chin, but he thought he played it tolerably well. More important, he liked playing it. It soothed his soul, though he never confided that thought to his friends. Flavian would no doubt make a comment along the lines of its scratching the boot soles of everyone else who happened to be within earshot. The main trouble with home was that he was afflicted with too many female relatives and not enough male ones, and no assertive males. His grandmother and his mother lived with him, and his 3 sisters, though married with homes and families of their own, came to stay all too frequently, and often for lengthy spells. Hardly a month went by without at least one of them being in residence for a few days or a week or more. His brothers-in-law, when they came with their wives, which was not every time, tactfully held themselves aloof from Vincent's affairs and allowed their womenfolk to rule his life, even though it was worthy of note that none of them allowed their wives to rule theirs. It all would have been understandable, even under ordinary circumstances, Vincent supposed grudgingly. He was, after all, everyone's only grandson or only son or only brother and younger brother at that, and as such was fair game to be protected and cosset and worried over and planned for. He had inherited his title and fortune just 4 years ago, at the age of 19, from an uncle who had been robust and only 46 years old when he died, and who had had a son as sturdy and fit as he. They had both died violently. Life was a fragile business, and so was the inheritance, Vincent's female relatives were fond of observing. It behooved him, therefore, to fill his nursery with an heir and a number of spares as soon as was humanly possible. It was irrelevant that he was still very young and would not even have begun to think of matrimony yet, left to himself. His family knew all they cared to know about living in genteel poverty. His were not ordinary circumstances, however, and as a result, his relatives clucked about him like a flock of mother hens, all intent upon nurturing the same frail chick, while somehow avoiding smothering it. His mother had moved to Middlebury Park in Gloucestershire even before he did. She had got it ready for him. His maternal grandmother had let the lease expire on her house in Bath and joined his mother there. And after he moved in 3 years ago, his sisters began to find Middlebury the most fascinating place on earth to be. And Vincent need not worry about their husbands feeling neglected, they had collectively assured him. Their husbands understood. The word was always spoken with something like hushed reverence. In fact, most of what they all said to him was spoken in much the same manner, as though he were some sort of precious but mentally deficient child. This year they had begun to talk pointedly about marriage. His marriage, that was. Even apart from the succession issue, marriage would bring him comfort and companionship, they had decided, and all kinds of other assorted benefits. Marriage would enable them to relax and worry less about him. It would enable his grandmother to return to Bath, which she was missing. And it would not be at all difficult to find a lady willing and even eager to marry him. He must not imagine it would be. He was titled and wealthy, after all. And he had youth and looks and charm. There were hordes of ladies out there who would understand and actually be quite happy to marry him. They would quickly learn to love him for himself. At least, one would, the one he would choose. And they, his female relatives, would help him make that choice, of course. That went without saying, though they said it anyway. The campaign had started over Easter, when the whole family was at Middlebury, his sisters' husbands and their children included. Vincent himself had just returned from Penderys Hall in Cornwall, country seat of the Duke of Stanbrook, where he spent a few weeks of each year with his fellow members of the self-styled Survivors Club, a group of survivors of the Napoleonic Wars, and he had been feeling a little bereft. as he always did for a while after parting from those dearest friends in the world. He had let the women talk without paying a great deal of attention or even thinking of perhaps putting his foot down.
It had proved to be a mistake.
Only a month after Easter, his sisters and brothers-in-law and nieces and nephews had returned en masse, to be followed a day or so later by houseguests. It was still only spring, and an odd time of year for a house party, when the social season in London would be just getting into full swing. But this was not really a party, Vincent had soon discovered, for the only guests who were not also family were Mr. Geoffrey Dean, son of Grandmamma's dearest friend in Bath, his wife, and their 3 daughters. Their 2 sons were away at school. 2 of the daughters were still in the schoolroom. Their governess had been brought with them. But the eldest, Miss Philippa Dean, was almost 19 and had made her curtsy to the Queen just a couple of weeks before and secured partners for every set at her come-out ball. She had made a very satisfactory debut indeed into polite society. But Mrs. Dean was hasty to add, while describing her daughter's triumph over tea soon after their arrival at Middlebury Park. How could they possibly have resisted the prospect of spending a quiet couple of weeks in the country with old friends? Old friends? The situation had soon become painfully clear to Vincent, though no one bothered to explain. Miss Philippa Dean was on the marriage mart to the highest bidder. She had younger sisters growing up behind her and 2 brothers at school who might conceivably wish to continue their studies at university. It seemed unlikely that the Deans were vastly wealthy. They had come, then, on the clear understanding that there was a husband to be had for the girl at Middlebury and that she would return to London with all the distinction of being betrothed within a month of her come-out. It would be a singular triumph, especially as she would be securing a husband who was both wealthy and titled, and who also happened to be blind. Miss Dean was exquisitely lovely, his mother reported, with blonde hair and green eyes and a trim figure. Not that her looks mattered to him. She sounded like a sweet and amiable girl. She also sounded quite sensible when in conversation with everyone except Vincent himself. She often was in conversation with him during the following few days, however. Every other female in the house, with the possible exception of Vincent's 3 young nieces, did everything in her power to throw the 2 of them together and to leave them together. Even a blind man could see that. She conversed with him upon trivialities in a gentle, somewhat breathless voice, as though she were in a sick-room and the patient hung precariously between death and life. Whenever Vincent tried to steer the conversation to some meaningful topic in order to discover something of her interests and opinions and the quality of her mind, she invariably agreed wholeheartedly with everything he said, even to the point of absurdity. "I am firmly of the opinion," he said to her one afternoon when they were sitting together in the formal parterre gardens before the house despite a rather strong breeze, "that the scientific world has been in a wicked conspiracy against the masses for the past number of centuries, Miss Dean. In order to convince us that the earth is round. It is, of course, quite undeniably flat. Even a fool could see that. If one were to walk to the edge of it, one would fall off and never be heard of again. What is your opinion?" It was unkind. It was a bit mean. She was silent for several moments, while he willed her to contradict him, or laugh at him, or call him an idiot. Her voice was gentler than ever when she spoke. "I am quite sure you have the right of it, my lord," she said. He almost said balderdash, but did not. He would not add cruelty to unkindness. He merely smiled and felt ashamed of himself and talked about the blustery wind. And then he felt the fingers of one of her hands on his sleeve, and he could smell her light floral perfume more clearly, an indication that she had leaned closer. And she spoke again in a sweet, hurried, breathless voice. "I did not at all mind coming here, you know, Lord Darleigh," she said. "Even though I have been looking forward forever to my first season in London, and do not remember ever being happier than I was on the night of my come-out ball. But I know enough about life to understand that I was taken there not just for enjoyment. Mama and Papa have explained what a wonderful opportunity this invitation is for me, as well as for my sisters and brothers. I did not mind coming, truly. Indeed, I came willingly. I understand, you see, and I will not mind one little bit. Her fingers squeezed his arm before letting it go. You will think I am forward, she added, though I am not usually so outspoken. I just thought you needed to know that I do not mind. For perhaps you fear I do. It was one of the most excruciatingly embarrassing moments of Vincent's life, as well as being almost insufferably infuriating. Not that she infuriated him, poor girl, but her parents did, and his mother and grandmother and sisters did. It was quite obvious to him that Miss Dean had been brought here not just as an eligible young lady whom he might get to know with the possibility on both their parts of deepening their acquaintance in the future, if they liked each other. No, she had been brought here fully expecting that he would make her an offer before she left. Pressure would have been brought to bear by her parents, but she was a dutiful daughter, it seemed, and accepted her responsibility as the eldest. She would marry him even though he was blind. She very obviously did mind. He was angry with his mother and sisters for assuming that mental deficiency was one effect of blindness. He had known they wished him to marry soon. He had known that they would proceed to matchmake for him. What he had not known was that they would choose his bride without a word to him and then practically force him into accepting their choice, and in his own home, moreover. His house, in fact, was not his own home. That realization came like an epiphany. It never had been. Whose fault that must be examined at some future date. It was tempting to blame his relatives. But, well, he would have to think the whole matter over. He had a niggling suspicion, though, that if he was not master here, the fault lay with him. But for now he was in an impossible situation. He felt no spark of attraction toward Miss Dean, even though he believed he would very probably like her under different circumstances. It was clear she felt nothing for him but the obligation to marry him. He could not, though, allow both of them to be coerced into doing what neither of them wanted to do. As soon as they had returned indoors, Miss Dean took his offered arm and then proceeded to steer him along with gentle but firm intent, even though he had his cane with him and knew the way perfectly well without any assistance at all. Vincent went to his private sitting room, the only place in the house where he could be assured of being alone and of being himself, and summoned Martin Fisk. "We are going," he said abruptly when his valet arrived. "Are we, sir?" Martin asked cheerfully. "And what clothes will you be needing for the occasion?" "I will need everything that will fit into the trunk I always take to Pendarus," Vincent said. "You will doubtless decide for yourself what you need." A low grunt was followed by silence. "I am feeling especially stupid today," Martin said. "You had better explain." "We're going," Vincent said. "Leaving. Putting as much distance between us and Middlebury as we possibly can in order to evade pursuit. Slinking off. Running away. Taking the coward's way out. The lady does not suit, does she?" Martin asked. "Ha." Even Martin knew why the girl had been brought here. "Not as a wife," Vincent told him. "Not as my wife. Anyway." "Good Lord, Martin. I do not even want to marry. Not yet. And if and when I do want it, I shall choose the lady myself. Very carefully. And I shall make sure that if she says yes, it is not simply because she understands and will not mind." Martin said. "That is what this one said. Is it?" "With the softest, gentlest sweetness," Vincent said. "She is sweet and gentle. Actually, she is prepared to make a martyr of herself for the sake of her family. And we are running away where?" Martin asked. Anywhere on earth but here, Vincent said. Can we leave tonight? Without anyone's knowing? I grew up at a smithy, Martin reminded him. I think I could manage to attach the horses to the carriage without getting the lines hopelessly tangled up. But presumably, I won't have to risk it. I suppose you will want Handry to drive us? I'll have a word with him. He knows how to keep his lips sealed. 2 o'clock in the morning. Shall we say? I'll come and carry your trunk out and then come back to dress you. We should be well on our way by 3. Perfect, Vincent said. They were about 1 mile on their way when Martin, occupying the seat opposite Vincent's in the carriage, his back to the horses, reported that it was 3 o'clock. Vincent refused to feel guilty, and of course was consumed by nothing but guilt, and by the conviction that he was the world's worst cad and coward, not to mention were son and brother and grandson, and gentleman. But really, what else could he have done, short of marrying Miss Philippa Dean or publicly humiliating her? But would she not be equally humiliated to learn that he had fled? Arg. He chose to believe that behind any momentary humiliation she might feel would be an enormous relief. He was sure she would be relieved. Poor girl. They went to the Lake District and spent 3 blissful weeks there. It was reputed to be one of the loveliest parts of England, though much of its beauty was lost on a blind man, of course. Not all of it, however. There were country lanes to stroll along, many of them parallel to the banks of Lake Windermere or some other, lesser lakes. There were hills to climb, some of them requiring strenuous effort, and stronger winds and more rarefied air as a reward when they climbed high. There was rain and sunshine and chill and warmth, all the wonderful variety of English weather and countryside. There was a boat ride, on which he could pull the oars himself, and horse rides, with Martin at his side but never touching him. There was even one glorious gallop across flat land, which, in Martin's careful estimation, did not hide any unexpected dips or potholes. There was bird-song and insect croaks and the bleating of sheep and the lowing of cattle to listen to. There were all the myriad smells of the countryside, most notably heather, to many of which he had been oblivious in the days when he could see. There was sitting to meditate or merely to stretch the 4 senses that remained to him. There were his usual strengthening bodybuilding exercises to be performed daily, many of them outdoors. There was peace. And ultimately, there was restlessness. He had written 2 letters home, or, rather, Martin had done it for him, the first 2 days after he left, to explain that he needed some time alone and that he was perfectly safe in his valet's capable hands. He had not explained either where he was at the time or where he was going. He advised his mother not to expect him home for a month or so. He confirmed everything in the second letter and assured her that he was safe and happy and in good health. Miss Dean and her mamma and papa and sisters would presumably have returned to London in time to secure her some other eligible husband before the season was out. Vincent hoped she would find someone to fulfill the dual demands of duty and personal inclination. He sincerely hoped so, both for her sake and for the sake of his conscience. He could go home, he decided at last. The Deans would be long gone. So, probably would all 3 of his sisters. He would be able to have a frank talk with his mother and grandmother. It was high time. He would assure them that he was more than happy to have them live at Middlebury, where he could know that they were both comfortable and secure. Or he would be equally happy if they wished to move to Bath. The choice must be theirs, but they must not feel compelled to stay for his sake. He did not need them, he would explain as tactfully as he could. He did not need their assistance in his day-to-day living. Martin and the rest of his well-staffed household were perfectly capable of catering to all his needs. Neither did he need their assistance in finding him a bride to make his life more comfortable. He would find a wife for himself when he judged the time to be right. It would not be easy to get his mother to accept the truth of what he would say. She had dedicated herself to learning to be mistress of a large home and estate, and she had done superlatively well. Too well, actually. By the time he had arrived at Middlebury 1 year after her, He had felt like a little boy returning from school to the care of his mama. And because it had soothed her to see herself in that role, and because his new home and his new life had bewildered him, even overwhelmed him, he had not made a strong enough effort from the start to assert himself as the man of the house. He had been only 20 years old. After all, he did consider going back to Cornwall for a while to stay with George Crabbe, Duke of Stanbrook, as he had done for a few weeks in March, and for a few years following his return home from the peninsula after losing his sight in battle. George was his very dearest friend. But, though he did not doubt the Duke would welcome him and allow him to stay as long as he wished, Vincent would not use him as an emotional crutch. Not any longer. Those days and those needs were long past. His years of dependency were past. It was time to grow up and take charge. It was not going to be easy. But he had long ago realized that he must treat his blindness as a challenge rather than as a handicap if he wished to enjoy anything like a happy, fulfilled life. Sooner or later, then, he must return to Middlebury Park and begin the life he intended to live. He did not feel quite ready yet, however. He had done much thinking in the Lake District, and he needed to do more so that he would not return and simply fall back into the old routine from which he would never be able to extricate himself. He was done with the Lake District, though. He was restless. Where else would he go but home? The answer came to him with surprising ease. Of course. He would go home. For Middlebury Park was only where he had lived for the past 3 years, the stately home he had inherited with his title, and not set foot inside until 3 years ago. It was very grand, and he liked it well enough. He was determined to settle there and make it his own. It was not yet really home, however. Home was Covington House, where he had grown up, an altogether more modest dwelling, not much larger than a cottage actually, on the edge of the village of Barton Coombs in Somerset. He had not been there in almost 6 years. Not since he left for the peninsula, in fact. Now he had a sudden hankering to go back again, even though he would not be able to see it. It had happy associations. His childhood and boyhood years had been good ones despite the near poverty in which they had lived even before the death of his father when he was 15. "We're going home," he announced to Martin one morning after breakfast. He could hear rain pelting against the windows of the small cottage on Windermere he had rented for a month. Not to Middlebury, though. To Barton Coombs. Martin said noncommittally as he gathered up the dishes from the table. "You will be glad?" Vincent asked. Martin too was from Barton Coombs. His father was the village blacksmith there. The two boys had gone to the village school together, for there had been no money for private education for Vincent despite the fact that, socially, he was a gentleman. The blacksmith fancied having a son who could read and write. Vincent had learned his lessons, as had his sisters, from his own father, who had been the schoolmaster. Often he and Martin had played together. Most of the neighborhood children had, in fact, regardless of social rank or financial status or gender or age. It had all been rather idyllic. Vincent's well-to-do maternal uncle had returned from a long residence in the Far East when Vincent was 17 and had purchased a commission for his nephew. Martin, upon hearing the news, had come to Covington House, hat clutched in hand, to ask if he could go too as Vincent's Batman. That position had not lasted long, as it turned out. Vincent had lost his sight during his very first battle, but Martin had remained with him as his valet, even during those early years when Vincent had not been able to pay him. He had stubbornly refused to be turned off. "My man will be glad to see me," Martin said now. "So will my dad. Though no doubt he will make the usual grumbling quips to his anvil about his one and only son choosing to be a gentleman's valet." And so they went. They traveled all through the last night of the journey, weary as they were, and arrived at Covington House at first light, or so Martin informed him. Vincent would have known it himself, though, as soon as the carriage stopped moving and the door was opened. He could hear a few birds singing with that almost echoing clarity that was peculiar to the pre-dawn period. And the air had a freshening feel to it that suggested an end to night, but not quite a start to day. There was no real need for secrecy, except that Vincent would rather no one know he was at Covington House, at least for a while. He did not want to be a curiosity to old friends and neighbors. He did not want them trekking to his door to pay their respects and to satisfy their curiosity about what a blind man looked like. And he did not want anyone writing to his mother and bringing her hurrying here to look after him. He probably would not stay long anyway. He just needed enough time to get his thoughts in order. A house key had always been kept above the lintel on the inside of the potting shed behind the house. Vincent sent Darleigh to see if it was still there. If it was not, then Martin was going to have to climb through the window into the wine cellar. It was very doubtful anyone had thought of mending the catch on it in the last 6 years, since it had never been mended throughout Vincent's boyhood. It had been a regular middle-of-the-night escape and re-entry route, in fact. Darleigh came back with the key. It was looking slightly rusty, he reported. But it fit in the lock of the front door and turned with a grinding sound and a little persuasion. The door opened. The house smelled neither musty nor stale from being shut up, Vincent discovered. The cleaners he paid to come in once a fortnight must be doing a conscientious job. There was a smell, though, an indefinable something that brought back memories of boyhood days and of his mother and his sisters as they had been when they all lived here. Even faint memories of his father. It was strange that he had never noticed the smell while he lived here, perhaps because he had not needed to notice smells in those days. He felt about the hall with the aid of his cane. The old oak table was still where it had always been, opposite the door. The umbrella stand beside it. Both were draped with holland covers. "I know this house like the back of my hand," he told Martin, pulling the cover off the stand and placing his cane in it. "I am going to explore it on my own. And then I am going to lie down in my room for an hour or two. A carriage is not designed for sleeping in, is it? Not when it has to travel over English roads," Martin agreed. "And there isn't any alternative that I have discovered. I'll go and help Darleigh with the horses. And then I'll bring your bags inside." One thing Vincent particularly liked about Martin Fisk was that he cared for all his needs without fuss and bluster. Best of all was the fact that he did not hover. If Vincent walked into the occasional wall or door, or tripped over the occasional object lying in his path, or even once in a while tumbled down a flight of steps or, on one memorable occasion, head first into a lily pond, then Martin would be there to deal with any cuts and scratches and other assorted consequences and to make appropriate or inappropriate comments without any sentiment creeping into his voice. He even occasionally informed his master that he was a clumsy clod. It was better, infinitely better, than the solicitous care with which almost everyone else of his acquaintance smothered him. He was an ungrateful wretch. He knew. Actually, his fellow members of the Survivors Club treated him much as Martin did. It was one reason why he loved his annual stay at Pendarvis Hall so much, he supposed. But then all 7 of them had been badly wounded in the wars and still bore the scars inside, or out, or both. They understood the frustrations of too much sympathetic care. When he was alone in the house, he made his way to the sitting room on his left, the room in which all the daytime living had been done. Everything was as he remembered it, and where he remembered it, except for the fact that all the furniture was covered. He moved through to the drawing room, larger and less used than the other room. Sometimes there had been dancing in the drawing room. 8 couples had been able to form for a country set with some comfort, 10 with a little less comfort, 12 at a squeeze. There was a pianoforte in this room. Vincent found his way to it. Like everything else, it was hidden beneath a cover. He was tempted to pull it off, to lift the lid over the keyboard and play. But the instrument must be horribly out of tune. It was strange that he had never learned to play it when he was a lad. No one had even thought of suggesting that he might. The pianoforte was for the girls, an instrument of torture peculiarly their own, or so Amy, his eldest sister, had always claimed. Strangely, now that he was here, he missed all three of them. And his mother. Even his father, who had been gone for 8 years now. He missed those carefree days of his childhood and youth. And they were not even so very long ago. He was only 23 now. 23 going on 50. Or 70. He sighed and decided to leave the cover where it was. But standing there at the pianoforte, his hands resting on the top of it, his head bowed, he was suddenly smitten by a familiar tidal wave of panic. He felt the blood drain from his head, leaving it cold and clammy. He felt the breath cold in his nostrils, and so thin that there seemed not enough of it to inhale. He felt all the terror of the unending darkness, of the sure knowledge that if he closed his eyes, as he did now, and opened them again, as he did not, he would still be blind. Always and forever. With no reprieve. No light. Not ever. He fought to control his breathing, knowing from long experience of such episodes that if he lost control of it, he would soon be gasping for air, and even losing consciousness until he came out of his swoon. Perhaps alone. Perhaps, much worse, with someone hovering over him. But still sightless. He kept his eyes shut. He counted his breaths again, trying to concentrate upon them to the exclusion of all the thoughts that teemed and tumbled through his mind.
In. Out.
After a while he opened his eyes again and loosened his grip on the top of the pianoforte. He lifted his head. He would be damned, he thought, before he would allow the darkness to encroach upon his inner being. It was enough that it was there outside himself for all time. His own stupidity in battle had caused the outer darkness. He would not compound that youthful folly by allowing the light that was within him to be doused. He would live his life. He would live it to the full. He would make something of it and of himself. He would not give in to either depression or hopelessness. He would not. By God. He was desperately tired. That was the problem, he supposed, and it was easily solved. He would feel better after a bit of a sleep. He would continue his exploration of the house after that. He found the staircase with no trouble at all. And he found his way up it without mishap. He found his room without having to feel his way along the wall. He had done it in darkness on numerous occasions when he had sneaked out of the house, and in again before daylight. He turned the knob on his door and stepped inside the room. He hoped there were at least blankets on the bed. He was too tired to worry about sheets. But when he found the bed, he discovered that it was made up as if he had been expected, and he remembered his mother saying that she had left instructions with the biweekly cleaners that the house always be kept ready for the unexpected arrival of a family member. He removed his coat and boots and cravat and lay down gratefully between the sheets. He felt as if he could sleep for a week. Perhaps he would spend a week here, alone and quiet in these achingly familiar surroundings, unencumbered by any company other than Martin's. That should be enough time to get his head firmly on his shoulders so that he could go back to Middlebury Park to live, and not merely to drift onward. He had given instructions that the carriage be hidden from sight without delay. He had told Martin to inform anyone who asked that he had come alone to visit his parents at the smithy, and that his master had granted him permission to stay at Covington House. Martin would have to tell only one person, and within an hour everyone would know. No one would know he was here too. It all sounded like bliss. He fell asleep before he could fully enjoy the feeling.
2.
Vincent's arrival had not gone unobserved. Covington House was the last building at one end of the main street through the village. To the far side of it was a low hill covered with trees. There was a young woman on that hill, and among those trees. She wandered at all times of day about the countryside surrounding Barton Hall, where she lived with her aunt and uncle, Sir Clarence and Lady March, though she was not often out quite this early. But this morning she had woken when it was still dark and had been unable to get back to sleep. Her window was open, and a bird with a particularly strident call had obviously not noticed that dawn had not yet arrived. So, rather than shut her window and climb back into bed, she had dressed and come outside, chilly as the early morning air was, because there was something rare and lovely about watching the darkness lift away from another dawning day. And she had come here in particular because the trees housed dozens, perhaps hundreds, of birds, many of them with sweeter voices than the one that had awoken her, and they always sang most earnestly when they were heralding a new day. She stood very still so as not to disturb them, her back against the sturdy trunk of a beech tree, her arms stretched out about it behind her to enjoy its rough texture through her thin gloves, so thin, in fact, that the left thumb and right forefinger had already worn through. She drank in the beauty and peace of her surroundings and ignored the cold, which penetrated her almost threadbare cloak as if it were not even there, and set her fingers to tingling. She looked down upon Covington House, her favorite building in Barton Coombs. It was neither a mansion nor a cottage. It was not even a manor, but it was large and square and solid. It was also deserted, and had been since before she came here to live 2 years ago. It was still owned by the Hunt family, about whom she had heard many stories, perhaps because Vincent Hunt, the only son, had unexpectedly inherited a title and fortune a few years ago. It was the stuff of fairy tales, except that it had a sad component too, as many fairy tales did. She liked to look at the house and imagine it as it might have been when the Hunts lived there, the absent-minded but much-loved schoolmaster, his busy wife and 3 pretty daughters, and his exuberant, athletic, mischievous son, who was always the best at whatever sport was being played, and always at the forefront of any waggery that was brewing, and always adored by old and young alike, except by the Marches, against whom his pranks were most often directed. She liked to think that if she had lived here then, she would have been friends with the girls, and perhaps even with their brother, although they were all older than she. She liked to picture herself running in and out of Covington House without even knocking at the door, almost as if she belonged there. She liked to imagine that she would have attended the village school with all the other children, except Henrietta March, her cousin, who had been educated at home by a French governess. She was Sophia Fry, though her name was rarely used. She was known by her relatives, when she was known as anything at all, and perhaps by their servants too, as the Mouse. She lived at Barton Hall on sufferance, because there was nowhere else for her to go. Her father was dead, her mother had left them long ago and since died, her uncle, Sir Terence Fry, had never had anything to do with either her father or her, and the elder of her paternal aunts, to whom she had been sent first after her father's passing, had died 2 years ago. She felt sometimes that she inhabited a no-man's land between the family at Barton Hall and the servants, that she belonged with neither group and was noticed and cared about by neither. She consoled herself with the fact that her invisibility gave her some freedom at least. Henrietta was always hedged about with maids and chaperones and a vigilant mother and father, whose sole ambition for her was that she marry a titled gentleman, preferably a wealthy one, though that was not an essential qualification, as Sir Clarence was himself a rich man. Henrietta shared her parents' ambitions, with one notable exception. Sophia's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of horses approaching from beyond the village, and it was soon obvious that they were drawing some sort of carriage. It was very early in the day for travel. It was a stagecoach, perhaps? She stepped around the trunk of the tree and half hid behind it, though it was unlikely she would be seen from below. Her cloak was gray, her cotton bonnet nondescript in both style and color, and it was still not full daylight. She saw it was a private carriage, a very smart one. But before she could weave some story about it as it passed along the village street and out of sight, It slowed and turned onto the short driveway to Covington House. It stopped before the front doors. Her eyes widened. Could it be? The coachman jumped down from his perch and opened the carriage door and set down the steps. A man descended almost immediately, a young man, tall and rather burly. He looked around and said something to the coachman. Sophia could hear the rumble of his voice, but not what he said. And then they both turned to watch another man. He descended without assistance. He moved sure-footed and without hesitation. But it was instantly obvious to Sophia that his cane was not a mere fashion accessory, but something he used to help him find his way. She sucked in a breath and hoped, foolishly, that it was inaudible to the three men standing some distance below her. He had come. Then, as everyone had said he would. The blind Viscount Darleigh, once Vincent Hunt, had come home. Her aunt and uncle would be over the moon with gratification, for they had made up their minds that if and when he came, Henrietta would marry him. Henrietta, on the other hand, would not be gratified. For once in her life, she was opposed to her parents' dearest wish. She had declared more than once in Sophia's hearing that she would rather die a spinster at the age of 80 than marry a blind man with a ruined face, even if he was a viscount, and even if he was far more wealthy than her papa. Viscount Darleigh, Sophia was convinced that the new arrival must be he, was clearly a young man. He was not particularly tall, and he had a slight, graceful build. He carried himself well. He did not hunch over his cane or paw the air with his free hand. He was neatly, elegantly clad. Her lips parted as she gazed down at him. She wondered how much of the old Vincent Hunt was still present in the blind Viscount Darleigh. He had descended from his carriage without assistance. That fact pleased her. She could not see his face. His tall hat hid it from her view.
Poor gentleman. She wondered just how disfigured it was.
He and the burly man stood on the driveway for a few minutes while the coachman went striding off to the back of the house and returned with what must be the key, for he bent to the lock of the front door, and within moments it swung open. Viscount Darleigh ascended the steps before the door, again unassisted, and disappeared inside with the larger man behind him. Sophia stood watching for another few minutes. But there was nothing more to see except the coachman taking the horse and carriage to the stables and coach house. She turned away and made her way back in the direction of Barton Hall. Standing still had thoroughly chilled her. She would not tell anyone he had arrived. She decided. No one ever spoke to her anyway or expected her to volunteer any information or opinion. Doubtless everyone would know soon enough. Unfortunately for Vincent and his hope for a quiet stay at Covington House, Sophia Fry was not the only person who observed his arrival. A farm laborer, on his way to milk cows, had the distinct good fortune, of which he boasted to his colleagues for days to come, of witnessing the arrival of Viscount Darleigh's carriage at Covington House. He had stayed, at the expense of the waiting cows, to watch Vincent Hunt that was descend after Martin Fisk, the blacksmith's son. By 7 o'clock in the morning he had told his wife, having dashed back home for that sole purpose, his baby son, who was profoundly uninterested in the momentous news, his fellow laborers, the blacksmith and the blacksmith's wife, and Mr. Carey, who had come in early to the smithy, because one of his horses had cast a shoe late the evening before. By 8 o'clock, the farm laborers and the original farm laborer's wife had told everyone they knew, or at least those of that category who came within hailing distance. Mr. Carey had told the butcher and the vicar and his aged mother. The blacksmith's wife, ecstatic that her son was back home in the capacity of valet to Viscount Darleigh, Vincent Hunt that was, had dashed off to the baker's to replenish her supply of flour and had told the baker and his 2 assistants and 3 other early customers. And the blacksmith, also bursting with pride even though he spoke with head-shaking disparagement of his son, the valet, told his apprentice, when that lad arrived late for work and for once did not have to recite a litany of excuses, and Sir Clarence March's groom, and the vicar, who heard the news for the second time in a quarter of an hour, but appeared equally ecstatic both times. By 9 o'clock it would have been difficult to discover a single person within Barton Coombs, or a 3-mile radius surrounding it, who did not know that Viscount Darleigh, Vincent Hunt that was, had arrived at Covington House when dawn had barely cracked its knuckles, and had not left it since. Though if he had arrived that early, Miss Waddell observed to Mrs. Parsons, wife of the aptly named vicar, when the two ladies encountered each other across the hedge separating their back gardens, he must have been travelling all night and was enjoying a well-deserved rest, poor gentleman. It would not be kind to call upon him too early. She would inform the reception committee.
Poor dear gentleman.
The vicar rehearsed his speech of welcome and wondered if it was too formal. For, after all, Viscount Darleigh had once been just the sunny-natured, mischievous son of the village schoolmaster. He was, in addition to everything else, though, a war hero. And he did now have that very impressive title. Better to err on the side of formality, he decided, than risk appearing overfamiliar. Mrs. Fiske baked the bread rolls and cakes she had been planning in her head for weeks. Her son, her beloved only child, was back home, not to mention Viscount Darleigh, that bright and happy boy who had used to run wild with Martin and drag him into all sorts of scrapes. Not that Martin had taken much dragging. Poor boy. Poor gentleman. She sniffed and wiped away a tear with the back of her floury hand. At 10 o'clock the young Mrs. Granger called upon the equally young Miss Hamilton to discover what she planned to wear to the assembly, which would surely happen now that Lord Darleigh had come. The three of them proceeded to reminisce about Vincent Hunt that was winning all the races at the annual village fete by a mile and bowling out every cricketer on the opposing team who had the courage and audacity to come up to bat against him, and looking so very handsome, with his always overlong fair curls and his blue eyes and his lithe physique. And always smiling his lovely smile, even at them, though they had been just little girls at the time. He had always smiled at everyone. That last memory drew tears from all of them. For now Viscount Darleigh would never win any race or bowl at any cricket game or look handsome, or perhaps even smile at anyone. He would not even be able to dance at the assembly. They could conceive of no worse fate than that. Vincent would have been horrified to know that, in fact, his arrival in Barton Coombs had been expected. Or, if that was too strong a word, then at least it had been looked for with eager hope and cautious anticipation. For Vincent had forgotten two overwhelmingly significant facts about his mother and his sisters. One was that they were all inveterate letter-writers. The other was that they had all had numerous friends at Barton Coombs and had not simply relinquished those friends when they moved away. They might not be able to visit them daily, as they had been used to do, but they could and did write to them. His mother had not been reassured by the 2 notes that had arrived, scrawled in the inelegant hand of Martin Fiske. She had not sat back and waited for her son to come home. Rather, she had done all in her power to discover where he was. Most of her guesses were quite wide of the mark. But one was that Vincent might return to Barton Coombs, where he had spent his boyhood and been happy, where he had so many friends and so many friendly acquaintances, where he would be comfortable and would be made much of. Indeed, the more she thought of it, the more convinced she became that if he was not already there, he would end up there sooner or later. She wrote letters. She always wrote letters anyway. It came naturally to her. And Amy, Ellen, and Ursula wrote letters too, though they were not as convinced as their mother that Vincent would go to Barton Coombs. It was more likely that he had gone back to Cornwall, where he always seemed to be so happy. Or perhaps to Scotland or the Lake District, where he could escape their matchmaking clutches. All 3 of Vincent's sisters rather regretted the aggressive manner in which they had pressed Miss Dean upon him. She obviously was not for him, or he for her. It had not escaped their notice that rather than looking mortified when it was discovered that he was gone, she had been hard-pressed not to look openly relieved. However, it was Long before Vincent actually did arrive in Barton Coombs, there was scarcely a person there who did not know for a near certainty that he would come. The only question that had caused any real anxiety was when. Everyone, almost without exception, was enraptured as the news spread through the village, and beyond that the wait was at an end. He was here. The most notable exception to the general mood of rapture was Henrietta March. She was horror-struck. "Vincent Hunt," she cried. "Viscount Darleigh." "My love," her mother reminded her. "Of Middlebury Park in Gloucestershire," her father added. With an income of $20,000 a year, at a conservative estimate, and 2 blind eyes and a deformed face, Henrietta retorted. You would not have to look at him," her father told her. "Middlebury Park is big enough, or so I have heard. Far larger than this. And you would need to spend time in London as a fashionable viscountess. It would be expected of you. He would hardly go with you." "Would he?" "And you would want to visit here. He will not want to come too often to be subjected to that Waddell woman each time, not to mention the vicar and all the other sycophants who live in the neighborhood." The mouse, who sat in her corner of the March drawing-room darning pillowcases, looked sharply and incautiously across the room at him. Sycophants? Other people? Had her uncle not looked in a glass lately? But she lowered her head quickly before he noticed her. She certainly did not want to be caught staring, especially staring incredulously. Besides, she needed her eyes for her darning. She did not particularly mind being the mouse in the corner. She had, in fact, cultivated invisibility for most of her life. While her mother had still lived with her and her father, a time she remembered only dimly, there had been almost daily and nightly arguments and even fights from which she had withdrawn into the dimmest corner of whatever rooms they had happened to be occupying at the time. And after her mother left, never to return, when she was 5, she had kept well clear of her father when he came home in his cups, though he had never been a violent man, and it had not happened with any great frequency. More often, it was his boisterous friends from whom she had hidden when they had come home with her father to carouse and play their card games instead of going elsewhere. They had had a tendency to chuck her under the chin and bounce her on their knees when she was young, and she had always looked younger than her years. And then there had been landlords to hide from when they were slipping away from yet another set of rooms for which they were in arrears on the rent, and merchants and bailiffs who came looking for payment of various debts. She had spent most of her childhood, in fact, trying to be invisible and silent so that no one would notice her. Her father, the younger son of a baronet, had been one of those gentlemen who had looks and charm and even intelligence to spare. He had taught his daughter to read and write and figure, but who lacked any ability to cope with life. His dreams had always been as big and wide as the ocean, but dreams were not reality. They did not put a permanent roof over their heads or a regular supply of food in their stomachs. Sophia had adored him. Occasional drunken sprees and all. She had been content to be invisible to Aunt Mary, her father's elder sister, to whom she had been sent after his death, even though she was 15 at the time. For Aunt Mary had raked her from head to toe with one contemptuous look upon her arrival and pronounced her impossible. She had proceeded to treat her accordingly. She had virtually ignored her, in other words. But at least she had allowed her to stay, and she had provided her with the basic necessities of life. And being ignored was actually better than being noticed. Experience had taught her during those years with Aunt Mary. For the only friendship she had ever enjoyed, the only romance that had ever stirred her heart, had been brief and intense and ultimately soul-shattering. And then Aunt Mary had died suddenly after Sophia had lived with her for 3 years, and Sophia had been taken in by Aunt Martha, who had never pretended to look upon her as anything more than a glorified maid who must nevertheless be suffered to dine and sit with the family when they were at home. Only very occasionally did Aunt Martha call her by name. Sir Clarence did not call her anything except, sometimes, the mouse. Henrietta seemed unaware of her very existence. But she did not want to be visible to any of them. She did not like them, even though she was grateful to them for giving her a home. Sophia sighed, careful to make no sound. Sometimes she might almost have forgotten her own name if it were not for the fact that she was the mouse only to the depth of her skin, not even so deep, actually. Inside, she was not a mouse at all. But no one knew that except her. It was a secret she rather enjoyed hugging to herself. Except that she worried sometimes about the future, which stretched long and bleak ahead of her with no prospect of change, the lot of poor female relatives everywhere. Sometimes she wished she had not been born a lady and could have sought employment on the death of her father. But it was not considered genteel for ladies to work, not while they had relatives to take them in anyway. Viscount Darleigh will no doubt be more than happy to marry you. Henrietta, Sir Clarence March said. He is not quite a marquis. Heir to a dukedom. As Raeburn was. It is true. But he is a viscount. Papa, Henrietta wailed. It would be intolerable. Even apart from his wrecked face and his blind eyes. The very thought of which make me feel bilious and vaporish. He is Vincent Hunt. I could not so demean myself. He was Vincent Hunt, her mother reminded her. He is now Viscount Darleigh, my love. There is a world of difference. It still amazes me that his father lived here all those years as the village schoolmaster, the not very well-to-do schoolmaster, I might add. And we never suspected that he was the younger brother of a viscount. We might never have known it if the viscount and his son had not been obliging enough to die and leave Vincent Hunt the title. Why they stood up to a gang of highwaymen instead of simply relinquishing their valuables, I will never understand. But it is your good fortune that they did, and were shot. This is a perfect opportunity for you, my love, and will enable you to hold your head high in society again. Again? She never had to hang her head, Sir Clarence said sharply, frowning at his wife. That dashed Raeburn. He thought to cut our Henrietta in the middle of a crowded ballroom.
Well,
she showed him. Sophia had not been present at that particular ball. She had never been present at any ball for that matter. But she had been in London, and she had pieced together what she believed to be the real story about Henrietta and the Marquis of Raeburn. When Henrietta and her mamma had approached him at the Styles ball, he had turned his back and pretended not to see them coming, making a loud remark to his group to the effect that it was sometimes near impossible to avoid determined mammas and their pathetic daughters. After Henrietta had spent half an hour in the ladies' withdrawing room with her mamma, where the latter had had to be plied with smelling salts and brandy, she had emerged in order to slink off home. Several people had heard that remark. And doubtless by then everyone knew of it, and had the misfortune to come face to face with the Marquis himself. To her credit, she had stuck her nose in the air and asked her mother if she knew the source of that nasty odor. Unfortunately for her, because it might well have been a splendid set-down, the Marquis and his cronies had seen fit to find her remark uproariously funny, and doubtless the whole ballroom found it hilarious within a quarter of an hour. Sophia had felt almost sorry for her cousin that night.
Indeed.
If Henrietta had told the full truth of the incident, which Sophia learned from listening to the servants, she might have felt all the way sorry for her. At least for a while. I shall call at Kivington House without further delay, Sir Clarence said, getting to his feet after consulting his pocket watch. Before anyone else gets there first. I dare say that bore of a vicar will be there before luncheon with one of his speeches, and that fool of a Waddell woman will be there with her welcoming committee. And you will be there. The mouse commented silently. To offer your daughter in marriage. I shall invite him for dinner, Sir Clarence announced. Have a talk with the cook? Martha. Make sure she puts on something special this evening. But what does one serve a blind man? His wife asked, looking dismayed. Papa. Henrietta's voice was trembling. You cannot expect me to marry a blind man with no face. You cannot expect me to marry Vincent Hunt. Not after the way he always played the most atrocious tricks on you. Boyish high spirits, her father said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Listen to me, Henrietta. You have just been presented with this wonderful opportunity, as if on a platter. It is as if we were brought home early from London for just this purpose. We will have him here this evening, and we will look him over. He won't be able to see us doing it after all, will he?" He looked pleased with his little joke, though he did not laugh. Sir Clarence March rarely did. He was too puffed up with his own consequence. Sophia thought with unrepentant malice. "If he passes muster," Sir Clarence continued, "then you will have him, Henrietta. This year was your third season in London, my girl. Your third. And somehow, though not through any fault of your own, it is true, you lost your chance for a baron the first year, an earl the second, and a marquis this year. A season does not come cheap. And you do not grow younger. And pretty soon, if it has not happened already, you are going to be known as the young lady who cannot keep a suitor when she has won. Well, my girl, we will show them." He beamed at his wife and daughter, and ignored the mouse, and seemed totally oblivious to the devastated look on Henrietta's face and the mortified one on his wife's. And off he went to net a viscount for Henrietta. Sophia felt sorry for Viscount Darleigh, though perhaps, she conceded, he did not deserve her pity. She did not know anything about him, after all, except what she had learned about his alter ego, Vincent Hunt, when he had been just a boy. Though she did know that he was neat and elegant, and independent enough not to have to be led everywhere by his servants. At least this evening promised to be a little less tedious than life usually was. She would have a viscount to gaze upon, even if seeing his face should make her want to vomit or faint, like Henrietta. And she would be able to observe the early progress of a courtship. It should be mildly entertaining. She slipped away after Sir Clarence had left and ran upstairs for her sketch pad and charcoal, prized possessions since she was not granted any regular pin money. She had taken them from Henrietta's long-abandoned schoolroom. She would go out to the woods behind the house, where she could be out of sight, and sketch a large, blustering man with huge chest and biceps and puny head and spindly legs towering over a cowering little man with bandaged eyes and holding a wedding ring aloft in a pudgy hand, while two women, one large and middle-aged, the other young and willowy, stood off to one side, the plump one looking triumphant, the young one looking tragic. As always, she would place a grinning little mouse in the bottom right-hand corner. 3. "I was firm," Vincent protested, his chin raised as Martin tied his neckcloth in a manner suitable for evening wear. "I refused to go there for dinner. I don't suppose anyone quite understands how tricky it is chasing food about on one's plate without knowing quite what food it is one chases while holding a polite conversation at the same time, and wondering if one has dribbled gravy down one's chin or onto one's cravat." Martin was not to be deterred. "If you had been firm," he said, "you would not have gone at all. Old March, for the love of God, and Lady March, and Miss Henrietta March. Need I say more?" "If you do," Vincent said, "you may well run out of italics and exclamation points." Martin. Yes. They were a haughty trio, and treated the rest of us lowly mortals as if we were worms beneath their feet. But we had a great deal of sport out of them, and must not complain. "Do you remember the time his nibs set up that stone bust of supposedly ancient Roman origin on a pedestal in his courtyard?" Martin asked, and invited all the neighborhood to gather around at a respectful distance while it was unveiled with great pomp and ceremony. And then, when old March pulled off the cover with a grand flourish, everyone except the Marches themselves collapsed in a heap of mirth. I'll never forget that bright blue, winking eyelid with long black eyelashes, or the scarlet upcurling lips. "You excelled yourself with that one." They snickered, and then outright guffawed for a while at the memory of that winking, leering monstrosity of stone. "Yes, well," Vincent said, "I almost got caught that time, you know. When I was getting back into the house through the cellar window, the keg beneath it wobbled and would have fallen with a crash if I had not hurled myself beneath it and deadened the sound. I nursed a good few bruised ribs for the following week or so. But the suffering was worth it.
Ah,
Those were the days, Martin said fondly, indicating with a tap on Vincent's shoulder that he was ready to go. And now you're going to pay them an evening call. You are capitulating to the enemy. I was taken aback when March knocked on the door, Vincent said, and was not thinking straight. I was still half asleep. You must have been, Martin said. There I was at the door, explaining to his nibs that he was mistaken, that I had come alone to Barton Coombs to visit my mam and dad, and was staying here with your permission, and there you were walking down the stairs behind me as bold as brass, in full view from the door. To make a liar out of me. It is the mark of a good butler, Vincent said, that he can lie with a straight face and perfect conviction. I am not your butler, Martin reminded him. And what would you have been even if I were? An optical illusion? You had better come down to the kitchen and have some of the rabbit stew I made and some of Mam's fresh bread before you go. She loaded me down with enough to feed the 5,000. Vincent got to his feet and sighed, and then laughed again. This morning had been like a well-rehearsed farce, and had left him wondering if the village was ringed about 24 hours a day with lookouts whose sole task was to give instant notice of the approach of any and all comers. Sir Clarence March had come soon after 11, all puffed up with his own importance and magnanimity. Nothing had changed there in 6 years. He had left, in some haste, only when a seeming army of ladies had arrived to welcome Vincent home. Miss Waddell had been the spokesperson, but she had named each of the other ladies in a slow, distinct voice and repeated the list after he had invited them all to be seated, just before he remembered the Holland covers. But they had been removed, he discovered when he sat down himself. Then, before the ladies could settle into any flow of conversation, the vicar had arrived, though his wife, who was a member of Miss Waddell's committee, had scolded him before everyone with a reminder that he had known the ladies were coming at 11:15 and ought to have waited until at least 11:45 before coming himself.
poor.
Dear Lord Darleigh will be feeling quite overwhelmed. Joseph, she had told him. Not at all, Vincent had assured them, smelling coffee and hearing the rattle of china as Martin carried in a tray. How delightful it is to receive such a warm welcome. He had been rather glad he had not been able to see the expression on Martin's face. Several minutes later, just as the Reverend Parsons was setting the finishing touches to his windy welcome speech, Mr. Carey had arrived with elderly Mrs.
Carey,
his mother, and the volume of conversation had increased considerably,
for she was deaf.
At the first slight lull in the chatter, perhaps 20 minutes after that, Miss Waddell had delivered her piece de resistance. There was to be an assembly tomorrow evening, she had announced, in the assembly rooms above the Foaming Tankard Inn, and dear Viscount Darleigh was to be the guest of honor. And at last light had dawned in Vincent's brain. His mother and his sisters. They had guessed he might come here, and they had probably used a pot of ink apiece writing letters to everyone they knew in Barton Coombs and within a few miles of its outer bounds. So much for his few days of quiet relaxation. With a smile on his face and thanks on his lips, he had suffered ladies dashing at him from all directions, to pour his coffee, to position his napkin on his lap, to lift his cup and saucer from the tray and set them on the table beside him where he could easily reach them, to set them in his hand a moment later lest he have difficulty finding them on the side table, to choose the best cake from the plate of Mrs. Fisk's offerings and set it on his plate, to set his plate in his other hand, to set his cup and saucer back down on the table so that he would have one hand free to eat his cake. There were some amused titterings over that. They would have eaten and drunk for him, if they could. He had forced himself to remember that their ministrations were kindly meant. But an assembly? A dance? And right now, this evening, a private evening visit to the Marches at Barton Hall. Perhaps, he thought in one moment of weakness, he ought to have married Miss Dean a month or so ago and put himself out of his misery. Lady March had been relieved to learn that Viscount Darleigh was not coming to dinner. Henrietta was disappointed that he was coming at all. But neither lady had been able to get any further information from Sir Clarence when they had asked about his lordship's appearance and demeanor. He had merely smirked and looked self-important and told them that they would see. Which is more than Darleigh is able to do, he had added, his smirk widening and deepening, making him look like the cartoon Sophia had drawn of him the evening Henrietta had first danced with the Marquis of Raeburn. Henrietta picked at her food during dinner. She was dressed for the evening in her silver shot silk ball gown, an extravagance for an evening in the country, perhaps, but suited to the grandness of the occasion, her mamma assured her. For tonight a viscount was coming to call, and such an opportunity might not come again. Aunt Martha was looking rather formidable in purple satin with matching turban and tall, nodding plumes. Sir Clarence could not turn his head more than an inch in either direction. If he did, he would be in dire danger of piercing an eyeball with a starched shirt-point. How silly they all looked, especially when their expected guest was a blind man. Oh, how Sophia's fingers itched for her charcoal. She herself was wearing one of Henrietta's cast-off day dresses, which she had cut down to size. In the process, of course, she had completely destroyed any style and flow the dress had once had, for she was very much smaller than Henrietta in every imaginable way. Sophia did not go so far as to tell herself that it was a good thing Lord Darleigh was blind. That would be cruel, and it would presuppose the ludicrous notion that he might notice her, if he could see. But truly she looked like someone's abandoned scarecrow. At the precise moment the guest was expected, there were the sounds of carriage wheels and horses' hooves and creaking, jingling harness from the courtyard below the drawing-room. And everyone except Sophia leapt to their feet and smoothed out skirts and checked that plumes had not wilted and straightened a cravat and cleared throats and looked nervous and then smiled with gracious ease as they turned in a body toward the opening door. Lord Darleigh, the butler announced in tones a majordomo in Carlton House might envy. And in stepped two men, the one with an arm drawn through the other's before he slid it free, and the other took a step back, then disappeared behind the closing door with the butler. The other man was the burly one who had stepped first out of the carriage this morning. Sir Clarence and Aunt Martha made a rush for the remaining gentleman and made a great to-do about helping him to a chair and seating him on it. Sir Clarence boomed pompously, and Aunt Martha spoke in the sort of voice she might have used to an ailing infant or a harmless imbecile. Sophia did not notice what Henrietta did in the meanwhile. She herself was too caught up in a personal moment of surprise. And, quite frankly, she stared. It was a good thing he was blind and would not notice. For Viscount Darleigh was everything she had observed this morning and more. He was not particularly tall, and he was graceful and elegant. He also looked well-shaped and well-muscled in all the right places, as though he lived a vigorous life and was fit, even athletic. He was dressed for evening with perfect good taste and no ostentation. He was, in fact, really quite gorgeous, and Sophia felt foolishly smitten. And that was just her reaction to what she saw below his neck. It was what she saw above his neck that caused her to stare in such surprise. Though he had fair hair, a little long for fashion, perhaps, but perfectly suited to him. For it waved softly and was a little disordered, attractively disordered. It looked shiny and healthy. And his face, well, it was not ruined after all. There was not even the merest scar to mar its beauty. And it was beautiful. She did not really consider individual features, but the whole was wonderfully pleasing, for it looked like a good-humored face that smiled often, though he surely could not be feeling very happy at the moment about being so fussed. Surely, Once he had been shown to a chair, he could have bent his knees and lowered himself safely to the seat without having to be hauled and maneuvered there. Oh, but there was one feature of his flawless face upon which Sophia's eyes focused, one feature that raised it above the ranks of the merely good-humored and good-looking and accounted for his almost breathtaking beauty.
His eyes.
They were large and wide and very blue, and they were fringed with eyelashes any girl might envy, though there was nothing even remotely effeminate about them. Or about him. He was every inch a man. A thought that caught her by surprise and suspended her breath for a moment, for she did not have any idea what the thought meant. She gazed at him in wonder and awe and retreated a little farther into her corner, if that was possible. She found him utterly, totally intimidating, as though he were a creature who inhabited another world from her own. She had depicted him in her cartoon earlier as a small man with a bandaged face. She would never do that again. Cartoons were for people over whom she wished to indulge a private and not always kindly laugh. He looked up at his hosts with those blue eyes. And he looked at Henrietta when Sir Clarence drew her forward to introduce her, or rather reintroduce her. "You remember our dear Henrietta, Darleigh," he said with bluff heartiness. "She is all grown up, leading her mother a merry dance, and being a naughty puss for her father. She has been taken to town for the past 3 seasons, and might have married dukes and marquises and earls by the dozen. Enough of them have sighed over her and paid court to her. I would have you know, but nothing will do, but she must hold herself aloof for that special gentleman who will come along to sweep her off her feet. And you know, Papa, she says, I am as likely to find him at our own home in the country as I am in the ballrooms of the Tun in London. Can you imagine that, Darleigh? Where is she likely to discover her special gentleman in Barton Coombs?" He did not often laugh. Sophia reflected. But when he did, everyone else cringed. Aunt Martha cringed and smiled graciously. Henrietta cringed and blushed, and gazed in raptures at the unmarked face of the man she had declared she would never marry if he was the last man on earth. He really was blind, Sophia decided from her quiet corner of the room. She had doubted it for a moment. It had seemed impossible. But he had got to his feet again in order to bow to Henrietta, and although he appeared to be looking directly at her, in reality he was gazing just above the level of her right shoulder. "If Miss March is as beautiful as she was 6 years ago," he said, "and I dare say she is more beautiful as she was just a girl then, I am not surprised that she has been so besieged by admirers in London." He was oily, Sophia thought, frowning in disappointment. Or perhaps he was just being polite. Everyone sat down and launched into stilted, over-hearty conversation, at least the 3 Marches did. Lord Darleigh merely made the appropriate responses and smiled. He was being polite, Sophia decided after a few minutes. He was not oily at all. He was behaving like a gentleman. She was relieved. She felt predisposed to like him. He had been an officer in an artillery regiment during the Peninsular Wars, she had learned. A very young officer. He had been blinded in battle. It was only later that he had inherited his title and fortune from an uncle. It was a good thing, too, for there had been very little money in the family. Recently, he had left his home in Gloucestershire after his mother and sisters had tried to force a bride upon him. They had all been agreed that it would be best for him, for any number of reasons, if he had a wife to care for him. Clearly he had disagreed, either with the general principle or with their specific choice. He had stayed away for some time, and no one had known where he was until he had arrived at Kivington House this morning, as Mrs. Hunt had predicted he would in letters she had written to various ladies in the village. He had once been plain Vincent Hunt, and Sophia had weaved stories about him. He had been a leader among the youth of the village, good at all sports and the ringleader of all mischief. One night, for example, after Sir Clarence had boasted of a red carpet he had walked across to enter some grand house in London, he had painted the steps outside the front doors of Barton Hall a scarlet red. Now he was a very grand gentleman with a different, imposing name. And he was a very well-mannered gentleman, too. He scarcely stopped smiling and making polite, non-committal replies to all the pomposity that was being said to him, despite the fact that Aunt Martha and Sir Clarence were almost openly and really quite embarrassingly courting him, and Henrietta was simpering. It was actually rather hard to simper effectively before a blind man, but she was doing quite well at it. When the conversation finally threatened to flag, Henrietta was sent to the pianoforte to dazzle the Viscount with her talent on the keyboard. And then she was directed to sing as she played, and went through a repertoire of 5 songs before remembering that the music for the 6th, her particular favorite, was in her mother's private sitting room, where she had been practicing earlier in the day. "Go up and fetch it," her mother said, turning her head in Sophia's direction. "Yes, Aunt," Sophia murmured as she got to her feet. And she was aware of Viscount Darleigh, a look of slight surprise on his face as he raised his eyebrows and turned his eyes her way. She would have sworn he was looking directly at her, though she knew it could not be so. But for that moment before she left the room, she felt a little less anonymous than usual, and she found, before she reached the staircase, that she was scurrying rather than walking like a dignified lady. They had not, of course, been introduced. "When you stepped into the drawing-room with me," Vincent asked as the carriage swayed its way over the short distance between Barton Hall and Kivington House, "was there someone else there in addition to Sir Clarence and Lady March and Miss March?" There was a pause, during which Martin was presumably thinking. "Apart from the butler?" "You mean?" "A woman," Vincent said. "I can't say I noticed," Martin told him. "Someone was sent for more music," Vincent said, "and she said yes, Aunt, before going. It was the first and last I heard of her all evening. She must walk very softly, for I did not hear her return. Though the music certainly arrived. She was obviously not a servant. She called Lady March Aunt, but we were not introduced. Is that not strange?" "A poor relation?" Martin suggested. "I dare say," Vincent agreed. "But it would have been good manners to introduce her to a guest anyway." "Would it not?" "Not necessarily if you were March," Martin said. "Go up and fetch it." "Her aunt told her when Miss March wanted the music," Vincent said. There was no please. And, worse, there was no name. Martin said. "You are not betrothed yet by any chance, are you?" "They have serious designs on you," Martin told him. "Be warned. The servants are not very close-lipped in that house. A sure sign the Marches don't inspire a great deal of loyalty." "Serious designs," Vincent said. "Yes. I believe the servants may be right about that. I shall tread with great care during the coming days. In particular, if I should happen to hear the fateful words 'I understand,' and 'I do not mind' come from Miss March's lips, I shall flee to the tip of Land's End." "You had better have a boat with you," Martin said. That might not be far enough. They were home already. What a very strange day it had been. He had arrived here before dawn with a happy idea of relaxing quietly for a few days and doing some serious thinking before going back home to Middlebury Park to take command of the rest of his life. And then, he laughed as Handrai set down the steps of the carriage, and he climbed down outside his front door, without assistance. "Miss Waddell and her welcoming committees," he said. "I was upset you did not invite me to come and listen to the vicar's welcome," Martin said. They both snorted with laughter. "Actually, you know," Vincent said as he made his way up the steps to the front door, "it was touching. They were all so much a part of the fabric of our childhood, Martin. And kindlier, more well-meaning people one could not hope to encounter. It is unkind of us to laugh at them. Except that our laughter is well-meant too. We were fortunate to grow up here. That we were, Martin agreed cheerfully. There are some of Ma'am's cakes left.
Sir.
Would you like one or two with a drink? Hot milk. If there is some.
Please.
Martin, Vincent said, making his way to the sitting room. And one cake.
Please.
Your mother has certainly not lost her touch. Has she? One of her cakes is worth 4 of anyone else's.
Goodness.
He must be feeling nostalgic. What had he just asked for? Hot milk. He was actually glad he had been discovered here. He had been a bit ashamed or embarrassed or something to be seen blind like this when these people had known him as he used to be. But that had been foolish of him. His morning visitors had been kind and, solicitous though they had been over his blindness, they had still treated him as a thinking, functioning adult. They had been happy to reminisce about the past, when his father was schoolmaster here, and his mother was active in the church and the community, and Vincent and his sisters had been growing up with all the other village children and getting into all sorts of mischief with them. Vincent, too, had been happy to remember and had joined in the conversation with some enthusiasm. He sighed as he sat back in his chair by the fireplace. Dash it. But he was tired. Tired without having even exercised today. That, no doubt, was part of the problem. And tomorrow evening there was to be an assembly at the Foaming Tankard. Vincent grinned as he remembered the petition Miss Waddell had coaxed 11 people to sign protesting the name of the inn when it changed hands. Vincent must have been about 6 at the time. The inn had once been the respectably named Rose and Crown. An assembly. In his honor. He tipped back his head and laughed aloud. Who but the citizens of Barton Coombs would put on a dance for a blind man? He must not relax too much into this unexpectedly pleasant interlude, though, he thought as Martin brought in his milk and cake. For Sir Clarence March had made it perfectly clear that his daughter would welcome a marriage proposal from him, and Lady March had extolled her daughter's virtues and accomplishments. Miss March herself had simpered. They all meant to have him, and what the Marches wanted, they often got, though they had obviously failed miserably with a few dozen dukes and marquises and earls. Were there that many in existence, even if one included the married ones?
He was going to have to watch himself.
Henrietta March had been exquisitely pretty as a girl and had shown promise of extraordinary beauty when Vincent last saw her.
She must have been about 15 at the time.
She was dark-haired, dark-eyed, and shapely, and she had always been fashionably, expensively clad in clothes made by a dressmaker, or modiste in Sir Clarence's vocabulary, who came down from London twice a year. Miss March had always had a French nurse and a French governess, and had never mingled with the children of the village. The closest she had ever come to conversing with them was at her birthday parties, when she stood in a receiving line with her mamma and papa and nodded and murmured graciously in acknowledgement of the birthday greetings of all those who filed respectfully by. Vincent might have felt sorry for her if she had not embraced haughtiness and an air of superiority quite independently of her parents. And his guess was that she had not changed. Certainly, she had shown no sign of it this evening. That music her mother had sent for had arrived, but she had not uttered a word of thanks to the mystery woman who had brought it. Her cousin? Who was she? She had not even been introduced to him or been included in any of the conversation. Her only spoken words all evening had been yes.
Aunt.
But she must have been there all the time. He felt rather indignant on her behalf. Whoever she was apparently a member of the family. Yet she had been ignored except when there was an errand to be run. She had sat all evening as quiet as a mouse. It ought not to bother him. He reached for his glass of milk, having finished the cake, and drained it. Good Lord, it had been a ghastly evening. The conversation had been pompous and insipid, the music less than distinguished. While he might happily have endured both if the Marches had been amiable people whom he had once liked, he felt no guilt about looking back on the evening with a shudder of distaste. If he had returned to the village today as plain Vincent Hunt, they would not have deigned to recognize his existence. Did a title make all the difference? It was a rhetorical question. It was time for bed. He wondered how long it would be before his mother was informed of his whereabouts. He would wager that at least a dozen letters had been written and sent on their way today. Everyone would want the distinction of being the first to tell her. 4. There had been several assemblies since Sophia came to Barton Hall to live, but her uncle and aunt and cousin had not attended any of them. It would have been far beneath their dignity to make an appearance and to dance at the foaming tankard, and even if attendance had been reserved to those with some claim to gentility. But village assemblies would not have been worth holding if they had not been open to anyone who cared to go. The thought of rubbing shoulders with a farm laborer or the butcher or the blacksmith was enough to give Aunt Martha the vapors, she had once declared. Hence Sophia had never attended any of the assemblies either. All that was about to change, though. For tonight's assembly was in honor of Viscount Darleigh, and Sir Clarence and Aunt Martha had decided that somehow, by fair means or foul, Henrietta was going to become Viscountess Darleigh of Middlebury Park in Gloucestershire, with £20,000 or so a year at her disposal. Since last evening Henrietta herself had done a complete about-face and now declared that the Viscount was by far the most handsome, most genteel, most charming, most everything else that was wonderful of all the gentlemen she had ever met. He had certainly changed since the days when he had been that horrid Vincent Hunt. "Tonight you must seize your chance in both hands, my love," Aunt Martha said, "for we do not know how long Viscount Darleigh plans to stay at Kivington House. He will not dance, of course. You must refuse to dance too, for of course there will be no one else there worth dancing with. And you must spend the time talking with him. If the weather holds, and it looks as if it is going to be a beautiful day, you must suggest a stroll in the outdoors. The assembly rooms are certain to be stuffy, and you must be sure to keep him outside long enough that people will remark upon it. And remark upon it they will. For as the guest of honor, he will have everyone's attention focused upon him. He will feel obliged to do the decent thing, you may be sure, and call upon Papa tomorrow morning, for everyone will expect it of him, and he surely values the good opinion of his former neighbors. Your mother will plan a summer wedding," Sir Clarence added, clasping the lapels of his coat with both hands and looking pleased with the world. "Perhaps in London with half the ton in attendance. Though almost everyone leaves town in the summer, I am sure they would return for such an illustrious event." Sophia was going to the assembly too. She had not been told she might go, and she had not asked. But the village assemblies were for everyone. No invitations were sent out. She was going to go even if she had to walk to the inn. In fact, that was what she would do anyway, for if Aunt Martha knew she intended to go, she might try to stop her. They could not stop her from going if she was already there, could they? And how could they even express annoyance afterward when everyone else would be there too? And it was not as if she was going to create a scene. She would be going strictly as an observer. She would find an obscure corner and fade into it. She was an expert at that. She was going to go. Her heart thudded in her chest as soon as the decision had been made while she was sitting at the breakfast table, for she never went anywhere. Not to any social event, anyway. She had gone to London for the last 2 seasons, for the simple reason that she could not very well have been left alone at Barton Hall. But she had not attended any of the parties or concerts or balls her aunt and Henrietta had gone to every day.
How could she?
Aunt Martha had said on the only occasion she had alluded to the fact. It was hard enough being the sister and niece of a gentleman who had been killed in a duel for cuckolding an earl, a shocking and humiliating event that had only been the final chapter in a less than illustrious career. They would never be able to hold up their heads if they were seen to be harboring his daughter, especially when she looked as she did. Sophia had one dress that was marginally suitable for evening wear. It had been made for Henrietta when she was 14 or 15 and had been worn once, to her birthday party that year. It had not needed to be altered quite as much as the other hand-me-downs that had come Sophia's way. It was a pink and cream striped muslin, and still had some shape even after Sophia had shortened it and taken it in at the seams. It was not ravishingly pretty, and its design was no doubt woefully out of date, but this was no grand London ball that she was going to attend. It was a village assembly. There would surely be other women more plainly dressed than she, or at least as plainly. She walked to the foaming tankard after the other three had left in the carriage, thankful that it was neither a cold nor a wet night.
Nor windy.
She felt rather excited. She did not expect to dance, of course, or to converse. Nobody knew her in Barton Coombs even after 2 years. She had never been introduced to anyone and had only ever received some genial nods after church on Sundays. But all she really wanted to do anyway was watch people interacting and having fun.
Oh.
And admit it. Sophia. To see the beautiful Viscount Darleigh again. To worship from afar. And to make sure, if she possibly could, that Henrietta, aided and abetted by her mama and papa, did not trap him into any compromising situation that would compel him, as an honorable man, into marrying her. She had never cared about the other gentlemen they had tried to ensnare in London. They had been perfectly capable of looking after themselves, she had always thought, and events had always proved her correct. But was Lord Darleigh as capable? If he was lured outside the inn, would he know if he was led away out of sight of other guests? And would he know that Sir Clarence and Lady March would make good and sure that everyone else noticed the length and impropriety of his absence with their daughter? It took considerable courage to step inside the inn when she got there and ascend the stairs to the assembly rooms, from which a great deal of noise was spilling down to the ground floor and out onto the street. It sounded as if a merry jig was in progress, and as if every inhabitant of the village and its neighborhood was trying to talk to every other inhabitant in a voice loud enough to be heard. And it sounded as if every listener, if there was anyone left to listen, was finding the conversation brilliantly funny and was showing appreciation by laughing uproariously. Sophia almost turned about and scurried home. But she reminded herself that she was not really a mouse, and that she was, in fact, a lady, and socially at least on a level with more than half the people here. She was not even sure she was naturally shy. She had never had the chance to find out.
She went on up.
She was confronted by the vicar almost as soon as she passed through the doorway. He beamed at her and extended his right hand. "I do not have the pleasure of your acquaintance, ma'am," he bellowed above the music and the conversation and the laughter. "But may I presume upon the fact that you have sat in a pew in my church every Sunday for a couple of years or so, and listened most attentively to my sermons, which put all too many of my parishioners to sleep? Alas, I am Parsons, as you must know, and you are." Sophia set her hand within his. "Sophia Fry."
"Sir."
"Miss Fry." He patted the back of her hand with his free one. "Let me have Mrs. Parsons pour you a glass of lemonade." And he led her past crowds of revelers to a table laden with food and drink. He introduced her to his wife, who nodded genially, tried to say something, and shrugged and widened her eyes and laughed when it became obvious that it was impossible to make herself heard. Sophia took her glass and went to find a corner of the room to sit in. Well, that had been easier than expected, she thought, sinking gratefully onto a vacant chair. Her aunt was some distance away. There was no mistaking her nodding royal blue plumes, and was gazing at her in some astonishment. Sophia pretended not to notice her. Aunt Martha could not really send her home, could she? And she would be quite happy to be a mouse for the rest of the evening. Well, almost happy. Sometimes her capacity for self-deception disturbed her. One couple pranced down between the lines, while the dancers who formed those lines clapped vigorously in time to the music. It all looked very jolly. Sophia found that one of her feet was tapping out the rhythm. It was not easy to see Viscount Darleigh, but it was very obvious that he had arrived. There was a particularly dense crowd of people just to the left of the door, mostly ladies, all focused happily upon someone who was lost in their midst. Sir Clarence was one of the few gentlemen there, and both Aunt Martha and Henrietta were doing their share of fawning. Who else would they be fawning over than the Viscount? And she was quite right. After Sophia had been watching for several minutes, the set of country dances came to an end. The dancers drifted off the floor. The dense cluster by the door opened as if it were yet another door, and Henrietta emerged triumphant, on the arm of Viscount Darleigh, whom she proceeded to maneuver in a promenade about the perimeter of the assembly room. Henrietta was looking resplendent in another of her London ball gowns. The dancing resumed, a set of more stately dances this time, and Henrietta and the Viscount promenade until their steps brought them to the door and they disappeared through it. Since everyone, with the possible exception of the dancers, had had their eyes riveted upon Viscount Darleigh since his arrival, and no one could fail to follow the progress of Henrietta's shimmering ball gown, their exit was hardly discreet. Sophia lifted one hand to her mouth and bit the knuckle of her forefinger. There must be a number of other people outside the inn. There had been when she arrived, and people had been coming and going ever since. As Aunt Martha had predicted, the assembly rooms were stuffy. There was nothing improper about their being out there. But between them, Aunt Martha and Sir Clarence on the inside, and Henrietta on the outside would find a way of making it seem improper.
There could be little doubt about that.
Sophia sat where she was and gnawed on her knuckle for 10 minutes before doing anything. It was still not too long for a couple to be absent from the room. Except that everyone was almost openly watching for their reappearance, and Sir Clarence and Aunt Martha were talking to people they must have deemed worthy of their notice, and all turned to watch the doorway. They were undoubtedly fanning the flames of speculation. Sophia got to her feet and slipped outside. As she went, she picked up a woolen shawl from the back of a chair. She had no idea whose it was and hoped the owner would not dash after her yelling "Stop, thief," or something equally alarming. It was unlikely, though. It was unlikely anyone had noticed her leave the room, or even noticed her in the room, for that matter. There was no sign of Henrietta and Lord Darleigh among the small clusters of people standing outside. A few couples were strolling farther along the street, where they were in full view from the inn, but the two people she was looking for were not among them. Where would Henrietta have taken him to be more private, and therefore more indiscreet? Fortunately, Sophia's first guess was the right one. They were strolling along the back alley behind the buildings on the main street, walking on the grassy verge to avoid the deep ruts made by carts along the middle. She could hear Henrietta's trilling laugh as she hurried up behind them, and the low voice of the Viscount. "Oh, Henrietta," Sophia called as she drew close. "You forgot your shawl." The two of them turned, and even in the faint light of the moon and stars Sophia could see that Henrietta's eyes were wide with shock and fury. Viscount Darleigh's eyebrows were raised. "I forgot no such thing," Henrietta said as Sophia held the shawl aloft and waved it in one hand. "And that is not even mine. Take it back to the inn immediately before its owner misses it." The Viscount had cocked his head to one side. "You are the lady from last evening," he said. "The one who fetched Miss March's music from upstairs." "I am sorry. I do not know your name." "Sophia Fry," she said. "Miss Fry." He smiled, and, oh, in the near darkness, she would swear he was gazing right back into her eyes. "I am pleased to make your acquaintance. How kind of you to bring Miss March's shawl, even if it has turned out to be the wrong one. I have been concerned that she might be chilly. She has denied it, but I do believe she is merely being polite. Since I agreed that a breath of fresh air would be very welcome, I must return her and you to the assembly rooms without further delay." And he held out his other arm for Sophia to take. She gazed at it in wonder and astonishment. And she looked at Henrietta, whose eyes were positively burning with fury and hate. I would far prefer to remain out here where it is cool and peaceful, Henrietta said, her voice sweet and quite at variance with her facial expression. Do let us continue. My lord. By all means.
If it is your wish, he said.
Miss Fry, will you walk with us? He was still offering his arm. It was the last thing Sophia wanted to do. Henrietta would slay her. More important, Sophia found him beautiful to behold from afar, but almost impossibly intimidating from close to. But she had come outside to prevent the jaws of the trap from snapping shut. She took a few steps toward him and slid her hand through his arm.
And oh,
goodness, he was all warmth and solidity. And he smelled of some lovely musky and very male cologne. Sophia had never been more uncomfortable in her whole life. It felt as if the very air had been sucked out of the alley. We cannot walk 3 abreast on this lane, Henrietta said no more than half a minute later, and her voice was betraying her this time. She sounded distinctly petulant. I am afraid we must go back after all, my lord. Mamma and Papa will be anxious at my absence. I did not realize how far you had brought me from the inn. Do let us return. They will see that I am with you, and be consoled. Henrietta, Sophia said. They will see, as will everyone else, that the proprieties have been observed. She could not remember another occasion when she had addressed a whole sentence to Henrietta. Viscount Darleigh turned his head to smile at her. She was almost sure that she could read relief in his face. Poor gentleman. Everyone was trying to marry him or arrange for him to marry someone else. During the half hour she had sat alone in the assembly room, she had listened to the conversation around her, almost all of which was about Viscount Darleigh. She had already heard again that his mother and his sisters were urging him to marry and were actively matchmaking for him. People here were speculating about who in the neighborhood might suit him, since he had been plain Vincent Hunt until recently and did not appear to be at all high in the instep and might prefer someone who was familiar to him. The names of Miss Hamilton and Miss Granger had loomed large in the speculations. And, of course, the Marches were trying to net him by any means within their power. Everyone noticed their return to the assembly rooms, and that was scarcely an exaggeration, if it was an exaggeration at all, for there was no set currently in progress to distract even those who would have been dancing. Everyone turned from their conversations to look from Viscount Darleigh to Henrietta to her, Sophia Fry. Her aunts' and uncles' faces were a sight to behold. They looked first identically relieved and joyful as they beheld their daughter returned after so long in the company of Viscount Darleigh, her arm still drawn through his, and then they looked astonished and chagrined, and a number of other things they had not expected to look. For there, her arm drawn through the Viscount's other arm, was their mouse. And this time she was invisible to no one. She felt a curious mix of extreme discomfort and triumph. The orchestra played a decisive chord as a signal to the dancers that a new set was about to begin, and the moment passed. All was well, depending upon one's perspective, of course. There had been no impropriety after all, for there had been 2 ladies with the gentleman, and so their walking outside, even along a quiet alley, had been quite above reproach. A fast and furious dance began. Henrietta hurried toward her mother. Viscount Darleigh pressed Sophia's hand to his side when she would have slipped it free. Miss Fry, he said, thank you for your concern for Miss March's reputation. It was careless of me to walk so long and so far with her. But she did not wish to return.
You see.
I ought to have insisted. Of course. May I escort you to the refreshment table? I believe I can even remember the way. He smiled. And she knew, despite his gallant words, that he was thanking her for rescuing him. He must have understood, almost too late, the danger in which Henrietta had placed him. Thank you. My lord. She was about to add a but and make some excuse before scurrying away. But she paused to consider. She could walk to the refreshment table with him, perhaps even stand there with him for a few minutes conversing while they ate or drank. She might, for a fleeting moment out of her life, be like any normal woman. No, not a normal woman. She might be like a privileged young lady who had attracted the attention of a viscount and a beautiful man, even if only for a few minutes, to be forgotten an hour later. And then, not having spoken up immediately, it was too late to make excuses. They were on their way across the room together. Sophia set the shawl over the back of an empty chair as she passed, and avoided looking at her aunt and uncle, who were, of course, looking at her, as was almost everyone else. It was a dizzying, alarming, exhilarating experience, to mention but a few of the emotions she could identify. He was an utter idiot. Why did he forever allow the women in his life to manipulate him and rule him? Sometimes it was benevolent, or at least intended to be. Other times it was distinctly malevolent. Yet the only time in recent memory he had stood up against it, he had done so by running away. This time, though he might have stopped when he and Miss March were outside the inn, with the firm and truthful explanation that he would not compromise her by taking her any farther into the darkness, he had allowed her to lead him back to what he remembered as a very dark, deserted alley behind the main street of the village. Was he never to be a functioning adult, able to think and act for himself, free of the influence of any woman? He had not always been like this. Surely? He had been a distinctly independent boy. He had allowed himself to grow into a weakling, or at least he was in danger of doing so. He was more grateful than he could say to Miss Fry, who, he suspected, had come very deliberately to his rescue, though he was not sure why. She was Miss March's cousin, was she not? Or was it Miss March she had been rescuing? Either way, he was grateful and intrigued. He had been able to hear her quite clearly just now, he realized, when she had said, "Thank you, my lord," though she had spoken in the same low voice she had used to her aunt last evening. She must know the secret of making oneself heard above a din by pitching the level of one's voice below it rather than trying to shout above it, as most people did. "Here we are," she said just as softly. "Would you care for a drink?" he asked her. "Or something to eat?"
"No. Thank you," she said.
"I had some lemonade earlier." "I am not hungry or thirsty either," he said with a smile. He had no wish to attempt either eating or drinking in such a public setting. He had no doubt there were plenty of eyes fixed upon his every move. "Are there any empty chairs nearby? Shall we sit for a few minutes?" "A new set has just begun," she said. "There are empty chairs." And soon they were seated side by side, and he half turned his chair so that he would be close enough to hear her and to make himself heard, and, he hoped, to discourage interruption for a short while. He was finding all the attention both touching and wearying. "You're Miss March's cousin?" he asked. "Yes," she told him. "Lady March is my father's sister." "Your father is deceased? And your mother?" "Yes."
"Both," she said.
"I am sorry." "Thank you." "I was sorry," he said, "that we were not introduced last evening." "Oh," she said, "I am not of any importance." The music was loud and cheerful, and he could hear the sound of feet pounding rhythmically on the floor. The level of conversation rose above both sounds. But he had not misheard her. He did not know quite how to reply. "Perhaps not to your aunt and uncle and cousin," he said. "But in the nature of things? And to yourself?" "I am sure you must be." He waited for her answer and leaned slightly closer to her. He could smell soap. It was a more pleasant, more wholesome smell than the harsh perfumes he had been smelling all evening. She said nothing. "I dare say," he said, "you are trapped in a life not entirely to your liking by the fact of your parents' death. Just as I am trapped in a life that is not always entirely to my liking by the fact that I lost my sight 6 years ago." "How long have you been orphaned?" 5 years, she told him. "My father died when I was 15.
She was 20. Then.
I was 17, he said. "So, very young. It is hard. Is it not," he said, "to have one's life develop quite differently from what one expected, and to feel not fully in command of it?" It was strange. He never spoke like this to anyone, least of all to a stranger, and a female stranger at that. But perhaps that made it easier. Tomorrow, they would still be strangers. What they said tonight would be forgotten. "Yes," she said after a rather lengthy pause. "What would you do," he asked her, "if you could reshape your life to be exactly as you would wish it to be? If you had the means and the opportunity to do whatever you wished? What do you dream of being and doing? I suppose you do have dreams. We all do. What is yours?" She was either not going to answer him at all, or she was giving the matter some thought. He suspected that Miss Sophia Fry was not someone who chattered aimlessly about nothing. But then, she probably did not have much opportunity to do that. He did not envy her living as a poor relation with the Marches. He liked the idea that she was thoughtful. Perhaps she considered his questions idiotic, and perhaps they were. They were the sorts of questions an eager boy asked of a girl. A man and a woman were expected to be anchored in reality. "I would live alone," she said. "In the country. In a little cottage with a garden full of flowers that I could tend, with a vegetable patch at the back and maybe a few chickens, with some friendly neighbors and a cat and maybe a dog,
And books.
and an endless supply of sketching paper and charcoal, and a sufficient income to supply my needs, which would not be extravagant. Perhaps the chance to learn new things." He had given her the chance to wish for riches and jewels and furs and mansions and foreign travel, and the Lord knew what else. He was touched by the modesty of her dream. "And a husband and children?" he asked. Again, he felt her hesitation.
"No," she said.
"I believe I would be happier alone." He almost asked her why. But he reminded himself that she was a stranger and that the question would be an almost intimate one. He must not be too intrusive. He wondered fleetingly what would have happened if he had asked Miss Dean about her dreams. Would she have answered candidly? He ought to have given her the chance.
Perhaps.
He still felt badly about her. "It is your turn," she said in a voice so low that he had to lean closer yet. He could sense her body warmth. He withdrew a couple of inches. He would not embarrass her or give the villagers any cause for gossip. "What are your most secret dreams?" "It seems ungrateful to have any when one seemingly has everything," he said. "I have a title and fortune, a spacious home, and a vast park surrounding it. I have a mother and grandmother, sisters, brothers-in-law, nieces and nephews, all of whom love me. And a dream," she said when he stopped talking. "And a dream," he admitted. "A dream, like yours, of being on my own, independent, and able to manage my own life, even with all its myriad responsibilities. Of being able to send all my female relatives back to the homes they either neglect far too often now, or have actually abandoned for my sake. Of not having to have them running my life for me any longer. Of being fully grown up, I suppose I mean, which I would surely have been long ago if I had retained my sight. I cannot regain my sight, and even dreams have to take some reality into consideration. I would live as independently as a blind man can, able to find my way about alone, able to oversee the running of my estate and farms, able to consort with some ease with my neighbors. I dream of a richly lived, independent life. My life and no one else's. But perhaps it is not a dream I talk of, Miss Fry, is it, but a goal? Dreams are wishes that will in all probability never come true. I could make my dreams come true. Indeed. I mean to. He stopped talking, astonished at all that had come pouring out of his mouth. He was probably going to be horribly embarrassed when he woke up tomorrow morning and remembered this conversation, or this particular monologue. Anyway. And marriage and children? She asked him. He sighed. That was a thorny question. Marriage was something that might appeal to him in the future. But not yet. He was not ready. He had nothing of any value to offer, beyond the obvious. He would always have only blindness to offer a potential wife, of course, but he did not want to impose afflictedness as well upon any woman. It would be unfair to her, and he might come to resent her if he must lean upon her, literally as well as in numerous other ways. At present he was still afflicted. He needed to overcome that. And children? One of his duties was to beget an heir, and he was determined to do his duty. But not yet. There was no urgency. Surely. He was only 23. And he would never be able to play cricket with his son. Self-pity was something he had taken ruthlessly in hand a number of years ago. But occasionally it could still seep through his defenses. I am sorry, Miss Fry said. It was an impertinent question. Even though I asked it of you, he said. I was thinking, considering my answer. We are speaking of dreams, not reality. We are speaking of what we would like our lives to be if we had the freedom to live them as we chose.
No, then.
No wife. No women at all. Not that I despise your sex, Miss Fry. Quite the contrary. But women are tender-hearted, at least almost all the women in my life are. They feel sorry for me. They want to help me. They want to smother me. No, in my dream I am free and on my own, apart, I suppose, from an army of servants. In my dream, I have proved to myself and the world that I can do this living business on my own, that I neither need nor permit any pity. Particularly from women, she said. Particularly from women. He grinned at her and moved back a little farther. You will think me an ungrateful wretch, Miss Fry. I do love my mother and my grandmother and my sisters very dearly. We are talking of dreams, she said. We may be as ungrateful as we wish in our dreams. He laughed softly and then felt a hand on his shoulder. You must be hungry, my lord, the hearty voice of the vicar said. He was about to deny it, but he had taken enough of Miss Fry's time. Already she had missed dancing this set, and probably the one before it when she came to rescue him, or her cousin. Besides, he did not wish to cause her any embarrassment by monopolizing too much of her time. He did not doubt there was not a person in the assembly room who was unaware of the two of them sitting here tête-à-tête. Yes. Indeed. He got to his feet, smiling. Good night, Miss Fry. It has been a pleasure talking with you. Good night, my lord. And he was borne away to the refreshment table.
5.
Vincent started his morning with an hour of vigorous exercise in the drawing room. He was feeling the enervating effects of a few days of merely sitting or standing, and eating far too much of Mrs. Fisk's fine baking. After breakfast, he went outside into the back garden, using only his cane for guidance. He knew the garden, and was unlikely either to get lost or to come to great grief. He smelled the absence of the vegetable garden immediately. Not that he had been very aware of the smells when he was a boy, but he noticed them now when they were not there, especially the mint and sage and other herbs. There were no flowers either. At Middlebury, he had been trying to differentiate among the smells of different flowers and the texture and shape of their petals and leaves and stems. The garden had not been completely neglected, though. The gardeners he paid to come in twice a month had swept the path that ran between the former flower beds. The stone bench that encircled the copper urn in which his mother had used to set a great pot of flowers each year was free of rubble. Martin had told him that the grass on the lawns had been side short and the hedges had been trimmed. Vincent sat down on the bench and propped his cane beside him. He lifted his face to the sky. It must be cloudy, though there was no dampness in the air. And it was not a cold day. If he decided to remain here for another day, and he was not at all sure he would get Martin to come for a long walk in the country with him this afternoon. No matter how strenuously he exercised various muscles in the house, he always craved fresh air and the feeling of his legs moving under him, preferably in a lengthy stride. How he would love to run. He wanted to stay a little longer. The last 2 days had been surprisingly enjoyable. In all the upheavals of the past 6 years, he had forgotten how very fond he was of the people of Barton Coombs. He had forgotten how many friends he had here, or he had assumed that for various reasons they could be his friends no longer. Several of them had promised last night at the assembly that they would call upon him here. Yet a part of him wanted to leave without further ado, for his blindness was more apparent to him here than it was elsewhere. This was a place, and these were people he had known with his eyes. Penderris Hall and his more recent friends of the Survivors' Club, as well as Middlebury Park and his neighbors there, were places and people he had come to know only through his other senses. They were in some ways easier to deal with, easier emotionally anyway. Here he found himself repeatedly fighting panic. He had thought those days were past, or at least receding. And he was not sure if his desire to stay here was a genuine need to reconnect with old friends and old haunts while he made definite plans for the future, or just procrastination, the knowledge that when he went home to Middlebury, he must not fall into the old pattern of passive dependence. He had asserted himself in some ways, his music, his physical exercises, his ability to find his way about familiar places with just a cane or sometimes without even that. But they were just a drop in the ocean to what his life ought to be like and could be. He sometimes wished he did not love his mother so much. She had been hurt enough as it was. He desperately did not want to hurt her more. Perhaps the answer was a wife. Perished the thought. But one of his own careful choosing. Very careful. The clouds must not be in a solid mass, after all. A ray of sunshine had just found him. He could feel its warmth and tipped his face to it, closing his eyes as he did so. He did not want to damage them with direct light from the sun, after all, did he? He smiled at the absurd thought, and even chuckled to himself. That was what Flavian had said to him once at Penderris on a particularly sunny day. Flavian Arnott, Viscount Ponsonby, one of the members of the Survivors' Club. He missed them with a sudden ache of longing for them all to be back, safely cocooned, in Cornwall, himself included. He wondered if Hugo had gone in pursuit of Lady Muir, who had spent a week at Penderris earlier this spring after spraining her ankle down on the beach. Hugo Eames, Lord Trentham, was the one who had found her and carried her up to the house. He had then proceeded to fall head over ears in love with her, that had been obvious even to a blind man, and then, in typical Hugo fashion, he had convinced himself that the social gulf that separated them was far too wide to be breached. Hugo was a military hero, and as rich as Croesus, but because he was of middle-class origin and proud of it, he was one of the most insecure men Vincent had ever known. He would be willing to wager Lady Muir had fallen for Hugo too. Had Hugo gone after her? The ray of sun had already been swallowed up by cloud again. There was a coolness against his face where there had been warmth.
Well,
it had felt good while it lasted. And the thought of a wife, a carefully chosen wife, reminded him of another reason why he really needed to get away. He had almost fallen into a neat trap last evening. It had been foolish and naive of him, especially as he had known the Marches were out to net him. And, even if he had not known it himself, Martin had warned him. When he had stepped out of the inn with Miss March because she complained of the stuffy heat of the assembly room, he had reacted as she must have known he would, like a puppet on a string. He had been desperately thankful for the arrival of Miss Fry in that deserted alley. Miss Fry, Sophia Fry, a small lady with a light touch, and a soft, slightly husky voice, and a strangely appealing conversation that had replayed itself in his mind when he lay down after returning home. An exchange of dreams, which in many ways were not dissimilar, though their circumstances were as different as they could be. According to Martin, who had danced all night, she had not danced at all and had disappeared early, soon after talking with him. Without her intervention, he might be in danger today of finding himself a betrothed man. Betrothed to Henrietta March, of all people. He had not liked her as a girl. He did not like her now. She had spoken last evening of nothing but her well-born friends and her beaux and her connections with the highest echelon of the ton, and she was the star of every anecdote and had had the last, witty word in every remembered altercation. Sir Clarence March he abhorred, as much as he ever had. Lady March was enough to raise the short hairs along the back of his neck. He had had a narrow escape. Was he now safe? Now that he was fully on his guard? But he had been on his guard before. He could hear footsteps approaching along the path from the house, the firm tread of Martin's boots. And someone else's. Male. Almost definitely. Ah. And a third tread. Lighter. More feminine. Here's Sam and Edna Hamilton to see you. Sir, Martin said. Sam, Vincent got to his feet. A smile on his face. His right hand outstretched. And Edna. How good of you to come. Do sit down. But is it warm enough out here for you? Should we go into the parlor instead? Vince, his old friend and partner in crime, gripped his hand and pumped it up and down. We hardly had a chance for a word last evening. You were swaddled about by Miss Waddell's ladies. Vincent, Edna Hamilton, the former Edna Biggs, said. And she stepped forward to hug him and set her cheek against his for a moment. I might have waited for you if I had known just how handsome a man you were going to grow into. Hey. Hey, Sam protested as Vincent laughed. None of that. I am not so bad-looking myself. Do let us sit out here, Edna said. The clouds are about to move off entirely, and it is beautifully warm in the sunshine. My feet are sore from last evening. I very nearly danced them off the ends of my legs. Vince will think you very ungenteel. Ed, her husband, commented. Ladies are not supposed to admit that they even have legs. They talked of the assembly as they settled on the bench, and they reminisced about the childhood they had all shared. They laughed a great deal. And then Edna changed the subject. Oh. Vince, she said, have you heard what has happened to that little mouse of a woman who lives with the Marches? Miss Fry? Vincent said, frowning. Is that her name? She asked. You took pity on her last evening and spoke with her for a few minutes, did you not? No one even knew for a long time whether she was a servant at Barton Hall or a poor relation, but the servants disowned her when asked. We should have known, of course, for she is always far more poorly dressed than any of them. Anyway, she has been turned out. The Reverend Parsons found her in the church this morning, sitting pale and silent in one of the pews, a pathetically small bag beside her. He took her into the vicarage, and Mrs. Parsons gave her breakfast and a room to lie down in. She was turned out last night, apparently, and spent what was left of it in the church pew. But no one knows what will become of her. Poor thing. No other servants are needed at the vicarage, and she is not a servant anyway. I suppose someone will help her somehow. She is better off away from the marches, if you were to ask me, Samuel said. Anyone would be. We came to invite you to our house this evening, Vince. We will try to gather more of the old crowd there too, and have a rollicking good time. We will even get Martin to come if we may. What do you say? It took Vincent a few moments to comprehend what had just been said to him.
What? He said. Oh, yes. Certainly.
My thanks to both of you. That would be splendid. What time? They went on their way a short while later, and Vincent sat where he was a few minutes longer before going in search of Martin. He found him in the kitchen. He was about to warm up the remains of yesterday's stew and butter some bread. Luncheon would be ready in a quarter of an hour or so, Martin told him. Vincent had no appetite. I need to go to the vicarage, he said. The sooner, the better. Will the food spoil? I haven't actually started getting it yet, Martin said. I did not know how long you would be. Sam was always a talker. So was Edna. I need to go now, Vincent said. Lend me your arm. Martin. It will be faster than tapping my way along the street with my cane. Confessing your sins will not wait. Will it? Martin asked him. Surprisingly, Sophia had slept, though she had no idea for how long. She sat on the edge of the bed after waking, not knowing what else to do. Mrs. Parsons found her there and took her down to the parlor, where they sat drinking coffee and eating freshly baked biscuits until the vicar came in from his study, beaming and rubbing his hands together and looking awkward. She would take the stagecoach to London, Sophia assured them when they asked if she had any plans. Sir Clarence March had given her money to get there. And yes, she would be fine, and yes, she knew people there. They would help her find employment. They must not worry about her. They had been very kind. Her mind had been numb all night as she sat in the church. Now it was a great tumble and jumble of thoughts and anxieties and blank terror, all of which she must hide from these kindly people. She had no intention of becoming a burden to them. She was accustomed to hiding from people, even when she was in their plain sight. She knew no one in London, no one she would care to seek out anyway. She did not know how to go about finding employment, though perhaps she ought to have found out as soon as her father died. She had been 15 after all. But she had gone to Aunt Mary instead, as any gently born lady would, and had been trapped to independency ever since. There were employment agencies. She would have to find one and hope that her family background and lack of experience and total absence of recommendations would not make it impossible for her to find something. Anything. But what would she do while she searched? Where would she go? Sir Clarence knew the cost of a stagecoach ticket to London, and he had given her that exact amount with nothing extra, even for light refreshments on the journey. She tried to picture herself getting down from the stagecoach in London, her journey at an end, and succeeded all too well. She wondered if anyone in Barton Coombs needed help. The landlord at the Foaming Tankard.
Perhaps.
Would he give her employment, even if her only payment was a broom cupboard to sleep in and one meal each day? It was as if the vicar had heard her thoughts. I have made inquiries, Miss Fry, he said, his kindly face full of concern. But there seems to be no employment to be had anywhere here in Barton Coombs for a young lady. Or for any sort of female for that matter. My dear wife, and I would be happy to have you stay with us for a day or two. But his voice trailed away, and he turned his head to look helplessly at Mrs. Parsons. Oh, but I would not dream of imposing upon your hospitality any longer than necessary, Sophia said. I shall go on tomorrow's stagecoach if I can discover what time it leaves. I will pack a bag of food for you to take with you, Mrs. Parsons said. though there is no big hurry. You may stay for a night or two if you wish. Thank you. That is. Sophia did not complete the sentence, for there was a knock on the outer door, and both the Reverend and Mrs. Parsons turned their attention all too eagerly to the door of the parlor, as though they believed the knock had been upon it. And then indeed there was a tap on the door, and the housekeeper opened it from the other side. "It is Viscount Darleigh." "Ma'am," she said, addressing Mrs. Parsons.
"Ah."
The vicar rubbed his hands again, and looked pleased. "Show him in." "Then." "Show him in." What an honor and a pleasant surprise. "I must say, I am delighted that I am home." "Indeed," his wife agreed, smiling warmly as she got to her feet. Sophia cringed back in her chair. It was too late to flee the room, though where she would flee to if she could, she did not know. At least he would not be able to see her. His man brought him to the door and then left. The vicar hurried across the room and took his arm. "Viscount Darleigh," he said, "this is an unexpected pleasure. I trust you enjoyed last evening's little festivities? It is always good to celebrate occasions like homecomings with one's friends and neighbors, is it not? Come and have a seat, and my good wife will go and make sure the kettle has been put on to boil." "You are kind," Viscount Darleigh said. "I realize how ill-mannered it is of me to come without warning when you must be about to sit down for luncheon. But I particularly wish to talk with Miss Fry." "May I?" "Is she still here at the vicarage?" "Oh," Sophia thought, mortified, as she clutched her hands very tightly in her lap. He had heard. He must have come to apologize, not that anything was his fault. She hoped he would not offer to go and intercede with Sir Clarence on her behalf. It would be useless. Besides, she would not go back there now even if she could. She had been an abject nobody for too long. Destitution was better than that, a rash and foolish thought, when nothing could possibly be worse than destitution. Her stomach somersaulted within her, or felt as if it did. Being a poor relative was about the worst thing in the world to be. She had sometimes thought. But there was worse. "Miss Fry is here now in this very room." "My lord," the vicar said, indicating her with an arm the Viscount could not see. "Ah," Lord Darleigh said. "And you are here too, are you, Mrs. Parsons? My manners have certainly gone begging. Good day to you."
"Ma'am."
"May I beg the favor of a private word with Miss Fry? If she is willing to grant it to me, that is." Sophia bit her lip. "You have heard what happened, have you, my lord?" Mrs. Parsons asked. "I do not care what Miss Fry did to cause Sir Clarence and Lady March to turn her out at gone midnight last night. She will not say, and we have not pressed her on the matter. But it is a disgrace that they did it. And Miss Waddell is getting up a committee of ladies to go and tell them so. We do not usually interfere." "My dear," the vicar said, interrupting her, "we will leave you to have a private word with Miss Fry, Mrs. Parsons said, nodding and smiling encouragingly in Sophia's direction. And she and the vicar left the room after the latter had led Viscount Darleigh to a chair. He did not sit down on it. Sophia gazed up at him in some dismay. He was the very last person on earth she wanted to see today. Not that she blamed him for what had happened. She most certainly did not. But she did not need his sympathy or his offer to intercede with Sir Clarence on her behalf, or why had he come? She found his presence, especially his standing presence, horribly intimidating. She could hardly believe she had actually talked with him last evening, told him her most secret dreams, listened to his, just as if they had been equals. In a sense they were equals. She sometimes forgot she was a lady born. Miss Fry, he said, this is all my fault.
No.
His eyes turned unerringly her way. You were turned out because you foiled a plan involving me last evening. I ought to have been able to foil it myself and am ashamed that it fell to you to rescue me. A perfect stranger. I am deeply in your debt. No, she said again. He wore a form-fitting coat of green superfine, buff-colored pantaloons and shiny Hessian boots with white linen and a simply tied cravat. As usual, there was nothing ostentatious about his appearance, only perfect correctness. Yet somehow he looked so suffocatingly masculine and powerful that Sophia found herself trying to press back farther into her chair. Can you tell me, he asked her, that is not the reason you were turned out? And, I suppose, the fact that I lingered at your side after we returned to the assembly room. She opened her mouth to speak. Thought of lying. Thought of telling the truth.
No.
You cannot. He answered his own question. And what are your plans now? Do you have other relatives to go to? I shall go to London, she told him, and seek employment. Do you know someone who will take you in and help you in the search? He asked.
Oh.
Yes, she assured him brightly. He stood there, frowning down at her, his steady blue gaze only slightly to one side of her face. The silence stretched a little too long. You have nowhere to go.
Do you? He said.
It was not really a question. And no one to help you. Yes, she insisted. I do. Again the silence. He clasped his hands behind his back and bent slightly at the waist. Miss Fry, he said, you must allow me to help you. How? She asked. And then, more hastily, but it is quite unnecessary. I am not your responsibility. I beg to disagree, he told her. You need employment if you have no other relatives to take you in. Genteel employment, you are a lady. I could ask my sisters, but it would take too long. I have a friend in London, at least. It was his plan to go there this spring. He has vast and prosperous business interests there and will surely have something suitable to offer you, or be able to find you something elsewhere if I provide you with a letter of recommendation. You would do that for me? She swallowed. Would he listen to you? We are very close friends. He frowned. If only I could be perfectly sure he was there. The Duke of Stanbrook also talked of spending part of the season in London. Perhaps he will be there even if Hugo is not. But where would you stay while you wait to be settled into employment? But he had not believed in her mythical friends. Hugo would perhaps take you in for a short while, he said. If he is there. Oh. No. His stepmother and his half-sister live with him in his London home, he explained. They would surely not mind. No, she said, feeling quite distressed. It was one thing to knock upon someone's door with a letter of recommendation and a plea for employment. It was quite another to beg to be given lodgings in a stranger's house. Oh, no, my lord. It is impossible. You and I are strangers. You do not know me well enough to vouch for me to that extent, even to your closest friend. It would be rash of you. It would be an imposition upon him and his mother and sister. And it is something I could not possibly bring myself to do. He still frowned down at her. I am not your responsibility, she said again. But her stomach was feeling decidedly queasy. What was she going to do? The silence stretched between them. Should she say something to dismiss him? But perversely she did not want him to go. She realized suddenly. There was a terrifying emptiness yawning ahead, and she was not sure she wanted to be alone to gaze into the abyss. She gripped the arms of her chair more tightly. I think you must marry me, he said abruptly. She gaped inelegantly. and it was surprising she did not push herself right out through the back of her chair.
"Oh,
No. I hope," he said. That is an exclamation of surprise rather than an out-and-out rejection. And suddenly, surprisingly, she was angry. "It was not my intention," she said, her voice breathless. "It was never my intention, Lord Darleigh, to be in a sort of competition with Henrietta to see who could trap you first and most effectively. That was never my plan." "I know." He was still frowning. "Pray do not distress yourself. I am well aware that you have set out no lures for me, that what you did last evening was done out of the goodness of your heart. How could he possibly know that?" "And you think you must show your gratitude by marrying me?" she asked him. He stared silently for a few moments. "The thing is," he said, "that I am grateful and that I do feel responsible. If I had used my head, I would have refused to budge from just outside the door of the inn with Miss March, and you would not have had to come to the rescue and thereby incur the wrath of your aunt and uncle. I am responsible for you, and I like you, even though that liking is based purely upon the strength of what you did and our short conversation afterward. I like your voice. That sounds ridiculously lame, I know. But when you cannot see, Miss Fry, sound and the other senses become far more acute. Normally, one likes the look of someone to whom one feels attracted. I like the sound of your voice." He was offering her marriage because of her voice? And was he saying he found her attractive? "It is a good thing," she said, "that you cannot see me." He stared again. "You look like a gargoyle." "Then,
do you?" he asked.
And then he did something that had Sophia gripping the arms of her chair even more tightly. He smiled slowly. And then the smile developed into something else. A mischievous grin.
"Oh."
All those stories about his boyhood must be true. But he looked suddenly human. A real person shut up inside all the pomp and trappings of a viscount. And a handsome, elegant viscount at that. And he had dreams. "If I did," she said, "people would notice me. Nobody ever notices me. My lord, I am a mouse. It is what my father used to call me, Mouse. Never Sophia. And for the last 5 years, there has always been a the placed before the word, so that it has no longer been even a name, but a simple label. I am not a gargoyle, but a mouse." His grin had faded, though the smile remained. His head had tipped slightly to one side. "I have been told," he said, "that the best and most famous actors are invisible people, or mice perhaps. They can project the character they play on stage to perfection. But in their own right they can be quite unremarkable and can escape detection even from admirers who are looking for them. And yet all the richness of their talent is contained within themselves." "Oh," she said, somewhat startled. "Are you saying that I am not really a mouse?" "I know that. But, describe yourself to me, Miss Fry." She rubbed her hands along the arms of her chair. "I am small," she said. 5 foot nothing. Well, 5 foot 2. I am small in every way. I have the figure of a boy. I have a nose my father used to describe as a button and a mouth that is too wide for my face. I cut my hair very short because it curls too much and is impossible to control." "The color of your hair?" he asked. "Auburn," she said. "Nothing as decisive as blonde or raven. Merely auburn." She hated talking about her hair. It was her hair that had led to the destroying of her soul, though that was a ridiculously theatrical way by which to describe a little heartbreak. "And your eyes? Brown," she said. "Or hazel? Sometimes one, sometimes the other. Definitely not a gargoyle."
Then he said.
But not a beauty either, she assured him. Not even nearly a beauty. Sometimes when my father was alive, I dressed as a boy. It was easier when well. Never mind. No one ever accused me of being an impostor. Has no one ever told you that you're pretty? He asked. I would only have to look in the nearest glass, she said, to know that they lied. He did one of those silent stares again. Take a blind man's word for it, he told her. That you have a pretty voice. She laughed. She felt absurdly, pathetically pleased. Will you marry me? He asked. Suddenly, she was engulfed in a tidal wave of temptation. She gripped harder. She would be leaving permanent indentations in the arms of the vicarage chair if she was not careful. I cannot do that, she said. Why not? Only for 1,000 reasons. At least. You must know, she said, that the whole village is buzzing with talk about you. I have not heard much of it, but I have heard enough. It is said that you left home a while ago because your relatives were trying to make you marry a young lady you did not really wish to marry. It is said that they have set their minds upon finding you a wife. Everyone here has been speculating about who, if anyone, will suit you among the young ladies with whom you are familiar. And, of course, my uncle and aunt made a determined effort last evening to catch you for Henrietta. You are set about by people who are scheming to get you married, though their motives differ widely. I will not add to that crowd. Lord Darleigh, by marrying you just because you are kind enough to feel responsible for me. You are not responsible. Besides, you told me yourself last night that your dream does not include a wife. Do you have any active aversion to marrying me? He asked her. My blindness, for example?
No, she said.
The fact that you cannot see is a handicap, but you do not seem to treat it as one. She did not know him, but he really did look fit and well-muscled. She knew he had been blind for several years. If he had sat in a chair or lain on a bed most of that time, he would not look as he looked now. His face was weather-bronzed too. Nothing else? He asked. My looks? My voice? My anything? And no, she said. Except that he was a titled, wealthy, privileged gentleman despite the blindness, and lived in a mansion far larger than Barton Hall, and that he had a doting mother and sisters, and £20,000 a year, and that he was handsome and elegant and made her want to cower in a corner, worshipping from afar, even from within her mouse hole. Actually, that would make a splendid cartoon, except that she would have to capture his splendor without satire, and she was not sure she could do that. Her charcoal almost always viewed the world through a satirical eye. Then I beg leave to press my suit, he said. Miss Fry, please marry me. Oh, very well. We are both young. We both admitted last night that we dream of independence and of being alone to enjoy it, unencumbered by spouse or children. But we also recognize that dreams are not always reality. This is reality. You have a frightening problem. I feel responsible for helping solve it, and I have the means of solving it. But our dreams need not completely die if we marry. Quite the contrary. Let us come to some sort of arrangement that will benefit us both in the immediate future and offer us both hope for the longer-term future. She stared back at him. Temptation gnawed at her. But she did not understand quite what he offered. In what way, she asked him, would marriage to me benefit you, Lord Darleigh, either in the shorter term or the longer? Apart from soothing your conscience, that is. It is perfectly obvious how it would benefit me. There is not even any point in making a list. But what would such an arrangement, as you call it, offer you? And what do you mean by that word, arrangement? How does it differ from just plain marriage? Marriage to her would offer him absolutely nothing whatsoever. That was what? Again. There was no point at all in making a list. There would be nothing to put on it. It would be a blank page with a wistful little mouse gazing up at the emptiness from a bottom corner. He felt behind him for the arms of the chair to which the Reverend Parsons had led him and sat down at last. He looked a little less intimidating. Or perhaps not. For now there was an illusion, as there had been last evening, that they were just two friendly equals having a cozy chat. Yet, well, there was nothing equal about them except a basic gentility of birth. If one considers the facts purely from a practical and material perspective, he said, ours would be an unequal match. You have nothing and no one and nowhere to go and no money. I have property and fortune and more loving relatives than I know what to do with. And that was that. There was really no more to be said. She stared into the abyss and felt as though her stomach had already descended into it. There is no other perspective, she said. Yes, there is. He was silent again for a few moments. I ran from home 6 weeks or so ago, as you have heard. I have not made a good start on my life as Viscount Darleigh of Middlebury Park. I have allowed myself to be ruled by all the well-meaning people surrounding me there. And now they have decided it is time I married, and they will not be satisfied until the deed is accomplished. I want to change things, Miss Fry. How much easier it would have been if I had asserted myself 3 years ago. But I did not. And there is no going back. So, where do I start now? Perhaps in taking a wife home with me. Perhaps I will have the courage to start again, and start differently if I have someone at my side who is undeniably mistress of Middlebury. Perhaps it is the very thing I need. Perhaps you will be doing me as great a favor as I will be doing you, if I can persuade you to agree. That is. But to choose a stranger, she said. It is precisely what my relatives wished me to do 6 weeks ago, he said. She had been brought to Middlebury by parents who needed to marry her well. She had no personal wish to be there. We had no previous acquaintance. She was a sacrificial lamb. She told me she understood, and she did not mind.
Ah, she said.
But clearly she did? Would you mind, he asked her, marrying a blind man?
No, she said.
But what was she saying? She was not agreeing to marry him. But I would mind forcing you into something you do not want to do. With someone you do not know, and someone who could bring nothing into the marriage except, perhaps, that she really would not mind. He ran the fingers of one hand through his hair and looked as though he was searching for words. Was this the arrangement you spoke of? She asked. That you offer me material comfort, and I offer you the courage to become the master of your own domain? He exhaled audibly. No, he said. Remember our dreams. Our impossible dreams? She attempted a laugh and then wished she had not when she heard the pathetic sound she made. Perhaps not so impossible. He sat forward suddenly, and his face looked earnest and eager and boyish. Perhaps we can have both them and marriage.
How?
They seemed mutually exclusive concepts to her. Marriages, he said, perfectly decent ones, are undertaken for all sorts of reasons, especially marriages of the upper classes. Often they are alliances more than love matches. And there is nothing wrong with an alliance. Often there is a great deal of respect, even affection, between the partners. And often they live lives that are quite independent of each other even while the marriage survives. They see each other from time to time and are perfectly amicable with each other. But they are free to live their own lives. Perhaps we could agree to such a marriage. The very idea chilled her. He was still looking eager. You could eventually have your cottage in the country, he said, with your flowers and your chickens and cats. I could eventually prove to myself that I can be master of Middlebury and of my life alone. We could have a marriage now when we both need it, and freedom and independence, and a dream come true in the future. We are both young. We have plenty of life ahead of us, or we can hope for plenty. When? She still felt chilled and tempted. When could we move from the one phase of our marriage to the other? He stared past her shoulder. 1 year, he said. Unless there's a child. It is a real marriage I propose, Miss Fry. And the begetting of an heir is a duty I must look to sometime. If there is a child, our dream will have to be postponed, at least for a while. But a year if there is no child. Unless you would rather make it longer. Or less. But I think we would need a year to establish ourselves as Viscount and Viscountess Darleigh of Middlebury Park. And we ought to do that. Would you agree to a year? She had not agreed to anything. She felt a little as though she were about to faint. She could be married and have her life of quiet contentment? Could the two coexist? She needed time to think. And lots of it. But there was no time. She lowered her chin to her chest and closed her eyes. It would be madness, was all she could think to say. Why? He sounded anxious. Anxious that she would say no? Or that she would say yes?
She could not think.
But one thought popped free. What if there was a child, she asked. And it was a girl? He thought about it and then smiled. I think I would rather like to have a daughter, he said. And then he laughed. Another female to rule my life. But what if, she persisted. What if you were still without an heir? Then, he thought again. If we became friends during our year together, and I see no reason why we should not, then we would not have to be strangers for the rest of our lives, would we? We would not be separating. Only living apart because it suited us to do so. Perhaps we would both be quite happy to come together again from time to time. For enough time to have a child? Or another child? She still felt lightheaded. She tried to think rationally. What if the time should come? Lord Darleigh, she asked, when you wished to marry someone with whom you had fallen in love? I am unlikely to meet any such person at Middlebury, he said. I hope to become less reclusive than I have been for the past 3 years. Indeed, I am determined to be, but it is a quiet village. Besides, it is a risk run by everyone who marries, is it not? The danger that one will meet someone one wants more? When one does marry, however, one pledges one's loyalty to the person one marries, and that is that. There had to be a hole in that argument large enough to drive a stagecoach and 4 through. And she thought of one. Men had needs, did they not? She had learned that during the years she had lived with her father and his friends. What about Lord Darleigh's needs? According to the arrangement he suggested, she would be leaving him when he was 24 unless she was increasing. How would he satisfy his needs after that? Mistresses? She opened her mouth and drew breath. But she could not bring herself to make the point. He made it for her. We could get together occasionally anyway, he said. We need not be strangers. Provided it was by mutual consent. Of course. There was another of those short silences. What if you should meet someone and fall in love, he asked her. I would turn away from it, she told him. I would be loyal to my marriage. And by her answer, had she crossed the line into seriously considering his proposal? Oh. She must not take it seriously. But what was the alternative? She hugged her hands about her arms, as though she were cold. You do not even know me, she said, realizing too late that she did not need to make that point if she was not considering saying yes. I do not know you. He did not immediately reply. What happened to you? She asked. To my sight, you mean, he said. My mother's brother came home from long years in the Far East. He is a merchant and a businessman. Very prosperous. My father was not very long deceased at the time, and my mother was struggling harder than ever to make ends meet. My uncle wanted to take my sisters to London to find them eligible husbands, which he actually did with great success. And he wanted to take me into the business. But the thought of sitting behind a desk all day, even if only for a few years until I had earned promotions, depressed me. I begged him to purchase a commission for me instead, and I went off to war with an artillery regiment at the age of 17. I was bursting with pride and eagerness to prove myself, to show that I was as brave, as resourceful, as steadfast as the most seasoned of veterans. In the first hour of my first battle in the peninsula, I was standing beside one of the great guns when it was fired. Nothing happened, and I stepped slightly forward, as though I thought to see the problem and set it right and win the whole war then and there for the Allies. The gun fired, and the last thing I saw was a bright flash. I really ought to have been blown to glory. There ought to have been so many pieces of me raining down upon Spain and Portugal that no one would have found and identified a single one of them. But when I was carried off to a field hospital, I was perfectly intact except for the fact that when I recovered consciousness, I could neither see nor hear. Sophia gasped in horror. Hearing returned after I had been back in England a while, he said. Sight never did. And never will. Oh, she said. What was it like? But he had held up a staying hand. And the other, she noticed, had curled tightly about the arm of his chair, just as her hands had about the arms of hers a few minutes ago. His knuckles were white. I am sorry, he said, and his voice sounded unaccountably breathless. I cannot talk about that, Miss Fry. Forgive me, she said. And what ought I to know about you? He asked her. What can you tell me that will have me dashing for the door and freedom? I am not respectable, she said. My grandfather was a baronet, and my uncle, his elder son, now has the title, but both of them disowned my father long before I was born. He was the black sheep of the family. He was an adventurer and a gambler and a rake. Sometimes he won a fortune, and we lived in sudden luxury. But it never lasted longer than a few days or weeks at most. He lost more money than he ever possessed, and we often spent weary weeks and months fleeing from bailiffs and other men to whom he owed large debts. He was handsome and charming, and he drove my mother away, I suppose, with his philandering, though when she left, when I was 5, she went with a lover and without me. It was a great scandal. She died in childbirth 3 years later. My father was killed in a duel 5 years ago. He was shot by an enraged husband. It was not even his first duel. He was notorious in so many ways. It would not be good for you to be associated with me. She bit her lip and closed her eyes again. She heard him sigh. Miss Fry, he said, you are neither your father nor your mother. He got to his feet and took a few tentative steps in her direction, afraid perhaps that there was some obstacle between his chair and hers. Miss Fry. He reached out his right hand. Will you set your hand in mine? She got reluctantly to her feet, closed most of the distance between them, and set her hand in his. When he raised his other hand, she set her right one in it, and his fingers closed, warm and strong, about both. And he went down on one knee before her. Oh! He bowed his head over her hands. Miss Fry, he said, will you do me the great honor of marrying me? Will you give us both a chance to realize our dreams? How could she think straight when she was looking down on the soft, shining waves of his hair bowed over her hands, and when she felt his warm, strong clasp? He was an impulsive man, she suspected. He would live to regret it if she said yes, especially if, when he found himself all alone in 1 year's time with no prospect of marrying anyone else unless she died before him. His dream was all very well for a year or two, but forever? She guessed that he was the sort of man who would eventually want a warm, loving family about him. And what about her? But she had no choices. Or, at least,
She did.
she could choose between two alternatives, the imperfect marriage arrangement he had suggested and destitution. That was really no choice at all. God help her. There was really no choice. I will, she whispered. He lifted his head. And, his eyes right on hers, he smiled. It was an intensely sweet smile.
6.
Martin was not talking to him. If one discounted the fact that he was yes. My lording or no. My lording Vincent's every question or remark. His voice almost vibrating with stiff formality. He was sulking after the quarrel they had had on the way home from the vicarage. You are what? He had bellowed when Vincent told him he was betrothed to Miss Fry. What the blinking devil? Are you out of your bleeding mind? She looks like a boy. And I am not even sure that is being kind to boys. Don't make me hit you. Martin, Vincent had said. Martin had sneered, audibly. You know I can, Vincent had reminded him. Remember the split lip and bloody nose you got when you doubted me before? Sheer luck, Martin had said. And you did not play fair. Fair is exactly what I did play, Vincent had told him. Don't make me prove that it was not sheer luck. The lady is my betrothed, and I will defend her against any insult. Martin had sneered a little more quietly and retreated into an injured silence. The Reverend and Mrs. Parsons had not been quite so frank in their reactions, but there had been amazement, even stunned incomprehension, in their voices when Vincent had summoned them back into the parlor and made his announcement. Their congratulations had been hesitant, as if they had not been sure it was not all a joke, and then had sounded over hearty, when they were sure he was serious. But they had agreed to allow Miss Fry to remain at the vicarage for another night or two until he had made other arrangements for her. The trouble was, he did not know quite what arrangements to make. He had hoped, as he hurried toward the vicarage on Martin's arm earlier, that he would discover that Miss Fry had plans, that she would have somewhere to go, some other relatives who would welcome her, or at least some friends. Then all that would have been called for was a heartfelt apology for the trouble he had caused her, and perhaps an offer of his carriage with Handrai to take her where she chose to go. In the meanwhile, he would stay at Covington House and enjoy visiting his friends for a few more days while he awaited the return of his carriage and prepare himself for returning to Middlebury Park. Somewhere way back in his mind, he had thought he might have to offer her marriage if there was no alternative. But he had not really expected it would come to that. But it had. The trouble was, he had not thought further than the proposal.
No.
The trouble was, he had not even thought as far as the proposal. Martin was right. He was out of his bleeding mind. Should he now take her home to Middlebury with him, and marry her there? He imagined the consternation into which he would throw his mother, and soon his sisters would be swooping down upon him, and his life and his wedding would not be his own. His wedding was always going to be like that, of course, whomever he married. But with almost any other bride, there would be her family swooping from the other side as a sort of balance to his own. There would be no one to speak for Miss Fry or to fuss over her and make sure that the wedding was about her as much as it was about him, or even more so, because she was the bride and he the mere bridegroom. It would not be fair to take her straight home with him. And he kept remembering Edna Hamilton saying that Miss Fry had been found in the church this morning with a pathetically small bag on the pew beside her. Had she left the bulk of her belongings at Barton Hall simply because she could not carry more than one bag with her? Or did the bag, in fact, comprise all her belongings? He wished he knew how she had been dressed, at Barton Hall when he visited there, at the assembly last night, at the vicarage this morning. He would be willing to wager, though, that she needed clothes and lots of them. And then he remembered Edna's saying that she could not be mistaken for a servant at Barton Hall because she was not as well dressed as they. Perhaps he should have the banns called here and marry her at Barton Coombs. But that would mean a whole month of kicking his heels here, and he would have to beg the vicar and his wife to extend their hospitality to Miss Fry that long. His mother and his sisters would have time to descend upon him here, and the wedding would be no different than if he took his bride to Middlebury Park. And the Marches might cut up nasty and cause trouble. He would not put it past them to make public the less-than-savory past of Miss Fry's mother and father. And she would need clothes even here. Any bride ought to be married in a pretty dress. Where would she find one here? If he was not going to return to Middlebury Park, then, and was not going to remain here, where would he go to marry? There really was only one alternative. London. She could shop for bridal outfit and bride clothes there. They could marry quickly and quietly, by special license. It really would be the best plan. It gave him a bit of a pang to think of marrying without even informing his mother and his sisters. But on the whole it seemed best for Miss Fry herself. It would put them on a more equal footing. It would be altogether better, anyway, to present his family with a fait accompli, he decided, remembering uneasily how Martin and the vicar and his wife had reacted to his choice of bride. His mother and sisters did, after all, want to see him married. They would surely be overjoyed for him, once they had recovered from the first shock of finding that he had gone out on his own and chosen a bride and married her. And if they were not, well, then, he and they would have something of a quarrel on their hands. Good Lord! He never quarreled with his family. How would Miss Fry shop for clothes in London with no one to guide her? Would she know where to go? How would he acquire a special license? One had to go to Doctors' Commons, did one not? Well, even without eyes, he would find his way there. He had servants after all, and he had a tongue in his head. How did one then arrange a wedding, though? He would find out. Where would they stay for the day or 2 or 3 while all this was being arranged? A hotel? A single man and a single lady? The questions and their less-than-satisfactory answers swirled around in his head as he ate some of the rabbit stew Martin had warmed and a piece of the buttered bread. There was no point in asking Martin's opinion. He was ignoring anything that could not be answered with a simple affirmative or negative. At least thinking about the practical problems that needed to be solved kept his mind off the larger issue. He had offered her, he had promised her, both marriage and freedom. He had offered her the sort of marriage he had always deplored. And then he thought of something that brought his mind back to practicalities. Actually, he had thought of it when he was with her, though in a different context. The survivors. Hugo Eames, Lord Trentham, had been planning to spend at least a part of the spring in London. And even if he was not there, his stepmother and half-sister almost certainly would be. Miss Fry would not stay with them as a mere supplicant for employment, but she surely could have no objection to doing so as his betrothed. And perhaps Mrs. or Miss Eames would be willing to accompany her when she went shopping. Vincent half smiled to himself. Most problems had a solution, if one was determined to find it. And he was determined. It was infinitely more difficult to live independently and to assert oneself when one had lost one's sight, of course, but it was by no means impossible. He suddenly felt quite eager to go home and start tackling the bigger challenges of his life. I do believe the stew tasted better today than it did yesterday.
Martin, he said.
And the bread could not be fresher if it tried. Actually, he had scarcely tasted either. Thank you, my lord.
Ah.
A variation on a theme. He was usually sir. I will need my hat and my cane. Please. Martin, he said, getting up from the table. I promised Miss Fry that I would take her for a walk this afternoon. It is not going to rain, is it? A pause. Presumably while Martin looked out through the window. No. My lord. I will not need you to accompany me to the vicarage, Vincent told him. I have the way memorized. Yes. My lord. Martin, he said 10 minutes later as he went out through the front door and located the steps with his cane. I will be married to Miss Fry within the week. I expect. All the sulks in the world will not change that. Perhaps at some time in the next 5 years, or so you will find it in yourself to forgive me. Yes. My lord.
Well.
It was better than no. My lord. Vincent found his way safely down the steps and a short way along the driveway. But then he stopped at the sound of a carriage approaching along the village street, drawn, if he was not mistaken, by 4 horses. There was far too much noise and clatter and clopping for 2. Unless it was a stagecoach or something else passing through, there was only one person in Barton Coombs to whom it could belong. It slowed and turned in toward Covington House. Vincent stood where he was and hoped that if he was in the middle of the drive the horses would not run him down before he was seen. He need not have worried.
Ah.
Darleigh, the jovial voice of Sir Clarence March called. He must have lowered one of the windows on the carriage. Taking a stroll up the driveway and back. Are you? Do be careful. Vincent inclined his head without replying. And he listened as a thud of boots announced the descent of the coachman, and then a carriage door opened, and steps were let down. He heard a great commotion of dissent, and understood that Sir Clarence was not alone. This was an afternoon call, in a traveling carriage and 4? My dear wife and daughter wish to take a drive out in the country on such a lovely afternoon, Sir Clarence said. And how could I not indulge them, Darleigh? When you have a wife and daughters of your own, though it is to be hoped you will have sons too. You will understand what it is like to be a husband and father trying to put his foot down and live his own life. It cannot be done. One's very happiness depends upon indulging one's womenfolk. My womenfolk thought you would enjoy a drive in the country with us, and perhaps even a stop somewhere for a little walk. My legs are not all they used to be, and Lady March is unable to walk far without becoming breathless, but young people are made of sterner stuff. Henrietta will be happy to walk with you if you should wish to take the air later in the afternoon. You must come back with us for dinner afterward. Just a simple, informal repast between friends.
Ah.
He was going to enjoy this. Vincent thought. I thank you for your kind invitation, he said. Unfortunately, I must decline it. Samuel and Edna Hamilton have invited me to spend the evening with them and a few of our other childhood friends. And this afternoon I have arranged to take my betrothed walking. There was a brief, almost loud silence. Apart from some jingling of harness and snorting of horses and pawing of gravel. You're betrothed? Lady March said. Yes. Vincent smiled. Had you not heard? I would have thought everyone in Barton Coombs knew by now. An hour or 2 ago Miss Fry accepted my hand in marriage. I trust you will wish me happy. Miss the Mouse. Sir Clarence's voice was almost a roar. Sophia? Lady March said almost simultaneously. What? Miss March said, sounding bewildered. Mamma? We will be marrying in London as soon as I can make the arrangements, Vincent told them, and then I will be taking my new Viscountess home to Middlebury Park. You must not worry about your niece, Lady March. She will be quite safe in my keeping. And cherished.
Ah.
I have just remembered something. Martin? He hoped the door behind him was still open. But he guessed that Martin had been keeping an eye on him while he was still in sight, to make sure he did not trip over any stone larger than a pebble or collide with a gatepost. Yes. My lord. Martin, Vincent instructed him, fetch my purse if you would be so good, and count out the cost of a stagecoach ticket. Sir Clarence will tell you the exact amount. You were kind enough to give your wife's niece the fare when she left Barton Hall last night, sir, but it is not needed after all. and it is my pleasure to return it to you with my thanks." He continued to make his way along the driveway, hoping he was not going to mar his grand exit by tangling himself up with horses or slapping into an open carriage door. "Mama?" Miss March said again from behind him, her voice tremulous.
"Oh,
"Do be quiet, Henrietta," her fond mamma said crossly. "That hussy. After all I have done for her." Vincent felt the gatepost with his cane and passed safely through onto the street. He could remember games like this, one child with bandaged eyes being led a merry dance by another child and having to guess at the end of it all where he was. Vincent had always cheated, of course, as he supposed all the other children had done, by peeping below the blindfold. He wished he could do the same now. But the vicarage was not far away. He would find it. He would always find his way, he thought. Despite a dull feeling in his stomach that he had acted with haste on his first visit here today and would have to live with the consequences for the rest of his life. Just before he reached the vicarage, he heard the carriage and four returning along the street in the direction of Barton Hall. It would seem that the afternoon drive and walk had been abandoned. And so he had played one more prank upon Sir Clarence March, he thought. The last, and by far the most satisfying. And he had done something to avenge his lady. "Do you go walking often? Do you have a favorite place to go?" Vincent asked Miss Fry as they left the vicarage a short while later. "I used to enjoy turning along the narrow lane beyond the smithy, and then climbing over the stile and crossing the meadow to the bank of the river. As boys, we all used to fish and swim there. Usually swimming was forbidden, but we did it anyway, even at night."
"I do walk," she said.
"Sometimes I go just into the woods in the park at Barton Hall, where I can be alone. And sometimes I go farther afield, wherever my footsteps lead me." "I know the place you speak of." She had taken his offered arm. But she must have realized, as she did last night, that he could not lead her anywhere with any confidence. It was more likely to be the other way around despite the fact that he had his cane in his free hand. He turned them in the direction they would need to take. And almost immediately they were hailed by Miss Waddell, who lived next to the vicarage. "And she just happened to be in her front garden," she explained, trimming the dead heads off some of her flowers. She must have seen him arrive, Vincent thought, for the second time today. And, like everyone else, she would know about the vicar's finding Miss Fry in the church this morning and taking her to the vicarage. She would know, too, that Miss Fry had been tossed out of Barton Hall in the middle of last night. Had Mrs. Parsons not mentioned that she was planning to lead a delegation of protest to Barton Hall? "It is a fine afternoon, Lord Darleigh," she continued. "And Miss Fry, is it not? You are Lady March's relative, I believe, but are staying at the vicarage." Her voice bristled with curiosity. And Vincent realized in some surprise that the vicar's wife had done as he asked and not told anyone of the engagement. "You must hear the happy news from my own lips." Then,
"Miss Waddell," he said.
"Miss Fry has made me a happy man today. We are betrothed."
"Oh,
my." For a moment she seemed lost for words. "Then congratulations are in order."
"Well,
"Bless my soul. This is unexpected news." Only this morning the vicar was asking everywhere about the possibility of genteel employment for well.
Oh, my. Well.
How delightful. I must say, it was not as difficult to get away from her as it had sometimes used to be. Vincent guessed that she was itching to spread the word before anyone else could. "I do apologize," he said when he was alone with Miss Fry again. "I made the announcement without first consulting you. I hope you did not mind."
"No. My lord, she said.
I told Sir Clarence and Lady March and Miss March too, as I was leaving home a short while ago, he said. They had come to invite me to take a drive in the country with them, and perhaps take a walk with Miss March somewhere along the way. It gave me enormous satisfaction to explain to them that I would be walking with my betrothed instead. I wish you could have been there to see their faces when I informed them just who that was. I am sure they must have been a sight to behold.
Oh.
And I had Martin Fisk, my valet, return the stagecoach fare to Sir Clarence. Oh, she said. We used to play merciless pranks on him when I was a boy, he told her. I say we, though almost invariably I was both the mastermind and the ringleader. Once we climbed onto the roof of Barton Hall the night before Sir Clarence was expecting a visit from a titled naval admiral and his wife. He had boasted of it for days beforehand. We flew a large sheet, painted with skull and crossbones, from the tallest chimney and hoped no one would notice it before the admiral's arrival. No one did, and as good fortune would have it, there was a brisk breeze blowing that morning. If servants are to be believed, and they usually are, the first thing the admiral did after stepping down from his carriage was draw in a deep breath of fresh air and look up to where the sheet was flapping merrily in the wind. She laughed. A light, happy sound that delighted him. Were you ever caught? She asked. Never, he said. Though there were a few close calls. Sir Clarence always knew who the culprits were. Of course. But he could never prove his suspicions. And though some of us had stern parents, I have the feeling they investigated all complaints from the hall less than vigorously. She laughed again. You had a happy childhood. Then.
My lord, she asked.
I did. He turned his head toward her and almost asked about her own childhood. But he knew it had been a difficult one, and perhaps, no, probably, a very unhappy one. And he was trying to set her at her ease. He guessed that they must be drawing close to the smithy. And, sure enough, he heard Mr. Fisk hailing him. And then he heard the approach of heavy footsteps before his right hand was caught up, cane and all, in a great big ham of a hand and pumped up and down. Vincent Hunt, the blacksmith, cried in his great booming voice. I could not get near you last evening with my good wife. You are looking quite the grand gentleman, but still a rogue at heart, I have no doubt. Hello, missy. Don't you live at Barton Hall?
No.
Wait a minute. You are the one the vicar was asking about this morning. Wanted to know if my missus needed a helper in the house. Staying at the vicarage, are you? Well, I dare say you are better off there than where you were. I would not recommend the Hall to my worst enemy. Miss Fry and I are newly betrothed, Vincent told him. Mr. Fisk pumped his hand even more heartily. Ho, he cried. You work a fast courtship, lad. But you never were a laggard, were you? I could tell you a thing or two about this rascal, missy, that would make your hair stand on end. But he was always a good lad despite it all, and he will make you a good husband. I do not doubt. I am glad you chose a little country lass, Vincent, or my lord, I suppose I ought to call you now, and not one of them fashion dolls that the nobs usually marry. I wish you both happy. The missus would wish you happy too. But she is busy baking more bread and cakes for our Martin, and is not looking out through the window. She thinks he needs fattening up like his dad. I hope she understands. Mr. Fisk, Vincent said, that she has been fattening me up too. Her bread is the best I have tasted, and her cakes spell death to any good intentions of eating sparingly. He moved on with Miss Fry, and they turned almost immediately onto the quiet lane that ran parallel to the river, but some distance from it. A little country lass, he said. Is that what you are? Were you offended? He knew her so little. Again he had that hollow feeling in his stomach of having done something impulsive and rash, but irretrievable. Not when the alternative was to be one of them fashion dolls the knobs marry, she said. It sounds like a very undesirable thing to be if one wants to win the approval of blacksmiths.
Does it not? He laughed.
Her answer surprised and delighted him. It showed both spirit and humor. Mr. Fisk is my valet's father, he explained to her. Martin and I grew up together. When I was going away to war, he asked if he could come as my Batman. After I was wounded, he insisted upon staying on as my valet, and I have not been able to get rid of him since. I have tried, especially in the early years, when I could not afford to pay him, and all he got was room and board at the home in Cornwall where I convalesced. He flatly refused to go. He must love you, she said. I suppose he does, he agreed. He had never thought of it that way before. He doubted Martin had either. The stile must be quite close. About 20 more steps, she said. He had not given much thought to how he would get over it. He had done much more rugged walking than this in the Lake District, of course, but there he had had Martin with him. Not that Martin ever hauled him bodily about, but they were accustomed to each other and comfortable together. Martin knew just what instructions and warnings to give and when to give them. He could remember the stile. He had climbed over it 1,000 times. I'll go first, he said when they came to it. Then I can at least make some pretense of helping you over. He hooked his cane over the top bar. He was glad she did not try to take it from him or insist upon going ahead of him so that she could help him. A man must retain some dignity. He felt self-conscious and actually rather terrified that he was about to make an idiot of himself. There were 2 wooden bars, one about 3 feet from the ground, the other about 2 feet above that, the one over which he had just hooked his cane. Beneath the lower bar there was a third, flatter one, passing underneath it but not at a 90-degree angle. There was grassy verge this side. The other side was lower, more worn, and it had a dip in the center where thousands of feet had landed when descending from the stile. It was always full of mud, a boy's paradise after a rain. Fortunately, there had been no rain in the past few days. On either side of the stile there were high hawthorn hedges. Beyond was a grassy meadow, usually liberally dotted with daisies and buttercups and clover. And beyond that, at some distance, was the river. He wondered if children still came here. He could not hear any now. But perhaps they were at school. That bane of the existence of boisterous youth. He need not have worried. He got over the stile without incident, though he was glad he had remembered the dip on the far side, so when he jumped down he did not go plunging farther than he expected. He turned back to the stile, found the post of the lowest board with the inside of his boot, and reached up a hand. "Madam," he said, "allow me to assist you." "Do not be afraid." She laughed again. A pretty, trilling sound that seemed light-hearted, as if she was enjoying herself. And then he felt her small hand in his, and she jumped down beside him. "Do we have the meadow all to ourselves?" he asked, though he was almost sure they did. "We do," she said, withdrawing her hand. "Oh, this is a beautiful time of year. The very best, with spring just turning to summer. The meadow is like a colored carpet underfoot. Would you like me to describe it to you?" "In a little while," he said, "though you need not always feel obliged to do that. I am learning to experience the world through the other senses rather than straining always to imagine what I cannot physically see. When you describe a scene to me, I shall describe it right back to you. But my scene will be filled with sound and smell and sometimes touch, even taste. Does that make sense to you?" "Yes," she said. "Oh, yes, it does. And it explains why you are not a victim." He raised his eyebrows. "Why you do not act like a victim," she explained. "I admire that." He tipped his head to one side. Have you felt like a victim sometimes? He asked her. We all do, you know. At least, I assume most of us do at some time or other in our lives. There is no shame in that, for sometimes we are victims. Sometimes, though, if we are fortunate or diligent, we can rise above self-pity. It has been made easier for me than it might otherwise have been. Of course, for I inherited a fortune 2 years after I was blinded. That has given me a freedom for which I will always be grateful. And I am marrying you, she said breathlessly. So that it would be easier to set herself free of being one of life's victims? Though there was always more than good fortune involved in the shedding of self-pity. Sometimes, self-pity was so ingrained in people that nothing could persuade them to take joy out of living. Was Miss Fry self-pitying? He did not know her well enough to answer his own question. I cannot see you, he said. I have only heard you, and touched your hand, and felt it within my arm. I have smelled the faint fragrance of your soap. I would know you a little better. Miss Fry. He could hear her draw a breath through her mouth. You want to touch me? She asked him. Yes. Not with any lascivious intent. He hoped she would understand that. He could not bring himself to say it aloud. She was close to him, though she did not immediately touch him, and he did not reach for her. He could hear the rustle of fabric and guessed that she was removing her bonnet, and perhaps her cloak too. He heard the slight scrape of his cane against the bars of the stile. She must have hung her garments beside it. They were standing to one side of the stile. He hoped they were far enough over that they were in the shelter of the hawthorn hedge and invisible to anyone passing along the lane. Not that it was ever a well-used lane. She had moved to stand in front of him. He could sense her there. And then he felt her fingertips featherlight against his chest. He raised his hands and found her shoulders. They were small and thin, and yet sturdy. He slid his hands in until he felt the warm, smooth flesh of her throat. He could feel her pulse beating steadily beneath his left thumb. His hands moved up the sides of a slender neck, over small ears, and into her hair, thick and soft and curly and really very short, as she had said it was. She looks like a boy. He bent his own head closer. The soap fragrance he had noticed last evening was coming most noticeably from her hair. She must have washed it recently. He could feel the warmth of her breath against his jaw. He explored her face with his fingertips. A smooth, rather broad forehead. Arched eyebrows. Eyes that were closed, sometimes brown, sometimes hazel. She had said. With auburn hair. But he was no longer interested in color. She had long eyelashes. A short, straight nose, but he could feel no resemblance to a button. Warm cheeks as smooth as rose petals. With well-defined cheekbones. A firm jaw, tapering to what felt like a pointy little chin. Heart-shaped, he murmured. With his hands cupping the underside of her jaw, he found her mouth with his thumbs. Wide. With soft, generous lips. He ran his thumbs lightly along them and kept them resting against the outer corners. She had not moved or uttered a sound. Her facial muscles were relaxed. He hoped that the rest of her was too. He did not want to embarrass or frighten her. But his fingertips were his eyes. He moved his head forward again until he felt her warmth and her breath against his face. She neither drew back nor voiced a protest. He touched his lips to hers. It was not really a kiss. Merely a resting there. A feeling. A tasting. A recognition that they had agreed to a betrothal just a short while ago. Her lips trembled against his for a moment, and then relaxed again. She did not really kiss him either. But she rested against him. Accepted, perhaps, that they would belong together. He drew back a little, raised his hands to her hair again, ran his fingers through it, and took a half step forward to draw her face against his cravat. He slid one hand down along her spine to draw her against him.
Small.
Thin, or at least very slim. No really discernible curves, though he would not, explore her body more intimately with his hands. He did not have the right.
Not yet.
She yielded to his touch without pressing against him. Her hands held his coat on either side of his waist. And they stood there like that. For how long he did not know. She had described herself accurately. She was not voluptuously shaped. She might even, as Martin had said, look like a boy. She was surely not beautiful, or even pretty. She almost certainly did not have the sort of figure that would draw male eyes. But, feeling her warmth and the softly yielding pressure of her body against his, and breathing in the soap scent of her, he did not care a single damn what she looked like. She was to be his. And though he knew his mind would run the gamut of misgivings when he was alone again later, he felt curiously moved by her. "Miss Fry," he said against the top of her head, but that sounded all wrong when he was holding her. Getting to know her in a manner more intimate than with a mere passing acquaintance. "Or may I call you Sophia?" Her voice when she answered was muffled against the folds of his neckcloth. "Will you call me Sophie?" she asked. "Please?" "No one ever has." He frowned slightly. There had been some pain in that plea.
No. Perhaps not pain exactly.
But some yearning. Surely. "You will always be Sophie to me then," he said. "Sophie, I believe you are pretty. And before you protest that it is not so, that your glass tells a different story, that I would say no such thing if I could see you, let me add that a pearl probably does not look so very remarkable either while it is still hidden inside its shell." He heard a soft gurgle of laughter against his chest. And then she drew free. A moment later he felt his cane against the back of his right hand and took it from her. Had he said the wrong thing? "We should walk down by the river," she said. "And perhaps sit on the bank. I shall make a daisy chain. And you can insist that the daisies are as lovely as the most costly of rosebuds. What shall I call you?" "My lord." "Vincent," he said as she busied herself, presumably with putting her cloak and bonnet back on. He smiled. Perhaps what he was doing was not so very rash after all. He had the distinct feeling that he might grow to like her not just because he was determined to do so, but because she was likable. Or seemed to be.
It was too soon to know for certain.
Would she grow to like him? Was he likable? He thought he was. It was too soon to know if she agreed with him. And it was too soon to think about the long-term future he had so rashly offered. It always was. The future had a habit of being nothing like what one expected or planned for. The future would take care of itself. 7. "Will you come to Covington House for tea before I return you to the vicarage?" Lord Darleigh asked when they were making their way homeward later. "We need to make some plans." Nothing on the subject of their future had been broached during their walk along the river bank or while they sat there. He had talked about Barton Coombs and his boyhood here, and she had made a daisy chain, which he had touched and explored when she announced she was finished. Then he had taken it from her hands and looped it rather awkwardly over her head and about her neck after it had stuck on the brim of her bonnet.
They had both laughed.
That was what she had found so incredible, that they had laughed together more than once. Oh, and there were other things too, even more incredible. He had touched her. She knew he had done it only because he could not see her, but he had touched her nevertheless, with fingers that had been warm and gentle and respectful. And with his lips. And he had held her. That had been most incredible of all. He had held the whole length of her body against his. And while there had been the shock of his hard-muscled maleness, there had also been the wonder. The sheer wonder of just being held. As if he cared. As if somehow she was precious to him. As if somehow she had an identity for him. This had been an incredibly strange day. How could a day that had begun so disastrously, it had started just after midnight, when Sir Clarence and Aunt Martha and Henrietta had returned from the assembly some time after her, and had all come into her bedchamber without knocking, even though she was already in bed with the candle extinguished. How could a day that had begun that way end this way? And it was not even over yet. He wished to discuss their plans for the future over tea at Covington House. Without a chaperone. She did not suppose that mattered.
Though.
They were betrothed. And it was full daylight. They had not been chaperoned during their walk.
Indeed.
She had never thought of chaperones in connection with herself.
Thank you, she said.
She rather believed she was going to like him, and the thought brought tears welling into her eyes and a soreness to her throat. There had been so few people to like in the past 5 years, and precious few even before that. Oh, and what sort of self-pitying thought was that? She had learned long ago that self-pity was also self-defeating. She had turned it to satire, and had found an outlet through her sketches. There was nothing satirical about Viscount Darleigh, nothing to laugh at, not even the fumbling way he had draped the daisy chain about her neck. She wondered if she was likable. She had never asked herself the question before. When they arrived at Covington House, Mr. Fiske, Lord Darleigh's valet, opened the door to them. His eyes held Sophia's while the Viscount asked him to bring them tea to the drawing-room. His face was expressionless, as the faces of servants usually were. But Sophia read accusation, even dislike, in his eyes. She would have been intimidated by him even without that. He was taller and broader than his master, and looked more like a blacksmith than a valet. Sophia did not smile at him. One did not smile at servants. They would despise one. She had discovered that when she went to live with Aunt Mary. The house, about which she had woven fantasies of family and friendship for the past 2 years, was more imposing on the inside than she had expected. The drawing-room was large and square with some comfortable-looking old furniture, a big fireplace, and French windows opening out onto what must once have been a flower garden and was still neatly kept. There was a pianoforte at one end of the room and a violin case on top of it. "Do have a seat," Lord Darleigh said, gesturing in the direction of the fireplace, and Sophia made her way to an armchair on one side of it. She already recognized the slight tilt of his head when he was listening intently. He made his way unerringly to the chair on the other side of the fireplace and sat down. "I believe we ought to go to London to marry Sophie," he said. "By special license. It can be done within a week, I would think, and then I will take you home to Gloucestershire. Middlebury is a vast, stately mansion. The park is huge, and is ringed by farms. It is a busy, prosperous place. It is a daunting prospect for you, I know. But—" He stopped as Mr. Fiske came in with the tea tray. He set it down on a small table close to Sophia, looked directly into her eyes, his own still expressionless, and withdrew. "Thank you,
Martin," the Viscount said.
"Sir." Sophia poured the tea and set a cup and saucer down beside Viscount Darleigh. She set a small currant cake on a plate and put it in his hand. "Thank you,
Sophie," he said.
"I am sorry. I did say we needed to make plans, did I not? And then I told you what they were." "Within a week," she said. Reality was threatening to smite her. She was going to leave here with Viscount Darleigh. They were going to go to London and get married there. Within a week, she was going to be a married lady, Lady Darleigh, with a home of her own and a husband. It would be the best plan, I believe, he said. I have a close and loving family, Sophie. They are especially loving and protective of me because I am the only male and I am the youngest. And, to top it off, I am blind. They would suffocate me if they were allowed to arrange our wedding. You have no family of your own to balance their enthusiasm, to fuss over and suffocate you. It would be unfair to take you directly to Middlebury. She had 2 aunts, 2 uncles, and 2 cousins, if one counted Sebastian, who was Uncle Terence's stepson. But he was right. She had nobody who would be interested in coming to her wedding, let alone helping to plan it. Sophie, he said, that bag you had with you in the church this morning. I was told it was not large. Did you leave most of your clothes and belongings at Barton Hall? Do I need to send Martin over there to fetch your things? Or did you bring everything? I left behind a few clothes, she said. Do you want them? She hesitated. She had almost nothing without them. But they were all hand-me-downs from Henrietta, and they were all ill-fitting.
Some of them were shabby.
She had her sketch pad and charcoal in her bag and a change of clothes.
No. Good, he said.
Then you will have everything new. London is the place to buy whatever you will need. I have no money, she said, frowning. Her cup clattered back onto her saucer. And I cannot ask you.
You did not, he said.
But you are to be my wife, Sophie. I will care for all your needs. I will certainly clothe you in a manner befitting your station. She set her cup and saucer back on the tray and sat back in her chair. She bit down on one side of her forefinger. I would love to be able to whisk you off to London, send you shopping while I acquire a special license, and marry you all within one day, he said. But it will not be possible to do things quite so quickly. I am confident, though, that you will be welcomed in the home of my friend Hugo, Lord Trentham. I mentioned him earlier. The very thought of it all terrified her, and filled her with such excitement that she felt almost bilious, and was glad she had not eaten a cake. Sophie, he said, I am dictating to you. After all, am I not? But I cannot think of any alternatives.
Can you?
Only getting on the stagecoach tomorrow and riding off alone into the unknown. But she knew she would not do that. Not now that she had an alternative that was all too tempting.
No, she said.
But are you sure? Oh, he said, I am quite sure. We will make this work. We will. Tell me you believe me. She closed her eyes. She wanted this marriage so very badly. She wanted him very badly, his sweetness, his sense of honor, his dreams and enthusiasms, even his vulnerability. She wanted someone of her own. Someone who called her by name and held her for comfort and laughed with her. Someone beautiful and achingly attractive. Someone to give her back her shattered image of herself. And someone who, you intend to support me even after I have left you? She said. Even after you have. He stared in her direction. You will always be my wife and therefore my responsibility, Sophie. And I shall, of course, make adequate provision for you in my will. But must we think of the distant future already? I would prefer to think of the immediate future. We are about to wed. Let us think about marrying and going home, and leave the rest to take care of itself. Shall we? He looked eager and anxious again. And she was anxious too, not that her dream might not come true, but that it might. "Yes," she said, and he smiled. "We will leave in the morning."
Then he said,
"Will that suit you? So soon?" "Yes, my lord." He tipped his head to one side. "Yes. Vincent, shall I play my violin for you?" he asked. "Which is another way of announcing that I will play it for you. For I am sure you are far too polite to voice a protest." "That is your violin?" she asked. "I would like it of all things if you will play for me." He laughed as he got to his feet and made his way across the room to the pianoforte, feeling his way there, but not by any means groping. He opened the violin case and removed the instrument. He positioned it beneath his chin, took the bow in his hand and tightened it, adjusted the tuning, and then played, half turned toward her. She thought it might be Mozart, but she was not sure. She had not encountered much music. It did not matter. She clasped her hands, held them to her mouth, and thought she had never heard anything even half as lovely in her life. His body moved slightly to the music, as though he was completely engrossed in it. "They say at Pendennis Hall," he said when he had finished his piece and was putting the violin back into its case, "that when I play, I set all the household and neighborhood cats to howling. They must be wrong. Do you not think? I do not hear a single cat howl here." He had told her during their walk about Pendennis Hall in Cornwall, home of the Duke of Stanbrook. He had spent several years there after his return from the peninsula, learning to cope with his blindness. And a group of 7, 6 men and 1 woman, including the Duke, had formed a close friendship and called themselves the Survivors' Club. They spent a few weeks of each year together at Pendennis. How very cruel of those friends, Sophia thought, to mock his playing. But he was smiling as if the memory of the insult was a fond one. They would have been joking, of course. They were his friends. He had told her how they all encouraged and teased one another out of the doldrums if any of them sank into a depression. How lovely it must be to have friends. Friends who would even take the liberty of teasing. "Perhaps," she said, "that is because there are no cats here." Her heartbeat quickened.
"Ouch."
He winced theatrically and then laughed. "You are as bad as they are, Sophie. I am unappreciated, as all geniuses are, alas. I dare say the pianoforte is dreadfully out of tune. It cannot have been played for a number of years." She felt absurdly pleased. She had made a joke and he had laughed and accused her of being as bad as his friends. "You play the pianoforte too?" she asked. "I have taken lessons for both instruments in the last 3 years," he said. "I am proficient at neither, alas, but I am improving. The harp is another matter. There are just too many strings, and I have been sorely tempted on more than one occasion to hurl the thing through the nearest window. But since the fault is mine, not the harp's, and I would not particularly enjoy being hurled through a window myself, I usually conquer the urge. And I am determined that I will master the harp." "You did not learn to play the pianoforte as a boy?" she asked. "No one ever thought of it," he said, "including me. It was for the girls. On the whole, I am glad I did not learn then. I would have hated it." He sat down on the long pianoforte bench and raised the lid. Sophia watched as his fingers felt along the black keys until he found the middle, white note with his right thumb. He played something she had heard Henrietta play, a Bach fugue. He played it more slowly, more ploddingly than Henrietta, but with perfect accuracy. The instrument was out of tune, but only to a degree that made the melody sound rather melancholy. "You may hold your thunderous applause until the recital is at an end," he said when he lifted his hands. She clapped her hands and smiled. "Is that a hint that the recital is already ended?" he asked her.
Not at all, she said.
Applause usually calls for an encore. And polite applause usually signals the end of a recital, he said. That applause was decidedly polite. Besides, I am about at the end of my repertoire. Do you want to try to coax music out of this sad instrument? Do you play? I never learned, she said.
Ah.
He looked her way. Was that a wistful note I heard in your voice? Soon, Sophie. You may do anything you please. Within reason. She closed her eyes briefly. It was too vast a notion to comprehend. She had always wanted to simply to learn. Do you sing? He asked. Do you know any folk songs? More specifically, do you know Early One Morning? It is the only song I can play with any degree of competency. He played the first few bars. I do know it, she said, crossing the room toward him. I can hold a tune, but I doubt I will ever be invited to sing at any of the world's great opera houses. But how devoid of music our lives would be, he said, if we allowed the making of it only to those of outstanding talent. Sing while I play. His hands, those hands that had touched her face, were slender and well-shaped with short, neatly manicured nails. He replayed the opening bars. And she sang. Early one morning, just as the sun was rising, I heard a maiden sing. In the valley below, his head was bowed over the keys, his eyelids lowered over his eyes. Why were almost all folk songs sad? Was it because sadness tugged far more strongly upon the heartstrings than happiness did? Oh, don't deceive me. Oh, never leave me. How could you use a poor maiden so? She sang the song from beginning to end, and when she was finished, his hands rested on the keys and his head remained bowed. There was a soreness in her throat again. Life was so often a sad business, full of deceptions and departures. And then he played again. A different tune, more haltingly, missing several of the notes.
And he sang.
On Richmond Hill there lives a lass, more bright than May-day morn. He had a light, pleasant tenor voice, though he would surely never sing on the stage of any opera house either. She smiled at the thought. I'd crowns resign to call thee mine, sweet lass of Richmond Hill. He was smiling when he finished. The language of love can be marvelously extravagant.
Can it not? He said.
And yet it can smite one here. He patted his abdomen with the outside of a lightly closed fist. Would you believe a man who told you he would resign crowns for your sake? Sophie. I doubt any man would, she said. He would have to be a king, would he not, and they tend to be in short supply. But I might believe the sentiment if I were sure he loved me above all else. And if I loved him with an everlasting kind of love in return. Do you believe in that kind of love, my lord? She could have bitten out her tongue when it was too late to recall the words. I do, he said, playing a scale softly with his right hand. It does not happen to everyone, or even perhaps to most, but it does happen. And it must be wonderful when it does. Most people settle for comfort instead. And there is nothing wrong with comfort. She was feeling decidedly uncomfortable. He looked up at her then and smiled. I had better return you to the vicarage, he said. I suppose it was not quite proper to bring you here.
Was it?
But we are betrothed and will be married very soon. You do not need to walk back with me, she said.
Ah,
But I do, he told her, getting to his feet. When my lady needs to go somewhere beyond my home or hers, I will escort her whenever I am able. It sounded a little excessively possessive, but she understood his need not to be handicapped by his disability. My lady. Was that what she was now, his lady? Most people settle for comfort instead. She remembered as they left the house together. And there is nothing wrong with comfort.
oh,
There was not. But comfort instead of the everlasting kind of romantic love about which he had sung? And even the comfort might not last. They were on their way to London, in the middle of the second day of their journey. It had been tedious, as all journeys were. They had scarcely talked. Vincent tried not to regret everything he had done in the past few days, starting with his acceptance of Sir Clarence March's invitation to spend an evening at Barton Hall. Or perhaps starting with his decision to go to Barton Coombs instead of returning home. He had offered marriage to a stranger, and not even a normal marriage. It was that last part that weighed most heavily upon him. He was going to have the doom of a possible separation hanging over his head from the first moment. Impulsive behavior had always been his besetting sin, and he had often lived to regret it. He had once impulsively stepped forward to see why a large cannon had not fired. He had,
though,
felt a desperate need to persuade Sophia Fry to marry him, and there had seemed no other way to get her to say yes. She had needed to say yes. The near silence in which they had traveled for a day and a half was as much his fault as hers. More so. He believed she was a little intimidated by him and his grand carriage and the grandeur of the life she was facing, and by the fact that she was stepping into the unknown. Last night could have done nothing to help her relax. They had stopped at one of the more obscure posting inns, chosen by Martin and Handry between them, and had taken 2 rooms, one for Martin and one for Mr. and Mrs. Hunt. He had slept in Martin's room, but all night he had worried about the impropriety and possible danger of Sophia's having to huddle all alone in her room, without even a maid to lend her countenance. He tried to think of something to say, some conversational opener that would elicit a response, perhaps even a laugh. She had a pretty laugh, though he had been given the distinct impression the day before yesterday that laughing was something she rarely did. She had led a brutally lonely life, judging by the little she had told him of it. Before he could speak,
she did.
"Just look at that church spire," she said, her voice bright and eager. "I have noticed it before, and it always amazes me that something so very tall and slender can remain standing in a strong wind." He waited for realization to hit her, as it did very quickly. He heard her draw a sharp inward breath. "I am so sorry," she said, her voice far more subdued. "Tell me about it," he said. "It belongs to a church in the little village we are approaching," she told him. "It is a remarkably pretty village. But that tells you absolutely nothing of any significance, does it? Let me see. There are some old whitewashed, thatched cottages along the sides of the road here.
Oh.
One of them is bright pink. How cheerful it looks. I wonder who lives in it. The church is farther in. There. Now I can see the whole of it. It is on one side of the village green, and is really quite unremarkable except for the spire. I dare say the villagers were so dissatisfied with the church and so ashamed in the company of people from other, more fortunate villages that they decided to build the spire to restore their pride. There are some children playing cricket on the green. You used to play cricket? I have heard people talk about it." He listened with interest. She had a sharp eye and the imagination with which to embellish details in an amusing way. And there was warmth and animation in her voice. "I cannot tell you the name of the village," she continued. "There is nothing to say. Perhaps it does not matter. We do not have to give a name to everything that is pretty, do we? Do you realize that a rose does not call itself a rose? Nor do any of the flowers and trees surrounding it. He found himself grinning in her direction. How do you know? He asked her. Do you speak rose or flower language? She laughed. The light. Pretty sound he remembered from 2 days ago. He hesitated, and then decided to trust what he was beginning to suspect about her. I believe it was one of those boys on the village green, he said. Or actually it was probably his father. Or even his grandfather, who once hit the ball in such a high arc that it landed on the church roof. That was before the spire was built. Of course. But you do not even know what village that was, she protested, sounding a little bewildered.
Ah.
Perhaps he was wrong. The parishioners, he continued, were so annoyed with the boys for climbing up the ivy on the church walls to retrieve the ball, and leaving it patchy-looking and not at all picturesque, the ivy. That is, that they decided to build the spire and prevent any repetition of the sacrilege. There was a short silence. And they built it extra high, Sophia said, to discourage Bertha from climbing it. Bertha? He grinned. Bertha was the girl. Was she, he asked, who climbed everything in sight even before she could walk. No one could stop her.
The very one, she said.
She was a severe trial to her parents, who were forever rescuing her from trees and chimney tops and were terrified that one day she would fall and break her head. Not to mention her neck, he said. And, of course, it did not help that she could climb up but never down.
Indeed.
She could not even bear to look down. And then came the fateful day, she said, when the very same cricketer, who was brilliant at hitting the ball as high as he could without ever realizing that it was distance, not height, that really counted, impaled it on the very tip of the church spire. And as fate would have it, he said, Bertha, who was supposed to be visiting her maternal grandparents 20 miles away on that day, had not gone after all because the grandfather had a chill and the incompetent physician who examined him pronounced his ailment to be typhoid and put the whole village into quarantine. And so Bertha climbed the spire, Sophia said, and tossed the ball down while all the children cheered wildly and all the adults held their hands over their eyes and held their breath at the same time. And the vicar and the whole church choir went down on their knees to pray. Those members of the choir, that was, who were not cheering. And then Vincent said. And then, blind as a bat Dan, who had been looked upon as the village idiot all his 17 years because he could not see even well, a bat, to coin a pun, finally came into his own and was forever after the great hero of village myth. There is even a statue of him somewhere, though not on the village green at the special request of several generations of cricketers. He climbed onto the roof and shinned up the spire and brought Bertha down because he, of course, did not fear heights, as everyone else did, for the simple reason that he could not see them. She might still be up there if Dan had not climbed to her rescue. By that time, she said, Bertha was 16, going on 17. And, of course, she fell in love with Dan, upon whom she had never really looked fully before. She discovered that he was wondrously strong and handsome, and that he was not, of course, an idiot at all, only as blind as a bat. And he confessed that he had adored her in secret all his life, because she had a voice like an angel. They married in the church with the great spire, and lived happily ever after. And she never climbed upon anything higher than a chair ever again, Vincent said. And even then it had to be a sturdy chair, and only if a mouse ran underfoot. For she knew that Dan would always come to her rescue. And she feared that he might fall and kill himself, and she would lose the love of her life. Their children were all cheerfully earthbound and never showed any inclination to climb even out of their cradles. The end.
Sophia sighed.
Amen, Vincent said solemnly. They both collapsed into laughter and snorts and giggles, until something, astonishment, perhaps, or embarrassment, hushed them. Have you always told stories? He asked her after a short silence. I see stories, she said. Well, not real stories, with a beginning and middle and end, but moments in time. Foolish ones. I sketch them. Caricatures. Do you? He turned his head in her direction. Of people you know? Always, she said. Though I believe I may try sketching a series of pictures of Bertha and Dan and the church spire. It would be an amusing new challenge. He smiled at her. And maybe I shall write the story to go with the pictures, she said. You must help with your parts of it. You have a way with words. Do you tell stories? Other than this one. I mean, I used to invent fantastic stories to put Ursula, my youngest sister, to sleep when she was frightened by the dark or ghosts or thunder. There was always something, he said. Though she was older than me, and I can still invent bedtime stories for children. At Easter time, when all my family was at Middlebury Park, one of my nieces asked me to read them all a bedtime story. I could hear Amy, my oldest sister, shushing her. And I could imagine that she was also flapping her hands and making faces, and otherwise trying to remind her daughter that Uncle Vincent is blind. I told the children about a dragon who freed a field mouse from a trap by breathing fire on the cords that held it imprisoned. Every evening after that, I had to invent another adventure for the dragon and the mouse. Oh, she said, I wonder if I could draw a dragon. I have a mouse in almost all my sketches, a little one in the corner. Your signature? He asked her. Have you always been the little mouse observing the absurdities of life around you? Sophie. The mouse in my sketches may be small, she said, but it does not always look meek and docile. Sometimes it has a wickedly gleeful smirk on its face. I am glad, he said. They fell silent again, but for only a short while. The carriage swayed suddenly into a sharp turn, and Vincent, grasping the strap beside the door so that he would not bump against his companion, could hear the horses' hooves clopping over cobblestones, presumably in the yard of a posting inn. It is a bit sooner than need be for a change of horses, Martin said as he opened the carriage door and set down the steps. But there's going to be a deluge any minute now, and it was in my own interest to persuade Handrai to stop early, since I've been forced to ride up alongside him on the box. Shall I bespeak a private parlor for you and Miss Fry, sir? And order luncheon? At least Martin was talking again, even if only with a clipped formality. Yes. Please. Martin, Vincent said, and he took his cane from the seat opposite, descended the steps without assistance. Both servants knew not to offer any, and turned to hand Sophia down. If only he could see her, he thought. And her sketches, her caricatures. If only he could see. Just for 1 minute. He would not be greedy. Just 1 minute. He concentrated upon his breathing. In. Out. In. Out. He was something of an expert now at warding off these sudden, quite unpredictable bouts of panic. Not a total expert, though, he thought ruefully. Once his breath was under control, he had to fight the quite ignominious urge to shed tears, even to weep noisily with frustration and self-pity. He smiled and offered his arm. 8. The carriage had entered London, where Sophia had spent most of her life before 2 years ago. And she had spent last spring here and part of this one, while her aunt and uncle took Henrietta on a round of social events in pursuit of a noble husband, and Sophia remained in their rented lodgings and walked in the various parks. This time she was coming here to be married. It was a dizzying thought. She was not sure that even yet she comprehended the full reality of it. They were on their way to the London home of Lord Trentham, Lord Darleigh's friend, to ask if she might stay there until her wedding. Sophia dreaded the moment of their arrival. What would Lord Trentham and his relatives think of her? And of this situation? Would Lord Trentham look at her as Mr. Fiske did? Would he think that she was a fortune hunter taking advantage of a blind man? But how could he not think that? She felt helpless and a little sick. The carriage rocked to a stop outside a solidly respectable-looking house on a long street. Sophia looked out to see Mr. Fiske jump down from the box and run up the steps to bang the knocker against the door panel. It opened after a few moments, and he spoke to the man who stood in the doorway, a servant, obviously. He peered out at the carriage and then disappeared from view, leaving the door ajar. "I believe a servant has gone to see if someone is at home," she said.
"Oh.
They will think this is very presumptuous of me." His hand reached across the seat and covered the back of hers. "Hugo is one of my dearest friends in the world," he said. That, she thought, might be part of the trouble. It was not the servant who appeared next in the doorway, filling it, but the man who stood there looking at Mr. Fiske and then at the carriage, and then came bounding down the steps and across the pavement, surely could not be Lord Trentham. He was a great giant of a man with a fierce, frowning face and unfashionably close-cropped hair. Whoever he was going to tell them all about their presumption. And he was not going to mince words in the telling. She could see that in his eyes. He tore open the carriage door and leaned inside. "Vince, you damned rogue," he bellowed while Sophia cowered in her corner. Glad she was not sitting on his side of the carriage. "What is the meaning of this?" "You are 2 days late. You might as well turn around and go back wherever the devil you came from for all the good you are to me now." Lord Darleigh's face lit up with smiles. "I am delighted to see you too,
Hugo," he said.
"Or at least, I would be if I was able." The fierce giant was Lord Trentham. "Get out of there," he bellowed, stooping briefly to set down the steps while the coachman hovered helplessly in the background. "If you are not going to drive away again, as any decent man would who is 2 days late, get out here so that I can go up one side of you and down the other. Why the devil did you not get here in time?" And he half dragged, half helped Lord Darleigh down onto the pavement, where he proceeded to draw him into a bear hug that looked as if it would surely crush every bone in his body. But Lord Darleigh, rather than being alarmed, was laughing and hugging the giant back. "In time for what?" he asked. 2 days late for what?" "My wedding," Lord Trentham roared. "You missed my wedding and ruined my day. Ruined my life, in fact. George came, and Imogen and Flavian and Ralph. Ben is staying with his sister in the north of England, and so had a half-decent excuse for neglecting me. Especially when he does not have the legs with which to dash back here. But you had disappeared off the face of the earth without any thought to the wedding invitations you might miss. No one at Middlebury Park knew where you were. Not even your mother." "Your wedding," Lord Darleigh said. "You are married, Hugo? To Lady Muir?" "None other," Lord Trentham said. "Lady Trentham now. I had the devil's own job persuading her, but how could she resist me forever? No woman in her right mind could. Come inside and see her, Vince. Or not see her, to be more accurate. She can add her reproaches to mine. You have blighted both our lives." It was at that moment that he glanced up at the carriage, and his eyes met Sophia's. "I have brought someone with me," Lord Darleigh said at the same moment. "As I can see," Lord Trentham's eyes remained upon Sophia. I beg your pardon?
Ma'am.
I did not see you sitting there. Have I used any language I ought not to have used in a lady's hearing? Doubtless I have. Do forgive me. Lord Darleigh turned toward the carriage, and Sophia could see how he located the step with the inside of his boot, moved his foot along to the edge of the step, and then held out a hand to help her alight, just as he had done at the stile a few days ago. Lord Trentham appeared even larger when she was standing on the pavement looking up at him. And he was frowning and looking strangely embarrassed. This is Hugo Eames. Lord Trentham. Sophie, Vincent said. Hugo, I would like you to meet Miss Sophia Fry. My affianced bride. Sophia half curtsied. Affianced bride, Lord Trentham said, his eyebrows almost meeting over the bridge of his nose. Is this sudden,
lad?
Or were you being very secretive at Pendarus a few months ago? No, you might call it a whirlwind affair, Lord Darleigh said. We're going to be wed, probably the day after tomorrow. It is why we are in London. I have to purchase a special license first. I was hoping your stepmother would be willing to allow her to stay here for the next 2 nights. Now that permission will have to be asked of Lady Muir, Lady Trentham. Havey-cavey stuff. Is it, then? Lord Trentham asked, looking doubtfully at Sophia. You had better come inside. The two of you. For paces forward. Vince. And 5 steps up to the front door. Where is your cane?
Ah.
Here comes Fisk.
He will see to you.
Miss Fry. He was offering her his arm and favored her with a steady stare, which she found more than a little frightening. But of course, most of Lord Darleigh's friends of the Survivors' Club had been military officers in the late wars. They must all be formidable gentlemen. A lady was hurrying into the hall by the time they got inside, limping rather heavily as she came. She was small and slender with blonde curls and an exquisitely lovely face. She was smiling warmly. Lord Darleigh, she exclaimed. I looked out through the sitting room window to see who the visitor was, and I could see it was you. How delightful. Even if you did miss our wedding. Hugo was disappointed about that, but now he will be happy again. She was approaching Lord Darleigh as she spoke, and somehow he seemed to know that both her hands were outstretched toward him. He raised his own, and they squeezed each other's hands. He was smiling directly at her. I feared Hugo might be too much of a slowtop to go after you when he left Pendarus, he said. I am glad I misjudged him. I thought you perfect for him from the moment I met you. And what could be more romantic than his finding you wounded down on the beach and carrying you all the way up to the house? I wish you happy, Lady Trentham. May I kiss the bride, Hugo? Even though I am 2 days late? He drew her closer without waiting for permission and kissed her. Half on one cheek, half on her nose. They both laughed. Thank you, she said, and turned to look with polite inquiry at Sophia. And your friend, Lord Darleigh? Miss Sophia Fry, he said. I have brought her here in the hope that she may stay for a couple of nights until we can marry by special license the day after tomorrow. Lady Trentham raised her eyebrows and looked fully at Sophia, who wished she could be anywhere else on earth but where she was. Even her dark corner of the drawing room at Barton Hall suddenly seemed infinitely desirable. The smile in the lady's eyes had died. She spoke politely. However, you look exhausted and apprehensive and even downright frightened. Miss Fry, she said. I do not doubt there is an interesting story behind this unexpected announcement and plea for shelter. But we will not demand to know it at this very moment. Will we, Hugo?" And she came closer and linked an arm through Sophia's. She was not a tall lady, but even so she was half a head taller than Sophia. "Of course you may stay here," she said. "If you are a friend and even a betrothed of Lord Darleigh's, that is a good enough recommendation. Let me take you up to a guest room and get you settled. Hugo, your stepmama will not mind my taking charge. You are the lady of the house now." "Gwendolen," he said, "and you know she loves you. I'll take Vincent up to the drawing room to meet her and Constance and my uncle. They will be charmed. Everyone loves Vincent. He does not frown and frighten little children the way I do."
"Oh,
"Hugo," she said, laughing, "you do not. Children take one look at you and know you are just a cuddly bear." He pulled a face, and she drew Sophia away in the direction of the staircase. "You look on the verge of collapse," she said quietly as they began to climb. "Let us get you settled, and I will leave you alone to rest if you wish, or we will sit down if you would prefer, and you may tell me everything, or as much as you wish to divulge. You are quite welcome here. You may relax and rest. Have you traveled far?" That slack, almost hostile look with which she had first favored Sophia when she learned of her relationship to Lord Darleigh had been dropped and replaced with perfect good manners. And she was exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Sophia realized. "From Barton Coombs in Somerset," she said. "And I know what you are thinking. I know that I am plain and unattractive and dressed like a fright. Yet here I am about to marry a wealthy viscount who is charming and kind and beautiful and conveniently blind. I know that you must despise me as the very worst kind of adventurer." And she did something that she never, ever did. She burst into tears. It was a pretty room to which Lady Trentham had brought her. The bed cover and the curtains were made of the same floral print on an ivory background. It was a cheerful room. And here she was, standing in the middle of it, as out of place as a scarecrow in a ton ballroom. "Come and sit on the bed," Lady Trentham said as Sophia blew her nose into her handkerchief. "Or lie down on it. Do you wish me to go away for a while? There are 2 hours before dinner. Or do you want to tell me how it came about that Lord Darleigh offered you marriage and brought you here to marry you by special license? And please forgive me for the shock I must have shown when I was first told downstairs that you were Lord Darleigh's betrothed. I know better than to make instant judgments based upon appearance alone. Give me a chance to make up for my rudeness, even if I can do it at present only by leaving you alone to rest." Sophia sat on the edge of the bed. Her feet dangled a few inches above the floor. "He persuaded me," she said, "that there were as many advantages to him in our proposed marriage as there were for me. That is absurd, of course, for I would be alone and destitute without him, and that fact weighed heavily in my decision. Though I did try to fight my baser nature. I said no more than once, and meant it each time, though I suppose I could not have done so, could I, or I would not have ended up saying yes." She swiped at her wet cheeks and spread her hands over her face. "I am sorry," she said. "I am so sorry. How you must hate me." "You and Lord Trentham are his friends." Lady Trentham, who had sat down beside her, patted her knee and got to her feet again to pull on the bell rope beside the bed. She stood there in silence until a light tap on the door preceded the appearance of a maid. "Bring tea and some cakes, please." "Mavis," she said, and the maid disappeared again. Sophia dried her cheeks with her damp handkerchief and put it away. "I never cry," she said. "Well, almost never." I think you have probably earned a good weep, Lady Trentham said. There are 2 chairs over by the window. Shall we sit there and have some tea? Tell me how this all came about, if you will. I do not hate you. My husband and your future husband are close friends. You and I are likely to meet many times in the future. I would far prefer to like you, even to be fond of you, and I would hope you will like me and be fond of me. Who are you, Miss Fry? My uncle is Sir Terence Fry, Sophia explained as she seated herself on one of the chairs. Though he has never had anything to do with me. He is a diplomat and is gone from the country more than he is here. My father was killed in a duel by an outraged husband 5 years ago, and I have lived with 2 different aunts since then. I am a lady by birth. But we did not live a respectable life, my father and I, after my mother left when I was 5, or even before she left. My father was a rake and a gambler. He was forever in debt. We were always moving and hiding and moving. I never had a governess or went to school. Though I did learn to read and write and figure, my father insisted upon that. I never had a maid. I am not worthy of Lord Darleigh. Did your aunts cherish you during the past 5 years? Lady Trentham asked. Aunt Mary ignored me for 3 years until she died, Sophia said. She took one look at me and pronounced me hopeless. Aunt Martha, Lady March of Barton Hall, gave me a home after her sister died. But she has a daughter of her own to bring out and marry. And Henrietta is beautiful. The maid returned with a tray, which she set down on a small round table close to Lady Trentham before withdrawing quietly and closing the door behind her. Lady Trentham poured a cup of tea for Sophia and set 2 little pastries on a plate, which she handed to her. It was there, at Barton Hall. Was it, she asked, that Lord Darleigh met you? In a way, Sophia said, and she proceeded to give Lady Trentham an account of everything that had happened in the last week. Not even quite a week, in fact. How amazing that was! That first sight she had had of him arriving at Kivington House seemed as if it must have happened months ago. So perhaps you can understand, she said in conclusion, how tempting the offer was for me, especially when he repeated it after I had said no. I ought to have held firm. I know I ought. She had almost finished drinking her tea. Her plate, she noticed in some surprise, was empty apart from a few crumbs. I can understand, Lady Trentham said. I believe I can also begin to understand why Lord Darleigh persisted after you had said no. I can see that he saw something in you that he liked. He said he liked my voice, Sophia told her. There are voices that are lovely for various reasons or annoying for other reasons, are there not? Lady Trentham said. But when we can see, a voice is often of secondary importance. How very important it must be to someone who is blind. Permanent blindness is very hard to imagine. It is easy to understand, though, that your voice is of greater significance to your betrothed than your looks. But I have no figure, Sophia said. I look like a boy. Lady Trentham smiled and returned her empty cup and saucer to the tray. Is that why you wear your hair so short? She asked. Do you cut it yourself? Yes, Sophia said. An expert hairdresser could make it look prettier, Lady Trentham told her. And the right clothes with the addition of stays can make even the most slender of figures appealing. Do you have better fitting dresses than the one you are wearing? No, Sophia said. I wonder, Lady Trentham said, if Lord Darleigh has thought of your need for bride clothes? He has, Sophia assured her. He hoped that perhaps Mrs. Eames or Miss Eames would go shopping with me tomorrow. I imagine either or both of them would be delighted, Lady Trentham said. But may I come instead? I cannot so impose upon your time, Sophia said. Oh, Lady Trentham's smile deepened. Ladies love to shop, Miss Fry. Often we shop when there is really no need to, and end up buying bonnets and fripperies for the sake of buying. It will be a wonderful treat to shop with someone who needs simply everything. Lord Darleigh is willing to foot the bill. He says so. Sophia flushed. It does not seem right.
Though.
It would be worse, Lady Trentham told her. If he were to take his bride home to meet his family dressed in clothes even servants would reject. Forgive me. You owe it to him to dress well, Miss Fry. And to allow him to pay the bills. I believe he is a wealthy enough man not to suffer from the expense.
Sophia sighed.
You're being very kind, she said. I am so weary, Lady Trentham suggested, getting to her feet. I would advise you to lie down and rest for an hour. I will send my maid to you when it is close to dinner time. May I please lend you a dress to wear this evening? You are smaller than I am, but not hopelessly so. My maid is very skilled at making hasty and temporary adjustments. Will you be offended? No, Sophia said,
not knowing quite how she felt.
She was actually feeling numb and more tired than she had ever felt in her life. Thank you. And then she was alone in the pretty guest room. She kicked off her shoes and stretched out on top of the bed to think. But fortunately, given the confused state of her mind, she had no chance to do so. She fell instantly and deeply asleep. Hugo took Vincent to the sitting room and introduced him to Mrs. Eames, his stepmother, Miss Eames, her daughter and Hugo's half-sister, and Mr. Philip Germain, his uncle. Hugo explained to them that Vincent's newly betrothed was upstairs with his wife, too tired to be sociable for a while. She was to stay with them for a few days. We have come here to be married, Vincent explained as Hugo led him to a chair. Sophia has no family and I do. It seems to me that it is fairer to her that we marry quietly in London by special license and then go home. But I do beg your pardon for the intrusion. You are one of Hugo's friends from Cornwall. Lord Darleigh, Mrs. Eames said. You are always welcome here. Hugo was disappointed that you were not here for his wedding, Miss Eames said. He is beaming with pleasure that you have come now. I am sorry to have missed it, Vincent said. Do tell me all about it. Miss Eames needed no further encouragement. Oh, she said. It was at St. George's on Hanover Square. And I am quite sure everyone was there. Even though Hugo insists that only family and close friends were invited. Gwen was wearing pink. A gorgeous shade of deep rose.
And
Vincent smiled and listened with half his attention. With the other half he wondered and worried about Sophia. She had been looking exhausted and apprehensive and frightened, Lady Trentham had said. This must all be quite overwhelming for her. But better, surely, than the alternative. She had been fully intending to take the stagecoach to London with no plan for where she would go or what she would do when she got here. The very thought was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. Germain took his leave after a while, and Hugo suggested that Vincent accompany him to his study. It's a grand notion, is it not? He said, clapping a hand on Vincent's shoulder as they walked. Me with a study. But I owe it to my father to show an interest in all the businesses, Vince, and actually I am interested. More than that, I am getting involved. And my father was quite right about the man he left in charge of everything. He is an intelligent, earnest, conscientious soul who manages the businesses with meticulous care, except that he has not one grain of imagination. Nothing will ever change with him in charge, and everything in life must change or stagnate and wither away. As we all very well know. Sit here, and I will sit behind this large oak desk of mine. It is a pity you cannot see. I now look quite important and imposing, and you look like a lowly supplicant. You're going to settle here in London as a businessman. Then, are you, Hugo? Vincent asked. How does Lady Trentham feel about that?
He heard Hugo sigh.
She loves me, Vince, he said.
Me.
Just as I am, without any conditions attached. It's the grandest feeling in the world. She would accept it even if I did want to stay here all my life. I don't, though. I want to spend most of my time in Hampshire, at Crosslands. And Gwendolyn has all sorts of ideas on how to transform the house into a home and the large garden into a park. I have turned into that most embarrassing of all creatures, you know, a happily married man. Easy to say, I suppose, when I have been married for all of 2 days. But I am confident it will last. You may call me naive for believing so, but I know. And Gwendolyn knows the same thing. And that brings us to you. I ran away from home, Vincent told him. That is why no one knew where I was when you sent your invitation. I ran because my mother and sisters had decided that I will be far more comfortable if I am married. They began the campaign in earnest after Easter by inviting a young lady and her family to Middlebury. And it soon became obvious that she had come, not to be courted, but to accept my addresses. She even told me that she understood, and that she did not mind. Hugo chuckled. And Vincent too smiled. Had he expected words of sympathy? So I ran, Vincent said. Martin and I went to the Lake District for a few weeks of sheer bliss. And then I went, on impulse, to the old house in Somerset. My intention was to relax there in quiet solitude, not to let anyone know I was home. I was quickly disabused of that notion. He proceeded to give Hugo a brief account of everything that had happened after his arrival. And so here I am, he concluded. Here we are. And you could think of no alternative to marrying her, Hugo said. None that was satisfactory, Vincent told him. And so Lord Darleigh rode blindly to the rescue, Hugo said. I need a wife. Hugo, Vincent explained. I will have no peace for my family until I wed. Sophia needs a home and someone to care for her. No one ever has really cared. You know. It will work. I will make it work. We will. Even if that meant giving each other the freedom eventually to live alone, stupidest of stupid ideas. You will. Hugo sighed. I have every confidence in you. Vince. The library door opened at that moment. Am I interrupting anything? Lady Trentham asked. Vincent turned his head. Is Sophia with you? She is lying down, Lady Trentham told him. I suspect she is already asleep. She will come down for dinner. While you are busy tomorrow making arrangements for your wedding, Lord Darleigh, I shall take Miss Fry shopping for bride clothes if I may. She needs a great deal, as well as a good haircut. May I assume that we have carte blanche to spend whatever needs to be spent? Of course, Vincent said. And please do not allow her to persuade you that she needs only the very barest of necessities and the plainest and least expensive of everything. I am sure she will try. You may depend upon me, Lady Trentham said. She will look presentable when I am finished with her. She tells me she is not ugly enough to turn heads, Vincent said. But she believes she is hopelessly unattractive. She is not ugly enough to turn heads. Lad, Hugo assured him. I did not even notice her in the carriage when you first arrived. Not many women are astonishingly pretty, Lady Trentham said. Even fewer are ravishingly beautiful. But we women are experts at making the most of what we have. I will do my best tomorrow to show Miss Fry how to make the most of her assets. Her hair is a lovely color, and she has the eyes to go with it. She has a wide mouth and a lovely smile, though I have seen it only once. And she has a slight figure that will look light and dainty when she is wearing the right clothes. But I understand, Lord Darleigh, that you have already discovered one of her finest assets. She does indeed have a pretty voice. Low and a little husky, I may not have noticed if she had not mentioned that you had told her so. We sighted people are often neglectful of the power of sound. Vincent smiled at her. If you are trying to reassure me, ma'am, he said, I thank you. But there is no need. I do not care what Sophia looks like. I like her. It is she who needs the reassurance, she told him. And you should care what she looks like, Lord Darleigh. Every member of your family and all your friends will see her and respond to her appearance. And she will respond to what she sees in her glass and in the eyes of those who behold her. You need to care. But of course, you're already doing so. For you have brought her here to shop. She looks like the veriest waif. You know, her aunt should be thoroughly ashamed of herself for passing on clothes even her servants would scorn to wear. And she cuts her own hair and has made a horrid mess of it. And she looks somewhat undernourished. Her eyes are too large for her face. You need to care how she looks. Vincent frowned. She was right, he decided. It was all very well for him to assure Sophia that he did not care. But she probably did. Will you stay here tonight?
Hugo asked.
You will be very welcome. I'll take a room at a hotel if you can recommend one, Vincent said. We will go over to George's after dinner, Hugo suggested. He is in town for a week or two, and Imogen is staying with him. She came for the wedding, to my eternal surprise and gratification. Flavian is here somewhere too. He was my best man, in fact. And Ralph is in town. George will no doubt persuade you to stay with him. You were always his special pet. When Vincent had first arrived at Penderris Hall, deaf as well as blind, it was George Crabbe, the Duke of Stamburg himself, who had spent almost every minute of every hour of every day in his room with him, stroking his hand and his head, often cradling him in his arms for hours on end so that he would know the only human contact he could experience, touch. He had fought those cradling arms like a madman on more than one occasion, lashing out with all the strength of his terror, but the arms had never fought back or tensed or tried to imprison him. They had never abandoned him. Vincent doubted he would have survived without George. Or if he had, he would have been a raving lunatic long before his hearing returned. It will be good to see him again so soon.
And Imogen, he said.
Imogen Hayes, Lady Berkeley, was the only woman member of the Survivors' Club, having lost her husband to torture in the peninsula, a torture she had witnessed. And you too, Hugo. I have wondered if you went after Lady Muir when you left Penderris. I am so glad you did. Well, I am too. Lad, Hugo said, though she did not make it easy for me. If you had heard his first proposal to me, Lord Darleigh, Lady Trentham said, you would not wonder at it. Vincent grinned. They sounded very pleased with themselves. The two of them. He could hear the smile in both their voices.
9.
Sophia was having her hair cut. An absurdity. She had thought when Lady Trentham first suggested it to her. For her hair was very short already. But here she was, at the mercy of Mr. Welland and his scissors and his flying fingers. He cuts my hair when I am in town, Lady Trentham had explained. I chose him, as I chose my dressmaker, because he does not speak with a French accent. I have no objection whatsoever to a French accent on the lips of a Frenchman or woman, but you would not believe, Miss Fry, how many Englishmen and women affect one in the belief that it will suggest superior skill and draw superior customers. Like Sir Clarence and Lady March. Sophia had thought. Mr. Welland had clucked over Sophia's hair and declared in a distinctly Cockney accent that her last stylist ought to be flogged to within an inch of his life at the very least. The last stylist was me, Sophia had confessed rather sheepishly. He had clucked once more and gone to work. They were not alone in his workroom. Lady Trentham sat facing them and watching with apparent interest. So did the Countess of Kilbourne, her sister-in-law, who had sent a note last evening to ask if Lady Trentham would be at home for a call this morning, and who had been invited to join the shopping trip instead. You must not be overawed by her title, Lady Trentham had assured Sophia. There is no one less high in the instep than Lily. She grew up in the tail of an army as a sergeant's daughter and married my brother when her father died. A long, long saga followed that event, but I will not trouble you with the full story now. May I invite her to accompany us? Yes. Of course, Sophia had said. Odd, anyway. And this morning, after she had arrived at Lord Trentham's house and greeted her sister-in-law with a hug and bidden Mrs. and Miss Eames a good morning with a beaming smile, the Countess had been introduced to Sophia and had looked her over frankly from head to toe. Sophia was wearing one of her own dresses, having declined Lady Trentham's offer of one of hers. You are to be Viscount Darleigh's bride? She had asked. Oh, my dear. We're going to have such fun this morning. Are we not? Gwen. And she had startled Sophia by darting forward and hugging her. She was herself exquisitely lovely, with a face that looked as if it always smiled. Finally, Mr. Welland seemed to be finished. Sophia was alarmed at the amount of hair that had fallen to the floor about her feet. Was there any left on her head? He had not placed her before a mirror, as she had expected. I have shaped your hair and thinned out the bulk. You will understand, he told her now, handing her a glass and inviting her to hold it up before her face. That does not mean I wish to cut your hair shorter. It ought to be longer. Sophia gazed at her image in some astonishment. Her hair hugged her head in soft curls and framed her face with wispy waves. It looked neat and tame and not at all its usual wild bush. It is very chic, Lady Kilbourne said. It shows up your heart-shaped face. And the color is adorable. Lord Darleigh had explored her face with his hands when they were on their way to the river and had said, when he came to her chin, that her face was heart-shaped. Sophia had always thought it was round. If the lady wishes to look like a cherub, she will keep her hair this way, Mr. Welland said. But she will not show off the best feature of her face if she does. I will show you what I mean. And as Sophia watched in the glass, he pressed his fingers through her hair at the sides and held it back from her face so that it looked smooth over her temples and ears. See the classic lines of the cheekbones? He said. If the lady wears her hair back like this and piled on top, these cheekbones will be cast into prominence and her neck will look more elegant and her eyes will be more alluring. So will her mouth. Sophia stared at herself in the glass and saw someone who looked, by some illusion, if not actually pretty, at least womanly. Oh, goodness. You are quite right, Mr. Welland, Lady Trentham said. But it is for Miss Fry to decide if she will grow her hair. Even if she does not, there is a great deal to be said for cherubs. Especially well-dressed cherubs, Lady Kilbourne added, getting to her feet, which is what Miss Fry will be by the time the three of us have finished with her today. Shall we move on? The bill was to be sent to Lord Darleigh, Sophia knew. She had no idea how large that bill would be, but if Mr. Welland had a titled lady for client, it probably would not be insignificant. She felt uncomfortable about it, but what choice did she have? Being wealthy was something she would have to grow accustomed to. Perhaps it would be easier after she was married. There followed hours of shopping for everything under the sun, or so it seemed to Sophia. There were stays and other undergarments and nightgowns and stockings and shoes and bonnets and gloves and garters and parasols and reticules and fans and cloaks and spencers, among other things. And, of course, there were the dresses, which fell into two categories, those that were ready-made and needed only minor alterations, all of which must be done today or tomorrow at the latest, and those that were to be made from patterns and sent on to Middlebury Park at a later date. "I cannot possibly need so many," she protested when Lady Trentham listed all she would need to start with. "But they are not just for your personal comfort and pleasure," Lady Kilbourne reminded her gently, a hand on her arm as they sat in the carriage, moving from one shop to the next. "They are for your husband's pride and pleasure too. Oh, I know he is blind, and will not see any of your dresses and other finery. But he has hands, and will feel them." Sophia felt herself blushing. "And other people will see you," the Countess added. "You're going to be Lady Darleigh. You must remember. Your appearance will reflect upon your husband." "They will think I married him for his title and money," Sophia protested. "They will think I trapped him because he is blind." Lady Trentham looked assessingly at her. "But of course they will," she surprised Sophia by saying. "I must confess that for the merest moment yesterday, I thought it too." "And what are you going to do about it, Miss Fry?" Sophia stared at her wide-eyed, waiting for the answer to be provided for her. Had Lady Kilbourne thought it too? Did she still? Did Lady Trentham still have doubts about her? Unconsciously, she lifted her chin. The Countess exchanged a glance with her sister-in-law, and her eyes danced with merriment.
"Precisely," she said.
"That is exactly what you must do." "I like him," Sophia said fiercely, "and I am enormously grateful to him. I am going to make his life so comfortable that he will not even miss his sight. I am going to, oh, people may say what they wish. I will not care. And he will not care. He will be too busy enjoying the comfortable life I will provide for him. For 1 year. And he did not want yet another woman fussing over him."
"Oh."
"Bravo," Lady Trentham said, laughing. "Lily, we must stop provoking the poor lady." "But we got the answer we expected," Lady Kilbourne said, laughing too. "Little people are often more fierce than their larger counterparts, and you are very little, Miss Fry. Even smaller than Gwen and me. We should perhaps form a league of little people. We would terrify the world, and then rule it. And, surprisingly, Sophia laughed too.
Oh.
How good it felt to share laughter and absurdities with other people. "I shall sketch a picture," she said, "and we will use it as a banner when we march upon what shall we march upon? White's Club," Lady Kilbourne said without hesitation. "That bastion of male pride and supposed male superiority that no respectable woman dares walk near. The Little League will march on it and demand equal rights." They all enjoyed a gleeful laugh. Sophia endured being measured and poked for what seemed like hours, and she looked through pattern books until all the designs began to look alike. She selected fabrics and colors and trims until she felt she could do it no more. And all the time, she listened to the advice and opinions of her companions, though they were never domineering and always deferred to her final judgment. They did quite firmly steer her away from vivid colors, however, which she was inclined to choose at first, since it seemed to her that every garment she had owned in the last 5 years was faded and near colorless. But bright colors, Lady Trentham explained, would swallow her up and make her invisible within them. "And I believe," she said, "you have been invisible long enough, Miss Fry." And they steered her away from heavy fabrics, like brocades and some velvets, which she would have chosen for several garments, for it seemed to her that she had been cold most of her life. But heavy fabrics would drag her down, Lady Kilbourne told her, and her smallness and daintiness were assets she ought to emphasize. She discovered that fine wool, thin of texture and light of weight, was just as warm as some of the heavier fabrics. And shawls and stoles, there were so many pretty ones, she discovered, were marvelous for warmth and could look attractive and dress up an otherwise plain gown. She bought ready-made day dresses and one evening gown, and a walking dress, and a traveling outfit. All had to be shortened and taken in at the waist and bosom. And she ordered so many different dresses to be made to suit so many different types of occasions that she simply lost count and relied upon the judgment of her two companions, whom she trusted, little as she knew them. Afterward, she did remember one outfit more than any other simply because it had made the dressmaker raise her eyebrows almost to her hairline and had had Lady Kilbourne smiling in such a way that it would be more accurate to say she grinned. Sophia ordered a riding outfit that included breeches as well as a skirt. "You ride?" Lady Trentham asked her. "Astride?" "Neither," Sophia admitted. "But Lord Darleigh has told me I may do whatever I wish to do when we are married. And I have always wanted to ride. He must have horses in his stables." "I think he must," Lady Trentham agreed. And then there was the one outfit that was bought ready-made and had to be altered before anything else so that it could be delivered to Lord Trentham's house before evening today. Her wedding outfit. "But it is to be just Lord Darleigh and me and the clergyman," she had protested at first. "By special license." "It is to be your wedding day nonetheless," Lady Trentham said. "It is the day you will remember most vividly for the rest of your life, Miss Fry. And you will always remember what you wore. You are to be a bride." Sophia blinked back the tears that had sprung to her eyes and protested no more. "Lord Darleigh stayed at the home of the Duke of Stanbrook last night," Lady Trentham said. "Lady Berkeley is staying there too. She came to London for our wedding. I would not be at all surprised if, after Lord Darleigh has obtained the special license today, he will find a few other members of the Survivors' Club at the Duke's house too waiting to greet him. Hugo has gone there. You know about the survivors, I suppose?" Sophia nodded. "I am sure they will all want to attend Lord Darleigh's wedding," Lady Trentham said. "They all adore him, you know. He is the youngest among them and the sweetest. And I know Hugo's stepmother and half-sister would love to attend. So would I. And from the way Lily is looking at me, I would guess that she would like to be there too with my brother. I would like to put on a wedding breakfast for you after the ceremony. Will you allow it, Miss Fry? I do not wish to bully you into anything you do not want. You must say if you would prefer to have a completely private wedding. And, of course, Lord Darleigh's wishes must be consulted too. But will you allow it? Please," Lady Kilbourne added. "It is ages since I was last at a wedding. It is 3 days since Gwen's." Sophia sat in the carriage staring from one to the other of them. She was the mouse. No one ever saw her or spoke to her. She had never had friends. Well, almost never. No one had ever loved her, except her father in his own careless way. Though he had never been more demonstrative about it than to ruffle her hair occasionally as he told her that they would have to tighten their belts again for a while, as he had just had a run of bad luck at the tables or the racetrack. Yet now about 10 people wished to attend her wedding. One of them wanted to put on a wedding breakfast for her. It was all for Lord Darleigh's sake, of course. She understood that. But Lady Kilbourne, as far as Sophia knew, had never even met him. Mrs. Eames and her daughter had met him only briefly yesterday while they had spent all evening with her, and part of this morning too. Lord Darleigh had sacrificed a wedding with his family about him for her sake, she knew. Now he had a chance to have a few of his very closest friends with him for the occasion. And she had a chance to have with her at her wedding some ladies who appeared to like her. It seemed incredible. Did her new hairstyle have something to do with it? But Mrs. Eames and Constance Eames had not seen it yet, and they had been kind and amiable both last evening and at breakfast this morning. Was it possible to have friends at last? She bit her lower lip. "Oh. Yes," she said, "if it is what Lord Darleigh wishes." The two ladies exchanged identically satisfied smiles. The shopping expedition was over at last, and they returned home. She would need to get busy, Lady Trentham declared. She had a wedding breakfast to organize. Though she must write a note to Lord Darleigh first to send over to Stanbrook House. The Survivors' Club had only ever met as a body at Penderys Hall in Cornwall during the spring. It seemed strange and wonderful to be together here in London, which was such an unknown to Vincent. Only Ben, Sir Benedict Harper, was absent. He was in the north of England, staying with his sister. Vincent had spent the evening at Stanbrook House on Grosvenor Square with the Duke of Stanbrook and Imogen, Lady Berkeley, his distant cousin, and they had sat up late talking before going to bed. And today, after spending the morning procuring a special license from Doctors' Commons in company with George, and then making arrangements for the nuptials to be solemnized the next morning at St. George's on Hanover Square, they had returned to Stanbrook House to find Hugo and Ralph Stockwood, Earl of Berwick, there too, as well as Flavian Arnott, Viscount Ponsonby. Miss Fry had been borne off, as planned, Hugo reported, to be outfitted from head to toe for her wedding and her new life. His wife had gone with her, and so had the Countess of Kilbourne, her sister-in-law. Vincent hoped Sophia would not feel overwhelmed. They will look after her, lad, Hugo assured him as though he had read Vincent's thoughts. Woman power or something hideous like that. It is better to stay far away from it and let them do what they must do. Goodness me, Flavian murmured on a sigh. Is this you, Hugo? The hero of Badajoz? The ferociously scowling giant? Is this what 3 days of marriage have done to you? One can only shudder at the prospect of what 1 week will do. It is called the acquiring of wisdom, Flav, Hugo said. Heaven defend me, Flavian said faintly. You would deny women all power. Flavian, Imogen asked sweetly. Oh, not you, Imogen, he said hastily. No, not you. I have no wish to be fixed with your steely look every time I glance at you. Your steely look is nasty and is inclined to interfere with my digestion. Let us change the subject. Tell us about your bee-bride, Vince.
My boy.
And tell us why you are marrying in such indecent haste. Imogen has refused to divulge a single detail. It is not her story to tell. She assured us before you came back with George. A hopeless gossip she makes. Vincent told them everything, with the omission of the maddest of the details. Of course. By the time he had finished, he was surprised to find that one of his hands was in both of Imogen's. She was not normally the demonstrative sort. Marrying Miss Fry is what I want to do, he said as if there had been a chorus of protests from his friends. It may sound as if I was coerced into offering for her, and I admit that if circumstances had not been what they were, I would not be doing what I am about to do. But I am not sorry it has happened, and I want to make it perfectly clear to all of you. He moved his head about the room as though he could see them all. I want to make it clear that she did not, in any way whatsoever, maneuver matters so that I would be obliged to marry her. She is utterly blameless. I had the devil's own job getting her to accept my offer even though she faced a bleak future if she said no. You look, Vince, Ralph said, as if you are about to challenge us collectively to pistols at dawn. Vincent relaxed a bit and laughed. Is she a bee beauty? Flavian asked. Or have you heard she is? Hugo? You have seen her. Significantly. Hugo said nothing. It may surprise you to know, Flav, Vincent said, that I do not care the snap of 2 fingers what she looks like except how her looks may affect her happiness. She describes herself self-deprecatingly. She is small and slender. That I do know. She has short curly hair, which is auburn, And eyes she cannot identify as definitely either brown or hazel, but a bit of both. She has smooth-skinned cheeks and a wide mouth. She has an attractive voice. I like it, and I like her. Hugo, anything to add? Not when you ask me in that tone, lad, Hugo said hastily. Gwen and Lily will see to her. You may depend upon it. I believe a hairdresser was first on the agenda this morning. And then lots of dressmakers. The aunt with whom she has been living deserves to be horsewhipped. Her dresses look like half-threadbare sacks, and she looks as if she has not been eating all that she could. But those things can be put right. Yes, Vincent said. Can and will. Imogen was patting the back of his hand. Vince, Ralph said, you are too good for the rest of us. You are too good for this world. Were you this bad when your eyes worked? I intend to be happy. You know, Vincent told him, grinning. Marriage does sometimes bring happiness. It seems. Look at Hugo. I can't do that literally. Of course. But I can hear him. Nauseating. Is it not? Ralph said. Vincent continued to grin. And soon there will be two of us. The Survivors Club may not survive the shock. We survived the wars, George said. I dare say we will survive a couple of decent marriages too. Since your family will not be in attendance at your wedding tomorrow. Vincent. And Miss Fry has none worth speaking of. May we all come? Or would you rather we did not? A wedding with no guests seemed like a bleak thing, though a necessary one. He had thought when he planned it. I would indeed like you all to be there, he said. But I will have to ask Sophia if she minds. The whole point of coming here rather than returning to Middlebury Park for our wedding was that the balance of guests would not be all on my side. There was a tap on the drawing-room door at that very moment, and George's butler murmured to him that a letter had just been delivered by private messenger for Viscount Darleigh. My wife's handwriting, Hugo said. Vincent got abruptly to his feet. Had something happened to Sophia? Will someone read it to me? He asked. George. He heard the rustle of paper. There was a brief pause. Presumably, while George scanned the contents. Ah, he said. Lady Trentham asks Vincent if you have any great objection to her organizing a wedding breakfast for 13 persons at her home and Hugo's tomorrow. 13? Goodness me. She has listed names here, and we are all included. So are Mrs. and Miss Eames, Mr. Philip Germain, your uncle, I believe, Hugo, and the Earl and Countess of Kilbourne. Apparently Miss Fry has already approved both the breakfast and the guest list. Vincent smiled and sat down again. Then it seems you are all invited to a wedding tomorrow, he said. St. George is at 11 o'clock. I could not get here in time for your wedding, Hugo. So I shall compensate by having one of my own. The devil, Flavian said. Another wedding? I may not survive the ordeal. But for you, Vince, I shall take the risk. I will be there. You complain? Flavian, the Duke said. There is yet another wedding in a little less than 1 month's time, and I will of necessity have to remain in town for it. So will Imogen, since it concerns family. My nephew, the heir. George, Ralph asked. None other, the Duke said. Julian was a bit of a scamp as a boy, but he has found someone of whom he seems genuinely fond. He brought her here the day before yesterday for my inspection, I suppose. Not for my approval, I am happy to say. He did not ask. The poor girl was clearly awed. Of course she was, Imogen said. You always tend to poke her up on such occasions, George. And you are formidable enough even when you are not pokered up.
Poor Miss Dean.
I felt for her. Miss Dean? Vincent asked. Arrested. Miss Philippa Dean. Yes, George said. You do not know her.
Do you?
Vincent.
Ah.
I believe her family is from Bath, Vincent said. My grandmother lived there for years before moving to Middlebury Park to keep my mother company. The Deans were her close friends. Shall I write to Lady Trentham for you? Vincent, Imogen asked. I dare say she would like a quick answer to her question. A wedding breakfast to organize in less than 24 hours is not an easy thing. Someone of whom he seems genuinely fond.
Oh.
Vincent hoped so, and that the fondness worked in both directions. Guilt concerning Miss Dean had been niggling at him ever since he fled from home. And she was marrying a duke's heir? Her family would be pleased. No need. Imogen, Hugo said. I'll go home and tell Gwendolen myself. I have the feeling I have married a woman who will take this sort of thing in her stride. If your chest was puffed out any farther, Hugo, Flavian said, you might discover you cannot see your feet. I'll be on my way too.
George.
All this talk of matrimony has given me a sea craving for space and fresh air. I'll come with you, if I may. Hugo, Vincent said. I want to hear from Sophia's own lips that all this is not overwhelming her. I promise not to poke her up tomorrow when I meet her at your wedding. Vincent, George said. Apparently I look formidable enough anyway. You are not going to let me forget that. Are you? Imogen commented. Good Lord. Vincent thought as Hugo took his arm. Tomorrow was his wedding day. Tomorrow.
10.
3 of Sophia's dresses had been delivered early in the evening. Her wedding dress among them. She was wearing it now. The following morning. She did not look like a boy. Or a waif. Or a scarecrow. The dress was a pale sage green, almost silver. It was a shade that brought out the red in her hair. It was simply styled, its high waist caught beneath her bosom with a matching sash, the skirt falling in soft folds almost to her ankles, where it ended in 2 small flounces. Perhaps the most remarkable item of her wedding outfit was something that could not be seen, her stays. She had never worn them before. They were not uncomfortable, as she had expected they would be. Not yet, anyway. These stays might. Lord Trentham had reported at breakfast, frowning fiercely at Sophia, and then surprising her with a grin. It is a good thing you never thought of earning your living as a hairdresser.
Oh.
Hugo. Indeed. If she abandoned all modesty for a moment in the privacy of her own mind, she thought she would do very nicely indeed. She smiled. And reality swept over her. This was her wedding day. To Viscount Darleigh. Vincent. She had seen him briefly at dinner the evening before last, before Lord Trentham took him to Stanbrook House. And she had seen him briefly for tea yesterday afternoon. Neither time had she been alone with him. Neither time had they had any sort of private conversation with each other. It felt a long time since they had talked. Later today she would be expected to meet them. She had agreed to a wedding breakfast here. It was not fair to him. She reminded herself, who had been educated at a village school by his father, the schoolmaster, and whose playmates had been the other children of the village. She was the granddaughter and the niece of a baronet.
She was a lady.
And then she wished she had not thought of who she was. She had family. There was Sir Terence Fry, whom she had never met, and there were Aunt Martha and Sir Clarence and Henrietta, none of whom were here for her, just as none of Lord Darleigh's family were here. But in their case it was simply because they did not know about the wedding. But her uncle did not know either. If he did know, would he come? He was probably not even in England. She gave her head a shake. Almost at the same moment, she was distracted by a knock on the door. It opened to reveal Lady Trentham, Miss Eames behind her, peering over her shoulder.
"Oh,
Miss Fry," the latter cried. "How pretty you look. Do turn and let us see you properly." Sophia turned obediently and looked anxiously at them. "Will I do?" she asked. Lady Trentham smiled slowly. "I keep remembering Mr. Welland's saying that if you keep your hair short you will look like a cherub," she said.
He was right.
"You look like a small, dainty fairy creature, Miss Fry. You will do very well indeed. Shall I assist you with your bonnet?" Miss Eames asked, coming inside the dressing room. "You do not want to squash your curls entirely, do you?"
"Oh, how pretty and dainty it is. There.
It suits you perfectly. Have I tied the bow at the right angle? Gwen, poor Hugo will be wearing a path in the tiles of the hallway if we do not go down soon," Lady Trentham said. "Apparently, he was very nervous on our wedding day just 4 days ago, and now he is nervous all over again because he has the responsibility of giving you over into the care of that rogue and rascal Lord Darleigh, his words, not mine, and spoken purely in fun. Of course. But he does feel his responsibility since you have no family to stand with you. Shall we go down?" Her words, unconsciously spoken, brought back that pang of loneliness and abandonment again. But it was easy enough to brush off. Sophia had not expected a normal wedding, not that she knew a great deal about normal weddings. She had expected a brief ceremony with only her and Viscount Darleigh and the clergyman present. Oh, and 1 or 2 witnesses, perhaps Mr. Fiske and Mr. Hondry. But suddenly it was to be a real wedding after all. There were to be guests and a best man, the Duke of Stanbrook, and someone to give her away. Lord Trentham had offered last evening, and she had accepted. He terrified her, and did not. She had not quite figured him out yet. He looked like a fierce, dour warrior, yet he could catch Lord Darleigh up in a bear hug and gaze at his new wife sometimes as though the sun rose and set upon her. She suspected he was a man who felt most comfortable hidden behind the mask of fierceness, so that his tender side would not be on public display and open to ridicule or hurt. She might have sketched a caricature of him, if she had disliked him. But she did not. She was only a little afraid of him. He was indeed pacing the hall, at the bottom of the staircase. He came to a halt when he saw them descending, his booted feet slightly apart, his hands clasped at his back, his posture ramrod straight, like a soldier on parade, not quite at ease. His eyes passed over his wife and his sister with obvious approval, and then came to rest upon her. "Well, lass," he said, "you are looking very fetching indeed. It is a pity Vince will not be able to see you." She paused 2 steps from the bottom. The other 2 ladies were down already. Lord Trentham took 2 strides toward her, and his eyes were only just above the level of hers as he gazed into them with a look that surely must once have had his soldiers quaking with terror. "He is very precious to me," he said softly. He continued to look at her, and she almost retreated to the 3rd stair. But she held her ground and lifted her chin. "He is going to be even more precious to me," she said. "He is going to be my husband." There was a beat more of eye-searching on his part, and then he smiled and really looked quite unexpectedly handsome. "Yes,
He is, he said.
And again I say it is a pity he can't see you this morning. You look like a little elf. At least she did not look like a mouse on her wedding day. The carriage is outside waiting. Hugo, Lady Trentham said. She and Miss Eames were to accompany them to the church. Mrs. Eames had left earlier with Mr. Philip Germain, Lord Trentham's uncle, who, Sophia suspected, was courting Mrs.
Eames.
Lord Trentham handed Sophia into the carriage and insisted that she take the seat facing the horses beside his wife. This was it, she thought. Her wedding day. A hot summer day. The sky was deep blue with not a cloud visible. No bride could ask for anything better. Sophia turned her head to the side as the carriage rocked on its springs and moved forward. She did not want to engage in conversation. She wanted to feel like a bride, to put aside all her misgivings, to be excited and only a little anxious, but in a good way. Lady Trentham had come to her last evening and explained about tonight. Humiliatingly, considering the fact that she was 20, Sophia had had little idea. Lady Trentham had assured her that it sounded a great deal worse, more embarrassing, more painful, more utterly terrifying than it was. Indeed, she had said, her cheeks a rosy red, I will be going to Hugo for the 4th night of our marriage when I leave you, Miss Fry, and really I can hardly wait. It must be known, it is, beyond any doubt at all, the most glorious thing in the whole wide world. You will see. You will soon come to welcome it. Sophia thought she might be right. For her very deepest, most secret dream, well, she had not shared that at the Barton Coombs assembly. How could she? She had been talking to a man. The man she was about to marry. Lady Trentham took her hand and squeezed it. They were turning into Hanover Square. Vincent was having all kinds of second thoughts, which meant, he supposed, that by the time he had finished with them, they would be 36th or 58th thoughts. He really ought not to be thinking at all. Except that trying not to think was no more effective than trying to hold back the tide would be. It had turned into a proper wedding with guests at the most fashionable church in London. Yet his mother and grandmother and sisters did not know about it. They did not even know his bride. He did not really know her either. Though, did he? They were virtually strangers. He did not even want to be married. Except that if he must marry, and he would have no peace from his relatives until he did, he would just as soon it be Sophia. He actually did like her, or thought he did. He did not know her. Or she him. Yet today was their wedding day. And in some perverse way, thank God, the thought excited him. His life was about to change. And perhaps he would change with it, for the better. Do you have the ring? He asked George, who was seated beside him in the front pew of the church. I do, George said. Just as I did when you asked 3 minutes ago. Did I? You did. And I still have it. His wedding day. His best man was beside him. His friends were behind them. Although they were not talking loudly, some of them were whispering, and he could hear the rustle of their movements and the occasional cough. He could smell candles and traces of incense, and that cold stone and prayer book smell peculiar to churches. He knew the great organ was going to play. There was to be a wedding breakfast afterward at Hugo's. A mildly terrifying thought, even though he would be eating with friends. He did not like taking his meals in public. and there was to be a wedding night at Stanbrook House. It had all been arranged without any consultation with him. Imogen was going to stay at Hugo's after the breakfast, and George was going to spend the night at Flavian's lodgings. Vincent and Sophia were to have Stanbrook House to themselves for the night, apart from servants, of course. That at least he could look forward to. "Do you have the ring?" he asked.
No.
"Forget it. I have asked you before.
Have I not?
Is she late? George? Will she come?" "She is 2 minutes from being late," George assured him. "Indeed. I do believe she is 2 minutes early. Here come Lady Trentham and Miss Eames." But Vincent had heard the slight commotion at the back of the church for himself. And he heard the clergyman clear his throat. He rose to his feet. The great organ began to play. And it was too late for 70-second thoughts. He was about to get married. She and Hugo would be making their way along the nave toward him. His bride. He could hear the slow, steady click of Hugo's boot heels on stone. He wished he could see her. He wished he could. She would be wearing new clothes. Pretty clothes. Would they make her feel better about herself? He smiled, though he could not see her. She must see that he was welcoming his bride. How many second thoughts had plagued her this morning? And then he smelled her. That faint soap scent he had begun to associate with her. And he felt the slight warmth of a human presence on his left side. The anthem faded away. "Dearly beloved," the clergyman said. Let him be adequate. Let him be a worthy husband for this damaged little waif he was marrying. Let him be a good companion and friend. Let him be a decent lover. Let him protect her from harm all the days of their lives. She was blameless. She had come to his rescue that night of the assembly and would have suffered her punishment for the rest of her days if he had not persuaded her to marry him. Let her never regret marrying him. Let him cherish her. Let him put aside second and 90-second thoughts from this moment on. He was in the process of getting married. Let him be married then and glad of it. Let him never, even for a single moment, allow himself to feel regret, whatever the future held. Let him cherish her. He had spoken his vows. He realized, without remembering a word. She had spoken hers without him hearing a word. He had taken the ring and slid it over her finger without fumbling or dropping it. And the clergyman was telling them that they were man and wife. And it was done. There was a murmuring from the pews. There was still the register to sign. All would not be legal and official until that was done. Sophia slid an arm through his and guided him to the vestry without hauling him. He had noticed that during their walk together in Barton Coombs, very few people of his experience could trust him to follow slight cues. The clergyman did not expect him to be able to sign his name. But of course he could. He sat before the register. And George handed him the quill pen and guided his hand to the beginning of the line where he would write. He scrawled his name and stood. Sophia signed her name, followed by the witnesses, George and Hugo. And then she slipped an arm through his again and led him back into the church. The organ began a joyful anthem, and they proceeded the short distance across the front of the church and then along the nave. Vincent could sense his friends there. He smiled from left to right. "Lady Darleigh," he said softly. "Yes." Her voice was a little higher pitched than usual. "My wife." "Yes." "Happy?" he asked. It was probably the wrong question. "I don't know," she said after a short pause. Honesty. They walked on in silence. And then he felt a different quality to the air. and she drew him to a halt as they stepped out through the church doors into the fresh air outside, and the sound of the organ receded somewhat. "There are steps," she said. "Yes." He remembered that from when he came in.
"Oh."
"And there are people." He could hear them, talking, laughing, whistling, even cheering. There were always people gathered outside St. George's, he had been told, to watch society weddings. "They have come to see the bride," he said, smiling and lifting his free hand in acknowledgement of the greetings. "And today that is you."
"Oh."
"And there are 2 men," she said. "2 men. They are grinning," she said. "And they are both holding handfuls of and Vincent felt at least 2 light, fragrant missiles flutter past his nose. "Rose petals?" "No point in sea-cowering there. Vince," Flavian called. "Come and bring your bride to your carriage." "If you dare," Ralph added. "An open barouche," Sophia said.
"Oh."
"It is all decorated with flowers and ribbons and bows." Vincent could feel the heat of the sun. "Shall we go down?" he suggested. "Those are 2 of my friends." "Are they armed with rose petals?" "Yes," she said and laughed, that light, pretty sound he had heard a few times before. "Oh,
dear.
We are going to be covered." She told him where the steps were, and then clung to his arm as they hurried the short distance to the barouche, making it seem that he was leading her rather than the other way around. "We are there," she said as rose petals rained about them and upon them, and Vincent could hear that their other guests had emerged from the church. But instead of scrambling inside the barouche, without further ado, she waited while he located the lowest step and offered his hand. She set her own in it and climbed inside. He followed her in and made sure he sat beside her, not on her. The church bells were ringing. "Well, Lady Darleigh." He felt for her hand and squeezed it tightly in his own. She was wearing soft gloves. "Does it look as much like a wedding as it feels?" "Yes." He heard the door of the barouche close and felt the dip of the springs as the coachman climbed back to his perch. "Are you overwhelmed?" "Yes." "Sophie," he said. "Don't be. You are a bride. All eyes are upon you today." "That is precisely the trouble," she said, laughing breathlessly. "Describe what you are wearing," he told her. She told him, starting with her straw bonnet. Before she got to her feet, the barouche rocked into motion and moved away from the church with an unholy din. "Oh," she cried. He grimaced and then grinned. An old trick, one in which he had participated more than once as a boy. "I believe we have all the utensils from someone's old, derelict kitchen trailing behind us. Now you are really on view." She did not reply. "You sound charmingly clad, Sophie," he said, having to raise his voice above the din. "Is everyone watching back there?" He felt her turn to look. "Yes." "May I kiss you?" he asked her. "It is what they are all hoping for." "Oh," she said again. He took the single word as assent. He knew she really was overwhelmed, and the realization made him feel tenderly toward her. He reached across himself with his free hand and found her face beneath the stiff little brim of the straw bonnet she had described. He cupped her soft cheek with his hand, found the edge of her mouth with the pad of his thumb, lowered his head, and kissed her. It was more of a real kiss this time, though he made no attempt to deepen it. His lips were slightly parted. Hers were full and soft and warm and moist. She must have just licked them. He felt a stirring in the groin and a pleasant anticipation of bed tonight. Even over the hideous din of several kettles and pans, or whatever the devil was being dragged along the road behind them, he could hear a rousing cheer. Sophie. He lifted his head, but did not remove his hand from her cheek. If you cannot tell me you are happy, can you at least assure me that you are not unhappy?
Oh, no, she said.
I am not unhappy. Or sorry. You are not sorry.
No, she said.
I do not have the courage to be sorry. He frowned. I am only sorry that you may be sorry, she told him. He had expected that any woman he married would be the one who might regret doing it, for he was blind and could not live a fully normal life or see and appreciate her. But this bride, he realized, was almost totally lacking in self-esteem, even now when she had been clothed well and expensively, and when her hair had been properly styled, and she was Viscountess Darleigh. He had known she was damaged. Perhaps he had not realized how deeply. Was she too damaged? But he remembered her making a daisy chain and laughing as he tried to loop it over her head. He remembered her joking about cats when he played his violin. He remembered the absurd story of Bertha and Dan they had concocted on the way to London and her admission that she sketched caricatures of people she knew. Never, he told her. I will never be sorry. We will find contentment with each other. I promise. How could one promise such a thing? But he could promise to try. He had no choice now anyway. They were married. And he would do all in his power to restore her self-esteem. If he could do that for her, he would be contented. I suppose, he said, sitting back in his seat. We are attracting quite an audience.
Oh.
Yes, she said, and laughed. He squeezed her hand. 11. The Duke of Stanbrook was a tall, elegant, austere-looking gentleman with dark hair just turning to gray at the temples. Viscount Ponsonby was a blonde god with a slight stammer and a mocking eyebrow. The Earl of Berwick was a young man, perhaps only a few years older than Lord Darleigh, and would have been entirely good-looking if it were not for the wicked-looking scar that slashed diagonally across one side of his face. Lady Berkeley was tall and coldly beautiful with smooth, dark blonde hair and high cheekbones in a long oval face. With Lord Darleigh and Lord Trentham and the absent Sir Benedict Harper, they were the Survivors' Club. Sophia found them terrifying despite the fact that they all bowed courteously to her before the wedding breakfast and kissed the back of her hand. Except Lady Berkeley, of course, who merely wished her happy. She thought they had all looked at her and found her wanting. They all thought her an opportunist, a fortune hunter, someone who had taken advantage not only of good nature, but also of blind good nature. And they were his dearest friends, as close as sister and brothers, he had told her. Perhaps that was the problem. Perhaps they felt protective toward him, and therefore suspicious of her. She felt chilled. The Earl of Kilbourne, Lady Trentham's brother, was also a handsome, formidable-looking gentleman. He also had been a military officer. Everyone was courteous. Everyone made an effort to keep the conversation moving, to keep it light in tone, to keep it general so that they could all participate. Mrs. Eames was a shopkeeper's daughter and widow of a prosperous businessman. Miss Eames was their daughter. Mr. Germain was also a businessman, a member of the middle class. They were not excluded from the conversation, Sophia noticed. Neither were they made to feel inferior. But she, who was a gentlewoman by birth, felt suffocated by the grandeur of her wedding guests. Her husband's friends. Her husband. As yet it was only a word, and a heavy feeling in the pit of her stomach. Strangely, foolishly, It was only while the wedding service was proceeding that she had fully understood that she was getting married, that she was consenting to become a man's possession for the rest of her life. She did not want to think of her marriage that way. Lord Darleigh was not like that. But church law was. And state law was. She was his possession, to do with as he would, whether he ever exercised that power or not. She wanted to feel joyful. For a few fleeting moments during the day she had done, when she had walked along the nave of the church this morning while the organ played, and she saw Viscount Darleigh waiting for her, a warm smile on his face. When they had stepped out of the church to sunshine and a group of cheering onlookers and a shower of rose petals, when she had first heard the pots and pans clattering and clanging behind the barouche, when Lord Darleigh kissed her. When an elderly gentleman stopped on the pavement to watch the barouche go by and raised his hat to her and winked. But the wedding breakfast was nothing short of an ordeal. Try as she would, she could not force herself to participate in the conversation and replied in monosyllables whenever a question was directed specifically at her. She was not giving a good impression, she knew. How could she expect to be liked? She ate scarcely anything. She tasted nothing. Lord Trentham rose to propose a toast to the bride, and Sophia forced a smile to her face and forced herself to look about the table and nod her thanks to everyone. Viscount Ponsonby rose and toasted her husband and elicited a great deal of warm laughter. Sophia forced herself to join in. Lord Darleigh rose and thanked everyone for making their day a memorable and happy one, and he reached out a hand for hers and bent over it and kissed it to a few murmurings from the ladies and applause from all. Sophia relaxed a little more when they all withdrew to the drawing-room. For Constance Eames came to sit beside her. "It is awe-inspiring, is it not?" she said, speaking low for their ears only. "All these titles? All this gentility? Hugo has taken me to several ton balls and parties this year, at my request. I was frightened out of my wits the first time or two, and then I came to see that they are all just people. And some of them, though not the ones here, are really quite uninteresting because they have nothing to do but be rich and try to amuse themselves for a lifetime. I have a beau, well, a sort of beau. He insists I am too young for formal courtship, and he thinks I ought to aim higher. But he will come around in time. I love him to distraction, and I know he loves me. He owns the ironmonger's shop next to my grandparents' grocery shop, and I am never so happy as when I am there in one shop or the other. We have to find what will bring us happiness. Do we not? I think Lord Darleigh is one of the sweetest gentlemen I have ever met. And he is gloriously handsome. And he likes you." "Tell me about your ironmonger," Sophia said, feeling herself relax. She smiled and then laughed as she listened, and caught the steady, considering gaze of Lady Berkeley on her. The lady nodded slightly before turning away to reply to something the Earl of Kilbourne had said to her. And then, after tea had been served, it was time to leave. The butler had just murmured in Lady Trentham's ear that the barouche was waiting at the door. Sophia's wedding night was to be spent at Stanbrook House, one of the grand mansions on Grosvenor Square. Fortunately, the Duke himself was not to be there. Neither was his guest, Lady Berkeley. Sophia's new clothes had been packed up by Lady Trentham's maid this morning after they left for the church and sent to Stanbrook House. Directions had been given for the other new clothes still to be delivered today to be sent directly there. Sophia counted back days in her head. Yesterday was the shopping day. The day before was the second day of the journey, the day before that the first. Then there was the day of the proposal, then the day of the assembly, then the day when she had walked out just before dawn and watched Lord Darleigh's arrival at Covington House. 6 days. Less than a week. She had still been the mouse a week ago. Still the scarecrow. With her chopped hair and ill-fitting second-hand clothes. Less than a week. Now she was a bride. A wife. Her life had changed. Suddenly and drastically. And she was behaving like a bewildered mouse. Sometimes one had to make a determined effort if one was not to drift on in life unchanging. Change had come to her life, and she had the chance to change with it or not. She got to her feet. "Lady Trentham, Lord Trentham, Mrs. Eames, Miss Eames," she said, looking from one to the other of them. "I do thank you with all my heart for opening your home to me, for being so kind, for arranging this wonderful wedding breakfast. And Mr. Germain, Lord and Lady Kilbourne, Lady Berkeley, Lord Ponsonby, Lord Berwick, Your Grace, thank you for coming to our wedding, for coming here. We expected a quiet wedding day. It has been anything but that, and I will always remember it with pleasure. Your Grace, thank you for letting us use your home until tomorrow." All conversations had stopped abruptly. Everyone was looking at her, in surprise. She thought. And she wondered if her heart would stop hammering, or if it would simply stop. She was even smiling. Viscount Darleigh was on his feet too. "You have taken the words out of my mouth, Sophie," he said, "and there is nothing left for me to say. You said enough at the breakfast table." "Vince," Lord Ponsonby told him, "it is your wife's turn. Personally, I hope you are the last survivor to wed for at least a week or two. My valet will be running out of dry handkerchiefs to hand me. It is my pleasure." "Lady Darleigh," the Duke of Stanbrook said, giving her a look that was both penetrating and approving. And then they were all on their feet, and Sophia found herself being hugged by the ladies, even Lady Berkeley, and having her hand kissed again by the gentlemen. Everyone was talking and laughing, and she and Vincent were somehow swept out to the street and into the barouche. "Are the pots and pans gone?" Lord Darleigh asked. "Yes," she told him. "And everything else?" he asked. "There were ribbons and bows, I suppose? And flowers?"
"No.
They're not gone. I can smell them. They all remain," she said. "You are a bridegroom only once, Vince," Lord Trentham reminded him. "And Lady Darleigh is a bride only once. Enjoy having the whole world know it." And amid much laughter and cheering and good wishes, they were on their way. "Thank you," Lord Darleigh said, taking her hand in his. "Thank you for what you said, Sophie. It was lovely. I know you found the whole thing an ordeal." "I did," she agreed. "But I realized suddenly that I was seeing it all through the eyes of the mouse I have been most of my life. Timidity is not appealing, is it? The mouse is to be banished forever." Then he asked her. "To reappear only in the corner of some of my sketches," she said. "But that mouse is usually a saucy little thing, winking or leering or looking frankly nasty or self-satisfied." He laughed. "Have you seen anything satirical today?" he asked her.
"Oh, no."
"My lord," she assured him.
"No."
There was nothing to ridicule or laugh at today. There was a short silence. "There was not," he agreed. "But am I to remain my lord, Sophie? You are my wife. We are traveling toward our wedding night." She felt a strange, sharp stabbing of sensation to the lower part of her body and found herself clenching inner muscles and fighting breathlessness. "Vincent, you find it difficult to say?" he asked. "Yes. Even though your grandfather was a baronet. Your uncle is a baronet. And your father was a gentleman?" "Yes." She wondered what Sir Terence Fry would say if he knew she had married Viscount Darleigh today. Would he ever know? A notice had, apparently, been sent to the morning papers. Was he even in the country? And would he care if he saw the notice? Would Sebastian see it? What would he think? Would he let his stepfather know? Vincent lifted her gloved hand and held it against his lips. Passers-by were smiling at the barouche and pointing it out to one another with smiles and even a few waves. She could see. Think of me as that naughty boy Vincent Hunt, who used to sneak out of Covington House at night through a cellar window in order to swim naked in the river, he said. Or, if that is too shocking an image, think of me as that very annoying Vincent Hunt who used to hide in the branches of trees when he was 7 years old, stifling giggles and raining twigs and leaves and acorns down upon the unsuspecting heads of villagers as they passed beneath. She laughed. That is better, he said. Say it again. Vincent. Thank you. He kissed her hand. I have no idea what time it is. Is there still daylight? Is it afternoon or evening? Somewhere between the two, she told him. It is still full daylight. It ought not to be, he said. It ought to be dark. It ought to be time when we arrive at Stanbrook House to take my bride to bed. She said nothing. What was there to say? Does it worry you? He asked her. The wedding night? She bit her lower lip and felt that unfamiliar raw feeling low down again. A little, she admitted. You do not want it? I do, she told him. And, of course, she spoke the truth. Yes. I do. Good, he said. I look forward to getting to know you better. In all ways. Of course. But, at the moment, I mean specifically in the physical sense. I want to touch you. All over. I want to make love to you. He would be bitterly disappointed. She could not help thinking. Have I shocked you? He asked her. No. He kissed her hand again and held it on his thigh. They had changed their clothes and partaken of a light dinner. They sat together in the drawing room afterward, talking about the day. She described the clothes some of their guests had worn. He described the smells inside the church. She described the way the barouche had been decorated. He described the sounds on the streets, what he had been able to hear of them above the din of the hardware they were dragging behind them, and the smell of the flowers. She told him about Constance Eames's young man and Mrs. Eames's budding romance with Mr. Germain. He told her about Lord Trentham's first meeting with the then Lady Muir down on the beach at Pendarris. They both agreed that it had been a memorable day. Is it dark outside yet? He asked at last. No. It was early summer. Of course. It did not get dark until well into the evening. What time is it? He asked. Just coming up to 8 o'clock. Only 8 o'clock? She had taken his arm to come into the house and to go into the dining room and to return to the drawing room afterward. Apart from that, they had not touched each other. Yet it was their wedding day. Is there a time, he asked her, before which one is not allowed to retire to bed? If there is a law, she said. I have not heard of it. He was humming with the desire to consummate his marriage, and although she had admitted that she was a little worried, she had also assured him that she wanted it too. The longer they sat here, the more worried and nervous she was likely to become. Why had he felt obliged to sit out the rest of the day until a decent bedtime? A certain nervousness of his own, perhaps? He had never been with a virgin. And this was not just an experiment that need not be repeated if it was not to his liking or hers. It was important that he get it just right. Not too much this first time. He did not want to frighten her or disgust her or hurt her. But not too little either. He did not want to disappoint her or himself. It was important to get it right. Shall we go to bed? He asked. Yes. She had said in the barouche on the way here that she must cast off the mouse, her alter ego. It was not going to be easy for her, he realized. And he half smiled at the memory of the determined little speech she had delivered just before they left Hugo's. It had been gracious and pretty, and the attentive surprise of his friends and the other guests had been almost tangible. Take my arm. Then he said, getting to his feet. Yes. She took it. And then she surprised him again when they had passed out of the drawing room and ascended 2 of the stairs to the floor above. She stopped and spoke to someone else, presumably a servant. Send Mr. Fisk up to Lord Darleigh's dressing room. If you please, she said, and Ella to mine. Ella must be the maid George had assigned to her for tonight. Yes. My lady, a man's voice murmured respectfully. My lady, she said softly. I still find myself wanting to look over my shoulder when people address me as my lord, he told her. I probably would if I could. He knew the way to his room. Their room for tonight. He always memorized directions and distances quickly when he was in unfamiliar surroundings. He did not like the feeling of being lost, of being dependent upon others to take him wherever he needed to go. He paused when he judged he was outside his dressing room. The door of the bedchamber came next, and then her dressing room, which had not been needed until today. I can go the rest of the way alone, she told him. Let us compromise, he said. I will stand here until I hear your door open and close. And I will see you in the bedchamber in half an hour's time? Less, she said, slipping her hand from his arm. He smiled and listened for her door. As he heard it close, he could hear Martin's firm footsteps coming along the corridor behind him. Martin had been stiffly formal this morning, and ever since the announcement of the betrothal. Martin, he said as his dressing room door opened, and he preceded his valet inside. Did you come to my wedding as I asked? I did. Sir, Martin said. Vincent waited for more. But all he could hear was Martin setting the water jug down on the washstand and preparing his shaving gear. He sighed. Had he gained a wife and lost a friend? For that was what Martin was. What he had always been. She did not look like a boy today, Martin said abruptly as Vincent slipped off his coat and waistcoat and Martin helped him with his neckcloth before hauling his shirt off over his head. She looked like a little elfin creature. It was stiffly, grudgingly said. And little elfin creature sounded like more of a compliment than an insult. Thank you, Vincent said. She did not do this deliberately. You know, Martin. On the other hand, did. I know, Martin said. Idiot that you are. Keep your head still now, or I'll be slicing your throat. And you will be wondering if I did it deliberately. If you are still alive to wonder anything at all. That is. I trust you. Vincent grinned at him. With my life. Martin grunted. It's just as well, he said, since I get to come at you with an open razor at least once a day. Take that grin off your face, or you are going to get an uneven cut to take to your lady. Vincent sat still and expressionless. Peace, he supposed, had been declared. A little elfin creature. He remembered holding her against him on the far side of the stile in Barton Coombs. Yes. He believed it. She was just the opposite of voluptuous. He had always favored voluptuous women, as what red-blooded male did not? But he was eager for his bride anyway. A little elfin creature. He opened the door into the bedchamber after he had dismissed Martin. He knew the room. He knew where the bed was. The dressing table. The side tables. The fireplace. The window. And he knew as soon as he stepped inside that he was not alone. Sophie. Yes. I am here. There was a soft laugh. Do you know where here is? I believe, he said. You're standing at the window. And it is still not dark. I suppose. The room looks out on the back of the house, she said as he made his way toward her. On to the garden. It is very pretty. One could almost forget one was in London. He reached out and touched the windowsill. He could feel the warmth of her close by. Would you like to forget? He asked her. Do you not like London? I prefer the country, she said. I feel less lonely there. A strange thing to say. Perhaps. When one considered the relative number of people in the town and the country. I feel less of a lone being, she explained, and more a part of something vast and complex. I am sorry. That does not make much sense.
Does it?
The emphasis is too much upon humanity alone in town, he suggested, and more upon humankind as part of nature and the universe itself in the country. Oh, she said.
Yes.
You do understand. He thought of her dream cottage with its pretty garden and a few friendly neighbors.
Ah.
Sophie. He reached out and touched her shoulder. His hand closed about it, and his other hand about the other, and he drew her against him. She was wearing a silky nightgown. He could feel. One item of her bride clothes? He hoped so. He hoped she was feeling pretty and desirable. He could feel her draw a slow inward breath. He was wearing just a light brocaded silk dressing gown. Perhaps he ought to have had Martin dig out a nightshirt for him, if there was one to dig out. That was. It was possible none had been packed when he left home, for he always slept naked. He moved his hands inward, lifted her chin with his thumbs, and found her mouth with his own, that lovely wide mouth he remembered with its generous lips. He licked his own just before they joined hers, waited for the trembling in hers to cease, and stroked the tip of his tongue across the seam of her lips until they parted. He slid his tongue into her mouth and felt a shiver of desire as she moaned softly deep in her throat. He moved his hands to thread into her hair. It was soft and silky, and not nearly as thick as it had been last time he felt it.